Greetings, everybody. It's 4:01. Is Andrew coming? No. Okay, then I think we can start our meeting. Greetings to everybody who are members of the board and our staff and those who'll be contributing to the meeting. As you know, I think I'm Judith Wagner. I'm chair of the Planning Board. This is our regular meeting, February the 8th. And we are operating under the governor's executive order. We've done this enough times that I'm not going to engage in choral reading of the executive order, but as you know, we are on Zoom, and we will have several parts to this meeting. The first couple of areas will be ones that are not involving public hearings, so we don't anticipate the public participating, but when we get into public hearing on matters on our agenda, and then when we get into discussion of the annual town meeting warrant articles, Megan Trudell will give a refresher on how to raise your hand if you'd like to speak in connection with these matters. But we appreciate your being with us, and I'll proceed now to take roll. Planning board members, Nat Lowell.
Aye, here, sorry.
Fritz McClure.
Here.
Says aye. John Trudell.
Aye.
Dave Iverson.
Here.
Hawaii 5-0, Dave Iverson. Campbell Sutton, our alternate.
Here.
David Callahan, an alternate.
Aye.
Stephen Welch, an alternate.
Hello.
And then our trustee staff, Leslie Snell.
Here.
Megan Trudell.
Here.
Catherine Insero. And our helpers at NCTV, we thank you for assisting us in making this meeting available to the public. I assume there's also presenters and participants out there. Last time my display let me see them, Megan. This time, oh, I do find them. So let me call up attendees just so we have these for the record. And as you know, we will ask you to speak clearly because our trustee staff is making sure we have accurate minutes. Arthur Gasparo.
Oh, they can't respond to you.
Okay, all right. He raised his hand. Thank you. Arthur Reed. I'm just going to read these off so that they're part of the oral audio tape for Catherine's benefit, but then as we take people one by one, they'll get to speak. Benjamin McGrath, Brenda Johnson, Dan Malloy, Don Bracken, Elena Nikolova, Emily Molden, Ethan Griffin, Jan Carr, Jason Brown, let's see, Joe Macklinger, John Brescher, Joseph Topham, Joshua Balling, Marcy McGovern, Paul Santos, Richard Millard, Sarah Alger, Stephen Cohen, Terry Sanford, Tyler Hardy, William Marco, and there may be others joining us later, but that's the current lineup, and we will remind everybody, some of you have been here before who are attendees, that you will be called on. Megan will see your hands raised, or I will, and you'll be called on one by one in the order in which you've raised your hand, unless you're presenting something, in which case you'll be called early in the process. And if you have questions or comments, please direct them to me, and I'll direct them to those who need to hear respond back to you rather than having you engage in policy with them directly. Okay, so first order of business, I call this order, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
John moved, Nat seconded, roll call, John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
John, I got John already, Dave Iverson. He's there, I see him.
Aye.
Judith, I thank you. And Megan, I think we don't have minutes at this point. We'll be picking those up at a later time. This is a very busy month for us, as many of you realize, because we're having multiple extra meetings to hear citizen articles and hold hearings on planning board articles for town meeting. So the first set of items coming up, we have a number of second dwelling items. Let me just ask first, members of the board, is there anybody who needs to recuse from any of these? Okay, and I've asked that one be flagged to pull off the consent agenda for discussion, which is 62 Walsh LLC. Are there others anybody would like to pull off?
Fritz, 14 North Street.
14 North Street,
Yeah,
North
north.
Road, I think you mean, right? Yeah,
No. Road.
North Road, I'm sorry. Thank you.
yeah.
Megan, did you have something to say?
Oh, I just wanted to remind the board that 39 Meadowview should be pulled from the consent vote just because it's dependent on the issuance of a special permit.
Okay, thank you very much. So with those three exceptions, I should note also, before we proceed here, in case there's anybody in the audience interested in 5 Luff Road, I think this is the one that had been initially proposed for a possible special permit, but now it is proposed for garage apartment, so it does not require a special permit. So that is among those that we'll take up initially, so we're holding off. And was 2 Mayflower Circle held off, Megan? No, okay. So the 3 that we're not taking now are 39 Meadowview Drive, 14 North Road, and 62 Walsh. Everybody else, if you're ready to vote, is there a motion on the balance of those?
Motion to approve.
Thank
All
you. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, there it is right
Second from Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
there. Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Let's do 4 North Road. Fritz, would you like to speak to that one?
Yeah, can we pull up the, I don't have 2 computers, so I can't do it. But can we pull up the application? Because there's a notation, I think, that this is secondary dwelling, but there's notation that they're connected underground. So I was just raising the question of, I didn't think primary and secondaries could be connected.
Oh, I just promoted John Brusher to panelist. It's his application while I pulled this up so that I can screen share.
Okay.
John, if you could unmute and then comment, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hello. They are not considered connected when it is underground. This has happened before at the through the building department. I believe there's a property over on Hickory Meadow. But if they are connected sort of underground, it does not count as a connection, nor does it count as ground cover.
Is there a reference in the bylaw that you could point us to by any chance?
No, I don't know that I know one off the top of my head, Madam Chair. I would probably defer to staff when it comes to these underground issues, because they do happen so, call it infrequently.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say that Tom Nevers bunker might be one, I don't know. Um,
One in Surfside.
Leslie, you probably have the longest history here. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I wish I knew this was coming up because we do have something in the bylaw that says something to the effect of nothing in this chapter shall regulate underground connections between buildings. Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly where it is. And I'm thumbing through the bylaw now to try to find it, but I'm certain that there is a provision for that because it kept coming up. And so we added some language.
Fritz, is that a sufficient answer for Megan?
Oh, I was just gonna clarify. I think, Fritz, you're referring to this structure shown here as the underground connection. So that's an extension of the primary dwelling. The actual proposal is for this garage apartment over here.
Oh, well, doesn't the application, wait a minute. What does the language of the application say?
Let's see. Hold on. Am I interpreting that correctly, John?
I think that's right.
The application says, I can't read the whole thing.
Sorry, I'm trying to zoom out. Hold on.
Secondary dwelling with drive-through garage connected to primary dwelling below grade. Above grade, oh, you just moved it.
Oh,
Above
sorry.
grade, the secondary dwelling is separated from the primary. So my question is, so it is the secondary dwelling, right, that we're talking about? No?
Correct.
And it's connected to the primary dwelling underground?
That's my understanding. Or I mean, it will be. It's all vacant now, but that is the construction plan, or my understanding of it.
Okay, well, this is the first time I've encountered that. So I guess it's a question, if there's something specifically in the bylaw that says that that's okay, but just generally I was going on the basis of the language which says you can't have the two connected, so. Other than through a breezeway. So that's my question.
Oh, Don Bracken's raising his hand. I believe he's the engineer on this. Hold on. Let me stop there.
Hello, Don. Thank you for assisting on this.
Okay, sorry about that. Just to clarify, I'm sure you don't have the multitude of plans involved with this project, but on the side of that secondary dwelling toward the road, the driveway comes down, and when they refer to connected with the garage under, the garage is actually underneath that secondary dwelling and then connects to the rest of the underground structure. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's a little confusing looking at it from the perspective on the plan that was on the screen. That's why the use of the word garage is a little confusing, but.
Okay, so I guess the question is the secondary dwelling connected to the primary dwelling through an underground?
Yeah, they are interconnected with the foundation system that's going to be there.
Okay, so my only question is whether that's permitted by the bylaw specifically.
It is allowed. I'm looking for the reference. So if you want to hold this over until a little bit later when I can find it, and it's kind of obscure. It's not something that comes up all the time. So
I would like to, not that I do not believe you, Leslie. It's just I want to make sure that I understand what it says. And it's the first time I've ever encountered it. So
Leslie, I'm looking to I haven't found it either. But you're probably looking at hard copy and I'm scanning. So, uh, John, I think if, and Don, I think if it's all the same to you, we're gonna hold this off until we get a response to that, and we simply will take it up in a few minutes, all right?
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you for digging that out, Leslie and Megan. We appreciate that. And kudos to Fritz for being a careful reader of such matters. I'm proud to be a member of this group that is so scrupulous. My minor contribution to scrupulousness here, my question on Walsh, 62 Walsh, is they're asking for a secondary driveway. I think you probably, or Megan can probably pull up the plan for it, but we've had other moves of houses around on Walsh Avenue area, including one in the last several months. And I just wanted to be sure I was clear on where on Walsh this was happening. And we have to make particular findings about secondary, second driveway access that involve findings of facts. I didn't see facts addressing the rationale for a second driveway in the application. The staff report said that they needed it to access their garage, which if you look at the plan, you'll see there's outside parking provided, and then there's a separate garage that has its own curb cut. So Megan, can you
Sorry, let me just pull this up here. And just while I'm looking for this, I know I've gotten a few emails from some participants that have submitted applications, and we are doing things a little bit differently with this meeting. You'll notice just the board and staff are in the panelist, if you will. So for these non-public hearing items, if the board has a question, we'll go ahead and promote you to panelists, similar as we just did for John and Dawn. Otherwise, when your public hearing is up, that's when we'll promote you over to panelists. So just as to not clog up the screen and try and mitigate some Zoom bombing issues.
Yes, I
Mhm.
wanted to say that for folks who weren't at our meeting on Thursday, we had probably half a dozen people who had signed up and then came on and sang songs and did other various things. And unfortunately, I know from the experience of others, including our HDC, that people who invade a Zoom meeting can put up pornography or racist stuff or whatever. So we're not attributing ill intent to anybody. We're just trying to keep a pretty clear view so we can deal with board members and also have display of relevant information like Megan's showing now, but we're not going to forget you. And if you have a question at any point, you can simply put up your hand and either Megan or I'll see it and we'll check in with you. Thank you for doing this, Megan. So you can see at the top of the screen there, the exterior parking, and then you can see the garage. The findings, as you know, we have to make for driveways includes my right page here.
We're on this one, I believe, is on page 9.
Okay.
Access is not contrary to sound
Sound
traffic.
traffic.
Safety, yeah, and
And
is not,
safety considerations, and it's not of a significant and adverse effect on scenic and historic integrity. And based simply on this plan, I didn't think I could make any findings because I didn't have the information that I thought we needed to make findings like that.
yeah. Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, I also have this one flagged. And I walk past, take a walk. I walk down Walsh quite a bit, but I purposely walked the entire length of Wall Street the other day. And there is not one property that has two curb cuts, other than this one that would be proposed. And I guess my point is that I'd like to make is this is a secondary dwelling with 3 bedrooms of almost 2,000 square feet. And the need for the second driveway is been created by the design that the designer or that the architect made. In other words, it's not a building that's there. It's a building that's to be constructed. So it seems to me that, I mean, and this property is maxed out. If you can look at it on this, but if you drive by it, it kind of looks like New York City in terms of the size of the buildings and how close they are. So my point is, I'm not really in favor of a second curb cut when there is this is a small road, a small street. There is no other second curb cut on Wall Street. And this is a second curb cut created by, not out of necessity, but simply out of the design that the owner or the architect would like to have. And I think the building could be redesigned and so to use a single curb cut. That's my comment.
What is the vote requirement to approve a secondary dwelling,
Super majority.
a simple majority and for a second curb cut?
Same thing, because it's a part, in this
Yep.
particular instance, it's a part of the second dwelling application where a special permit's not required.
Well, I think you heard Fritz, and I pulled it because I kept some of the same concerns, but so that leaves, if there's 3 votes to proceed, one of the 3 of you should make a motion to approve it, because I'm going to vote against it as well. The other thing is we could hold it over and ask the architect to come and try to probe it some more, but what is the significance if, I don't know that the votes may be there to pass it, but if we were to decline it, can they come back and ask for reconsideration?
I think if it's 2 things. So you should still move forward with approving perhaps the second dwelling in of itself, and maybe take up separately the issue of the driveway. But you can, if you're going to deny the driveway, if it ends up being a 3-2 vote, Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can do without prejudice so that, she would have the opportunity to come back at a future meeting.
Leslie, is that right?
So I have a couple of comments on that. One, the second driveway is only allowed without a special permit in combination with the second dwelling application. So you may not want to separate those. And I'll admit I wasn't fully listening because I'm still looking for that bylaw section from the last application. So I may have missed something there. And then the other thing is, this isn't a special permit, so it's not subject to the same standards for reapplication. So if you deny it, they can just come right back and apply again. Does that answer the question that was asked?
Yes.
I think so, thank you. So I think that means for the, maybe you can take down the screen share, Megan, and so we can see each other. Members of the board, what's your pleasure?
Can I just ask a quick question
Sure,
on
of
this
course.
for a second? I'm sorry.
Can
I
I,
finally got the
Megan,
pic. Oh,
I
Megan,
get
sorry, I didn't see
Megan?
you.
Oh, sorry, I think Paul Santos' hand is raised, and I'm wondering if he might be the engineer on this. He might be able to answer some of your questions.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yep.
Paul?
Nantucket. Hello?
Whoa,
You're a little choppy, but keep trying.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay,
I can hear you fine. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I did not submit this application, but it is a project that I'm working on. So I'd like to maybe try to shed a little light on this, if I could. Megan, if you had the plan back up, please. Okay, so this property is a bit unique because it compromises what was formerly 60 Wall Street, 62 Wall Street, and a portion of what was 64 Wall Street. So the curb cut that you're talking about tonight is actually a curb cut that's already, it's already existed as it served the building that was located at what was formerly 60 Wall Street. That building you graciously approved the move of as we moved that across the street back some months ago and saved it from being demoed. And that went over to 66 Halbert Avenue on that particular property. So this site, this 60 was moved to 66. That left this site available for redevelopment and essentially merger, if you will, with 62 Wall Street. Thus, the gym that you see, which is currently under construction, and the second dwelling that you see that is currently before you tonight, actually is going in a spot where there has historically and always been a driveway in this spot. So it's a bit unique in that case, whereas the property is now acting as one, it's merged, but it's made up of what was basically 60, 62, and a portion of 64. So with regards to historically being on the street, that driveway has always been in the location that is currently going to continue to be if the board sees fit to approve the access to this garage / second dwelling structure. I hope that helps. I think it does. I think it's a little bit unique. This lot is a little bit unique in that particular situation. And I don't think that was clear, obviously, on what you're seeing before you right now.
Paul, follow-up question, if you would. Could the exterior parking that's shown be connected to that driveway apron that's existing?
Well, you've got the garage access would not then be necessary. The only way to get in and out of that garage is going to be through that driveway as they've currently has it shown. You'd never be able to make that turn, Judith, to get, from the current parking kind of area that you have to the left. You'd never be able to get in and out of that enclosed
Well,
garage
I
structure.
guess I'm just trying to think it'll be up to them if it's not approved to come up with a solution, but they've got a pretty spacious layout for those 4 parking spaces otherwise, but thank you in any event. Do others have questions or comments for Paul? Campbell, I'm not going to call on you because these are limited to the elected planning board members. Sorry. Nat?
Paul just answered my question about the garage. Did it look like I wasn't 100% sure that that's what it was until he said it, but so he answered my question. So essentially this curb cut's to access the garage, how they've got it set up. So, I mean, personally, again, I look at these, Wall Street has no on-street parking. So if this was in the core district, we'd be saying, man, we got to get these cars off the street because no one can park. So now we're downtown, kind of out of town, but in town in a dense area that we're saying, we want you to make your yard a parking lot. I don't know what the answer is. I kind of look at them individually. I don't see this as a 2-acre lot that has all sorts of space to create interior parking. This is a little bit different, but where's the zoning down here, Paul? Is this R1 or R5 down here, or is this still?
It's R1.
It is R1. Okay.
Yeah, 5,000 square foot and what's
Yeah.
that, 50 frontage, I believe? So,
Yeah, 50 feet and
yeah.
ground cover, I think the ground cover is 35% or 40, one or the other.
Madam Chair.
So,
Oh, it's actually 12 and a half, I think, isn't it? Is it? Yeah.
no,
Sure. No,
R1 is more than that.
If we need more interpretation of the zoning, let's ask Megan to do that, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Megan? Okay, I see both John and Dave want to speak. John?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, I know this is, again, as Nat said, I take it on a case-by-case basis. I'm not really a big fan of the second curb cuts, especially in the downtown area. I know Grant Point is not in the ROH, but I'm just wondering if the crushed shell driveway really makes it stand out as a true second curb cut. I wonder if there, because it is going into the garage, I wonder if there would be an alternative, almost kind of quasi curb cut, and maybe have grass lined with those honeycomb type
Yep.
that make it look like grass. It doesn't appear as if it's a curb cut, but allows access into that short driveway to get into the garage. I don't think you'll have a lot of high traffic constantly going in and out. The main crushed shell driveway with the 4 parking places will primarily be the high traffic. So this would really be for off-season storage, et cetera, on a limited basis. So I wonder if maybe, I know Art isn't, he's working on it, but maybe not the direct telltale answer. But I wonder if that would be a consideration. It would just soften it.
That's a good point. I just saw some of those the other day getting used.
John, did you have more or that?
Well, no, I was just wondering if there was anybody, we might want to hold it so there could be representation for this particular one to consider an alternative type curb cut.
Let's hear from Dave. Dave?
I just a few things here. I mean, typically I'm not for second curb cuts. Is there already a garage on this property? Because if you look at the aerial, it looks like there's basically a driveway going into a house on the property is one question. And then the other question is, I mean, are we penalizing them for merging 2 lots by taking away one of the curb cuts that already exists? Is something that I kind of have a hard thing getting around. I mean, it's existed. They merged 2 lots. I think John's point about making it less obvious by putting that stuff in the ground would go a very long way in softening the blow. I hate to see these lots get packed like this. They have a legal right to do it, and I just feel like we are penalizing them in some shape or form by denying them something that already exists.
Paul, just to be clear though, Paul, didn't you say the existing building was moved off, so this is new construction?
that's correct. We moved that building across the street to 66 Hulbert Ave. But again, if you look at, yeah, you can see it right there. The blue, the area that's highlighted in blue, it was what was formerly 60 Wall Street. The curb cut we're talking about is the curb cut that you see that historically has been there. And that building that you see got picked up and moved diagonally across the street to where that parking area in the garage to the right there. That building is now sitting on that lot right there.
So they recycled something.
Well, we saved it. Yep, it was going to go to the
Boy.
landfill.
There's a lot of other stuff that's not getting recycled.
And I don't want to get, like I said, I just came on to kind of give you a little bit of history of it. I'm sure the questions that you have, if you want to hold this and then they have questions about materials and everything else. Elizabeth O'Rourke is the landscape architect, and Lisa Botticelli is the architect for the project. And to answer the question about that garage over on 60, that one where you saw that track going into the garage over on the left of 62 Wall Street.
Yeah.
That is a small one car one-car garage there, but that's getting removed from the streets. That's actually going to be removed from the site. So that's going to go away. That this structure is essentially replacing essentially what was over there as a, storage for the car over there. That'll be removed.
Okay, Fritz, do you have anything else you'd like to say at this point?
No, I mean, I understand, I understand that there was a driveway there before. I guess the point will be, as redesigned, this will now be the only house on Wall Street that has 2 curb cuts if we approve it. And the simple issue that I have, I guess, is this is a secondary. First of all, you look at the number of dwellings that are on the property. There's a pool house in the back corner, the lower left. There is a gym on the right-hand side in the lower right. And now they're proposing to put in an almost 2,000 square foot secondary dwelling. And my point would be, they've chosen to build a very large secondary dwelling, and then necessitating the need to have a second curb cut or driveway access. Whereas they could have designed this building to not need 2 curb cuts. That's my point.
Okay, so I'm hearing from, I think, 3 of you that you might want to continue till the next meeting and ask that the landscape architect and the architect come back and talk some more. You're hearing from 2 of us that we'd turn it down now. So one of the 3 of you should make the motion then, I think.
Can I just ask one question to staff? Judith, sorry.
Yes, please.
Leslie, I don't remember, I like what John said. We used to talk about those cement blocks with the holes in them.
Mhm.
The grass grows through, and I just saw the things that John's talking about the other day at the house. And I'm like, what the heck are those things? They must be the new replacement to the other ones that we used to talk about. So do we have the authority to ask them to do that as part of an approval? I don't remember, we used to talk about tracking pads, and I mean, we do it with the Belgian block. Why can't we do it with this? I think this is a good idea.
So you don't really have the authority to dictate the material. I mean, I suppose if you're, not inclined to approve a second driveway unless it doesn't look like a driveway,
Yeah,
then
that's what I mean.
it may be something that the owner would agree to. I mean, certainly something you could discuss, but I don't know about requiring it.
Right. Okay.
If I may,
I
Madam
just-
Chair, I
I'm
think
just-
because there might be
Hold on,
an option.
John.
Sure.
I'm not sure Nat was done.
No, I understand what she's saying. I just, we have so many requirements for the curb cut now with the bushes, the 10 feet, the width. I figured that maybe there's a way to, in some cases, request that, what John's talking about. I mean, that would have to go probably as a bylaw or some kind of vote that we have to take that up under public hearing or something like that. I'm just saying, we've done it with lots of other things, but I don't think we've ever actually done it with this before, that I recall. Remember the rural road alternative and all those other things we've done over the years? I just didn't think about this.
You'd still have to make the findings, I think, and the findings have to do with consistency with the neighborhood and with the historical character or something like that. So it may be that there's some line of analysis about how it looks visually, how it comports with that prong of the test. I'm not sure if that's true, but John, your turn now.
Yeah, I just think we should give the opportunity to the owners. We really could be debating this, but then they might be all in favor of the suggestion, and without giving them the opportunity, we might be knocking down this when everybody could get a win-win. So I still think it might be beneficial to continue this to the next meeting.
Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, second.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, Dave?
Yeah, and just I'm wondering if the architect would be willing to give us a landscape plan on this, because I feel that if some of the plantings are going to still exist between the two lots, that's going to give it an appearance of separation that might also kind of ease the pain of a second curb cut. Again, I can't believe I'm arguing for a curb cut here. I'm not really arguing. It's just a thought, I think that, so just a question, just a thought.
Okay, so my understanding is you're suggesting that would be conveyed by staff or by Paul to the architect, perhaps, and they could take it from there.
Yeah, just an idea.
Are you ready to vote? All right. Roll call, John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, no. Okay,
This is
4-1.
I'm sorry, the vote was for continuing.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't, just explain my vote. We can continue it. I don't know what they're going to say that would convince me that the factual findings can be made. So that's why I came out as I do. I can appreciate, Fritz, I thought of going the way you're going, but I just was ready to move on. So, all right.
I think it's clear that there are two of us that are probably opposed and still opposed, so they can, I'm not sure the significance of the number of the votes is going to make that much difference. So I'll let mine stand as a.
Fair enough. I think I respect everybody's votes. This was a thoughtful discussion, and I appreciate, Paul, your being here so you could share with them. I think when we don't have a representative of the applicant here, it makes it a whole lot harder, and we probably would have come to the same place that we would have had to continue it anyway to have them give us some background, because the application itself didn't provide really what we needed in that regard. But all right, I think that now takes us to
There's one more, right?
the other one is being held because there's a public hearing. So
Okay.
that
Got it.
secondary dwellings, tertiary dwellings, that one's been continued or withdrawn. Isn't that right, Megan? The Sherburne Terrace?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Chair,
A&R.
we're going to go
Yes.
back to 14 North, or are we going to continue?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I mean, I suppose we can keep going, but I just thought before we,
Good. Thank you, Fritz. We've been peppering Leslie with questions, so she probably hasn't had time to find it. But she probably would have gone eureka if she had found it.
Well, unfortunately, I think what happened, with the help of some outsiders watching the meeting, that we had language in the bylaw in the definition of breezeway. And then we subsequently deleted the definition of breezeway because it was causing a bunch of other issues not related to the tunnel. So I was correct about the language. Unfortunately, I forgot about the part about it being deleted. So there's not any.
You know, Leslie, I was thinking maybe our friends, the code compilers, dropped that one along with the last several they dropped, and I don't know quite what to believe.
I think we deleted it, but This is a garage apartment. It's not a second, yeah, it's a garage apartment, not a second dwelling. So it's not subject to the same connectivity issues as a second dwelling would be.
Oh, but it's,
Could
but
you
it's on the
explain
list
that
as
a
a
little more?
secondary dwelling. This is being approved as a secondary dwelling.
I thought Don Bracken mentioned it was a garage apartment. No.
Alexa, turn off, please.
Don, would you like to speak to this?
Maybe I shouldn't have said garage apartment. It's just, to me, it looks like that type of a structure, and those were the words I used. But I did not participate in this application. I got on because I am familiar with the site and what the design looks like.
Well, we shouldn't hold you responsible then. Megan,
Oh,
Madam Chair, if I may, just provide a little bit of an explanation. Second dwellings, at least throughout my brief tenure, have always been considered within the same application as the garage apartment. I've recently learned that they are two, in fact, very different and separate definable terms. So I've updated however, that said, they do require the same review. So the planning board's review is for the adequacy of access under both definitions. I've updated the application to reflect that language. So moving forward, I'll also put them as two separate agenda items, just so they're trying to alleviate some of the confusion. Because I know for me personally, I was confused that there was such a significant difference between the two.
so where does that leave us? I wasn't sure I understood Leslie's last point about assuming that this is no longer addressed clearly in the bylaw. That doesn't necessarily say it's in or that it's out, does it?
Well, my thought behind that was in the definition of second dwelling, it specifically says there has to be 10 feet of separation between the primary and the secondary. They can only be attached by a breezeway, which actually should be deleted because we deleted the definition of breezeway. But the definition of garage apartment does not include any of those things.
So if this is in fact a garage apartment, or if they change their application so it was a garage apartment, assuming they could meet that definition, then we could look at it again. Is
Yes,
that where you're going?
yes.
Megan,
Oh, yes, and that's why I wrote it up in the staff report as a garage apartment, not a secondary dwelling. And I think moving forward, I can do a better job of clarifying and differentiating between the two on both the agenda and the application.
so do you folks think we should continue it till next time and be sure that's what the applicant, has the applicant approved that change, Megan?
It wasn't a change, at least in my assessment. I've always assessed it as a garage apartment. So I think Don or John can correct me if that's a wrong assessment.
Don says this was not his project, so I think we should let him off the hook on opining on this.
I can tell you what the floor plan is, if that helps. I have the plans. The first floor is a game room. The second floor is a guest bedroom with a small bath. So it doesn't have a proposed kitchen or any type of other living areas.
And it doesn't have a garage.
Well, it's over a garage,
It is. So
a garage under, yeah.
the pool room's on top of the garage.
Yeah, Judith, some of these garages are like, they only have the cars in them in the winter. They have the
Okay,
ping pong table in the summer.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I find it confusing between accessory dwellings, secondary dwellings, garage apartments, all this stuff. And given the pace of everybody wanting to make money by adding more, I think if we've got these different definitions, we should have an understanding about what the differences are, why we have them, and that people applying should know what they're getting and not get confused. Because if next thing you know, they'll want a swimming pool, right? I mean, I don't know. Megan, I just don't want us to approve something if the applicant hasn't themselves said they're prepared to go that route. But are you saying you modified the write-up in the staff report because that was your assessment that it was a garage apartment, and so the point Fritz raised about connectivity is not relevant, so we can act on this now? Is that the thrust? Leslie says yes. Fritz, what do you think about that?
Well, if somebody could just explain or refresh my recollection, since I don't remember, what is the difference legally between a garage apartment and a secondary dwelling?
So they're two separate defined terms in the zoning bylaw. They're separate in the use chart. They have their own definitions. The definition of garage apartment, I won't read the whole thing, but it says a dwelling unit within a residential or commercial garage. And it says if located on the same lot as a primary dwelling unit, the following requirements are applicable, which says they have to be in the same ownership. And then the planning board has to review them for the adequacy of access. So it's the access review on the garage apartment that's the same as your review for the second dwelling.
Access to the road, Leslie?
Yep, access to the road, yes.
And if this were a secondary dwelling, what other requirements would there be, or what other things could they do? Obviously, they wouldn't have to have a garage.
Right, just a second, I'm flipping to that one. So if it's a secondary dwelling, there's the 20% footprint differential. The second dwelling, so the footprint, one of them has to be 20% larger or smaller than the other. Let's see, the housing needs covenant, they have to be in the same ownership, that still applies. You have the adequacy of the access finding. Then you have the 10 feet of separation that's in the second dwelling, which is not in the garage apartment. So for the purposes of this review, like that's the main difference. There's not a separation requirement.
Could a secondary dwelling have a garage in it?
It can have an attached garage.
Yeah.
I guess, and this is a problem, I guess, of the bylaw. But to me, what we've come out with is we've got two definitions of which there is no distinction other than what the requirement is. But if you're asking, if I say, gee, I want to build a garage, I want to build something and I want to have a garage in it, then I definitely go in with a garage apartment. But I could also put in secondary dwelling and have a garage in it as well. And there's going to be different, there's going to be different requirements solely by what I call it. Even though it may look and walk and talk exactly the same. So I guess I'm simply raising the question of, to me, the bylaw makes no sense, but.
Well, just if I may, through the chairman on that, with the,
Yes.
the secondary dwelling and the garage, I think the thought there is it's attached to the second dwelling. The second dwelling is not within it. I mean, the definition of garage is a dwelling unit within a commercial or residential garage, which is really intended to be the, garage is on the bottom, the dwelling unit's primarily above it. So it looks like a traditional garage.
And to add on to that as well, the dwelling portion in a garage apartment cannot exceed 150% of the garage space. So that's kind of the proportion difference that Leslie was mentioning.
But the question tonight, I agree with you, Fritz. I don't think we can fix all the bylaws here tonight, but I suspect there's something about history here, probably before the secondary dwelling
Yeah.
provision got put in. This was people had mother-in-law apartments or rental units or whatever. But the question tonight is, should we approve this particular proposal? Do we need more information from the applicant? It sounds as though the questions really have to do with interpretation of the bylaw. And it sounds as though staff is telling us it can be approved as it stands if treated as a garage apartment, and that there's not an issue of given notice or anything to the applicant, that is how they viewed what was actually submitted in the first instance.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I guess the question, I don't want to prolong this and just to be pedantic about it, but so I guess the question is, what did the original application say? And I understand the question of how it got put into the agenda, but what did the original application say? I think that's important. Was it an application for a secondary dwelling or for a garage apartment? And are we sure from what we see that it meets the requirements of a garage apartment in this with respect to the 150% requirement?
Madam Chair,
John.
unless my math is wrong, in Dawn describing what the actual apartment is, there's a first floor, there's a second floor, and it is over an underground garage. Is that correct, Dawn?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if I were doing the math, the 575 floor plan times 2, because there are 2 finished floors, is 1,150 square feet. And under the 150%, if it was going to quantify a garage apartment, you would be looking at 150%, which is 862. So therefore, it couldn't be listed as a garage apartment, if I'm correct in that assumption there with the math.
I think you're correct. So I don't think you would make the 150%. So maybe it would have to be looked at as a secondary dwelling.
Right.
Folks,
So
I think what we need to do is continue this, if that's all right with
I would
everybody.
suggest, yeah.
Because we've got citizen articles to review. We've got some more actual hearings to hold. What do you think, folks?
Yep, that's fine.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Make a motion to continue
Thank
till
you,
Second.
whenever, March.
Mark. Okay, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay. So we are now ready to move on to A&R plans.
Nope, I think we have a vote to,
Oh,
Oh,
did we already vote on the bulk of the other ones?
yes, we did.
We were
Yes.
removing.
yes,
Okay.
yes, we did,
So we
John.
removed
We
the
did
meta-
that
okay.
before we took up the individual ones. Okay, I told Megan earlier this was going to be a longer meeting than I had hoped it to be. I didn't know how early it would become a long meeting. Okay, so A&Rs, does anybody need to recuse on anything here? Is there anybody wanting to take anything off the consent agenda?
Madam
So-
Chair, I'd point out that 33 Hinsdale, it's listed as being, we should be taking it out. Simply on the recommended motion. Just referring to the agenda.
I may have printed the wrong one. I've got so many versions of these agendas. I'm going crosswise, so sorry, Fritz.
I believe.
What was this? 33 Hinsdale, you said, Fritz?
Yeah, I'm just looking, it says recommended motion. It said motion to approve and endorse all with the exception of 33 Hinsdale, which will require further discussion, and then
Okay,
I'm sorry. I
thank you,
need to go.
Fritz.
Yeah.
All right, everything but Hinsdale. So that is 9 Korea Lane, 12 Lovers Lane, 8 Green Meadows, 19 Sherburne Turnpike, 47 Millbrook Road. Is there a
Yep.
motion to that
Motion.
Make a
effect?
motion.
Motion to
Go ahead.
approve.
Second,
Thank you.
Fritz.
Fritz, John seconded, roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, yes, thank you. That Hinsdale one, we need to hear from Megan on that, I think.
So let me just bring Joe Marklinger over as a panelist. This is his application. I'm not necessarily recommending you approve or deny it. I just think that it warrants some discussion. This is a unique property where practical access will be gained from Hinsdale Lane, but the legal access to subdivide comes from Hinsdale. So Joe's here to answer any questions you may have about that and present what he's proposing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks, Joe.
Okay, hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, they have adequate frontage on both Hinsdale and Egan Lane, which is labeled as a common drive easement, but it's actually a pretty decent paved road. It's about 16 feet wide, and that will be the practical access. Hinsdale itself isn't as good. It's maybe 12 feet hardpack gravel, and it's pretty good to Marianne, but then after that, it's not so good. So, I mean, I think it's definitely adequate, but I guess there's some issue there because it's labeled common drive, that's Egan Lane instead of road.
I think the question is a common driveway as opposed to an actual road. I think there's also, I had a concern when we were going over the agenda initially that if people are avoiding Hinsdale, that's a problem because it's a private road, so we don't have any jurisdiction to make anybody do anything about it. But if people are avoiding it, that's worth noting, and worth noting that if this other driveway is going to be used instead, I think we just need to all be aware of that because we get a fair number of matters arising related to Hinsdale. But Megan, do you want to say anything further, or Leslie, about the common driveway issue?
No, I'll just point out that, you do need to make the finding that the road is of adequate width, grade, and construction to provide legal and practical access to the new lot being created. I mean, Hinsdale Road is not in good shape. I think it could use a lot of improvement, but, is it suitable for one lot? Maybe, particularly given the fact that, the lot will have access from the common driveway known as Egan Lane, but that is a common driveway and it's not a road. So you can't really consider that with the same weight as, the legal and practical access.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes, please.
bring up something? So Leslie, and Andrew's not here, so, I'm sure that he would already be thinking about this. Egan Lane, that's just the pork chop, strip, sort of hockey stick, whatever you want to call it, more like a goalie stick, actually, mess that hasn't been fixed yet, but will probably be in front of them soon enough after the Pine Crest one is fixed. So that at that point, Egan Lane will be a road instead of an easement at that point. And I don't think that we should go too crazy looking at this from a perspective of access and condition stuff, because Hinsdale, we're sort of, when these things come up, I could bring up so many things. Hinsdale should have been fixed 40 years ago when Nosshop was done, 35. And to this day, people say, well, how come we didn't connect it? Well, I don't know. Now we think of it as like somebody else's problem. Well, we kind of created the problem. And now we're down to a handful of lots. I don't think we should use that as a negative towards this one property. However, at some point in time, I brought it up at right-of-way committee, something's going to happen at Hinsdale. There's sewer in there, there's all sorts of stuff. That's going to end up being, some sort of a complicated arrangement between property owners and the voters to some kind of improvement like we did in Boulevard and those other roads. So I don't see an issue with this because in reality, the access is not on Hinsdale. So that would be my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Other,
Yeah.
Fritz and then John.
Yeah, this is a little bit the same from a legal point of view. It's a little bit the same as the issue we had, if I remember, back in that large property at the end of Hummock Pond Road when there was Mothball Lane, I think, and they were dividing it up, and the issue was, remember, and I raised the issue of you had to have legal and practical access from the road that provides the frontage. And the fact that you have another practical access, I raised the issue that from a legal point of view, that doesn't qualify. It's the frontage, the road that the frontage is. And so I think this is the same issue. I think from a legal point of view, we have to be prepared to be able to say that there is legal and practical access from Hinsdale Road, which has sufficient width and grade and adequate construction. So that, to me, that's the issue. It's purely a legal question. I mean, it's a practical question, but it's a
practical legal question. John.
Yeah, I don't think this creates a big of a difference when we're looking at rear lot subdivisions showing that there's access to from a paper road. It just shows that you can access it, it's legal. And then what we'll do is we'll ask the homeowner to have access from the other road. I think when you look at Egan, that is actually a nicer road. And as Nat was saying, eventually that will be corrected and those pork chops will be changed from an easement to a road. So I just I don't see a problem here. If anything, we're helping by not having the Hinsdale Road traveled. But for Fritz's point, we're showing that it can legally be done. We're just hoping that they access it from Egan.
Dave.
I just had a couple questions on the lots on either side. And I noticed that the one to the west, I guess, has access on Hinsdale, but is that part of the Pine Valley or the part of the Egan, originally part of that Egan subdivision? Because I think it was part of one of those two subdivisions, and then Sutherland to the east of him also has access on Hinsdale. So it's confusing to know how that happened and if the Sutherland property, I think, was subdivided as well. So I'm just trying to kind of figure out historically what has gone on there to kind of wrap my head around it, if that makes sense.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So the lots on either side are part of this subdivision. The Ryder property was divided, I don't know, at least a decade ago, I would say. And the former owner made significant improvements to Hinsdale Road at that time so that it would qualify for frontage for the newly created lot. Sutherland, I'm not sure what the condition of the road was at the time, if they did a lot division. And just simply creating a driveway is different than, creating a new lot to use the road for frontage. So what you have to look at is the condition of the road at the time the lot division is being proposed. So, the question today, I mean, there's no question about is the lot accessible from Hinsdale? Is the road good enough? And I think Nat brought up, a really good point about, making overinvestments in a road that, may not be used.
Leslie, do you have thoughts on Fritz's question about legal and practical access?
Well, they do have legal and practical access from Hinsdale Road to these lots. The question is the condition of the road adequate or not? So do you want them to grade it? Do you want them to fill the potholes? Do they need to cut vegetation? I mean, those are the questions for tonight.
They have legal access there. Is there past precedent about practical access, whether it has to be on the same road that provides legal access?
You need to be able, so remember, this is an A&R. So
Right.
Hinsdale Road is the frontage. So for the A&R, you have to have the adequate number of feet for your frontage, and you have to be able to drive a vehicle to a buildable part of the lot, which you can do right now. So if they choose to use something else, that's up to them. But they have to be able to use the legal frontage.
And you would say that's satisfied?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board members, further discussion? Is there a motion?
Motion to endorse 33 Hinsdale, A&R.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
John seconded. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz.
I'm going to say no, just because I'm not convinced that legally we're there, but I'm not questioning it. I'm just not sure. So I'm going to say no.
And I say yes. So that's 4 votes yes. So I think we're now done with the A&Rs.
Hey, thank you. Have a nice night.
Thanks, Joe.
I thought that was a whatever we had last meeting for a second. I'm like, who's this? Oh my
Okay,
God.
previous plans, Woodland Hill lot release number 7661.
So the applicant is requesting the final lot in this subdivision be released. They've been working for quite a while with staff to kind of get the remaining punch list items taken care of. They've put up a sufficient bond to address those remaining items. There is a parcel to be gifted to the town that is on the upcoming select board agenda. So technically the form cannot be released until that's done. But my recommendation is to go ahead and endorse it, and then we can just work with the applicant directly to get them the form when the select board accepts the gift.
Okay, is there discussion?
I have just a quick question. Is this the bike path thing?
Yeah, it's partially bike path, some easement. There's a portion at the end of, I think it's Red Mill.
Yeah,
Where it
yeah,
abuts town
that's good.
property that they're meant to give the town.
Yep, very good. Just checking. I know a little bit about it from another committee I'm on, and this is really good. They've got the nice little post there now. It looks good up there. You know, the way it was supposed to be from originally back in the day when this was all sort of planned. Thank you.
Okay, for motion,
Motion to endorse.
approve. Second,
John moved, Nat seconded, roll call, John,
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Britt,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you. Next one is number 7321 White Whale Lane lot release. John, I know you've recused on White Whale before. I don't know if that is pertinent.
Different lot, so I'm fine
Okay.
with this one.
Okay, thank you.
So on this one, they're also requesting the final lot to be released. There is still yet to be some estimates that we need from the applicant, and they'll need to put up an escrow to address any of the remaining items that Ed Pesci has detailed in his final punch list. But I do think that it's okay to go ahead and endorse the Form J and just let the applicant work with staff to obtain that remaining funding and estimates.
Megan, can I just ask, this one had so many things not done. I know our assumption is if they have to put up a bond to cover them, then that gives them enough incentive to do it. But are there ever times that we decline to allow them the option to put up a bond and just say, get the work done? I mean, to get it further along, because this usually it's fairly minimal, but this seems like more substantial work yet to be done.
Madam Chair, I can't think of a time where the person has requested to post money and the board has denied it. I mean, we take, it's cash, so they are usually pretty anxious to get their money refunded.
And Leslie, on a related point, if I wonder over time if costs of certain kinds of improvements go up, is the margin, I think it's 120%, right? Is that enough to deal with any inflation in cost or things of that nature?
So throughout my tenure here, I can only think of one situation where the board actually had to use the money to finish the project. And several years had gone by and we were able to get the same work done with the money they had posted. So it seems like a system that works.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from anybody? Otherwise, we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to release the lot 7321.
Second.
Subject to staff approval later, right?
Yes, yes.
Nat moves, Fritz seconds, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Okay, number 8254 Reliance Way lot release.
Similar situation here. This subdivision was smaller scale, just being 3 lots. There's some roadway improvements that absolutely need to be done. We've been provided a quote for that. There's some landscaping. So the applicant's going to be getting us those final estimates and depositing a check to be held in escrow so that that lot can be released. So my recommendation for this one is the same as the others, to go ahead and endorse the form and hold it in the office until we have the money in hand.
Are there questions or comments? Otherwise, is there a motion?
Motion to
approve.
endorse with staff holding at the discretion.
Second.
John moved, Nat seconded, roll call, John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Okay, let's see here. So much paper. Okay, now we're going into the public hearings. Before we give the instructions to the public, we've got PLSP 2020-11-92, 2 Mayflower Circle, request to continue. I guess that's till March. Is that right, Megan?
No, this one will actually continue until June. It's subject to a zoning change, a citizens warrant
Oh,
article that
okay.
you'll discuss at the
Right.
February 17th meeting. So it's just gonna depend on the outcome of what happens there, what they do next.
Okay, so is there a motion to continue till the
Yeah.
June meeting?
I make a motion to that effect with the action deadline. Staff can, I'm sure, has a plan for that. Okay.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
John, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. PLSP 2020-12-98, 5 Luff Road, LLC, 5 Luff Road. This is a request to withdraw. We acted on the proposal they'd had earlier instead of this one. So withdraw with prejudice or without prejudice.
Make that motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay.
Second.
Dave seconded, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz. Fritz is muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Aye.
And John,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you. Megan, could you tell people how to proceed with the public hearing? And our 2 major presenters, I think, are Arthur Reed and Sarah Alger, so you may want to promote them.
So I'll promote Sarah. I'm not going to promote Arthur. Arthur's here representing the public, so he can be acknowledged when we get to public comments. If that's okay with you, Madam Chair. I've just added Sarah. We have Terry Sanford. Was there anyone else as a part of from the application side of things? I see here. I just want to make sure I bring over the applicants to be panelists. Sarah, Terry.
Okay, Megan, do you want to do a brief introduction?
Sure. So you guys heard this at the November meeting, I think was the last time.
Yes.
November, December. There was some back and forth between the abutters. Really kind of what's progressed up until this point is the applicant has agreed to some further conditions, such as no on-street parking passes to be applied for or granted to employees, that the employees are provided NARDA passes and there wouldn't be outdoor amplification of sound. So those came out of discussion from the last meeting. The applicant has also submitted a management plan for your review since the last meeting. And I think, Sarah and Terry are here. Let me know if there's someone else that should be on the meeting.
It's Tyler Hardy, Megan.
Tyler. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, Sarah. Thanks for being with us.
Yes.
And your team also. Tyler and Terry, welcome. So take it away.
All right. Well, so I just want to remind the board that this is an existing guest house situation. It's a pre-existing non-conforming guest house that's operating as such. We thought in connection with the work that we wanted to do that it made sense to overlay the entire property with a special permit, since that is allowed within a half mile of the CDT or a quarter mile of the CDT, and we fall within that. This could also be done as a modification of the pre-existing non-conforming use. I think either way works. The proposal was simply to take the 3 guest rooms that are currently in the garden level of the inn at 10 Cliff and move them to the building next door, 10A Cliff, or is it 10B? One's 10A and one's 10B. And move the employees who have been, and innkeeper who have been living in the smaller dwelling into those basement or garden level rooms. That's kind of the proposal. I know the abutters have had a number of concerns. I don't know that most of them are specifically related to the proposal, and more generally aimed at the guest house operation itself and how things have been operating. We did submit a management plan. I know that Mr. Reed, on behalf of the abutters, has proposed some changes. Megan, if you could put those up, I just want to run through them and give an explanation of the ones that we think we can agree to and the ones that we don't feel we can agree to. Is that possible? Are we still even connected?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So starting from the top, that is fine. It's just semantics. That's not a problem. Number 4, keeping an open log of any complaints. That's also agreeable. Number 5, the exterior lighting complying with the zoning bylaw. I mean, I really think that that's covered in number 1. If you want to specifically call out chapter 102, I guess you could call it out in connection right there at the end where it says including but not limited to the so-called noise bylaw. You could also say the so-called dark skies bylaw, chapter 102. I wonder why we're even going to the extent of calling out specific sections of the code and not others. I mean, we're agreeing to meet whatever rules and regulations we're subject to, whether they're specifically called out in this management plan or not. So that's my thought about number 5. Number 7, we'd rather not do number 7. We just think it's vague and open-ended and will lead to potential misunderstandings. Number 8, exterior televisions. We have no intention of having exterior televisions. I think that this is probably covered in a later condition, but if it has to be called out separately, that's fine. Number 9, let's see. The parking, is already regulated. So, we don't want to limit staff and management to where they're going to park. We're going to encourage them to use bicycles, and the NERDA passes will be made available. Some people will be living on the site, but we don't really see where we should give up parking rates. 11, you're changing, the proposal there, that's not acceptable, because what you're basically saying is that you're changing a prohibition against service into a prohibition against consumption. We'd like our guests to be able to have food and drink if they bring it themselves. They might do takeout, or I don't know, sit on a patio and have a cup of coffee. We don't want to be limiting that. Number 12, we'll meet the the bylaw, but we think that the noise threshold that's being proposed there is kind of unmeasurable and therefore not probably enforceable. Number 13 is, we don't want to agree to number 13. First of all, we currently are licensed for what's called a residential kitchen. My understanding of the way the bylaw reads is that you can't have a commercial kitchen in a lodging house. You can only have a commercial kitchen in a hotel, and you can't have a hotel in a residential zone. So if we were in the CDT, we could have a hotel with a commercial kitchen, but we're not in the CDT, we're in the ROH, and as such, although we're within a quarter mile of the CDT, we're allowed to have a lodging house, but I believe a lodging house specifically excludes a commercial kitchen. So I don't think we need number 13. If we were going to get an alcoholic beverage license or an entertainment license, there's a separate special hearing process for that through the select board. 14, I mean, that's not acceptable at 10A. The neighbors are allowed to have chairs and tables on their patio and front porch. They're also allowed to have televisions in their home. And we don't see any reason why there shouldn't be the same thing on the property adjacent at 10A. The management plan, number 15, is fine. And I think that's the end of it. So those are the thoughts on the management plan, and I haven't heard from you all as to what you wanted to see in it, but those are our thoughts and what we put together based on other management plans that we've done.
Sarah, can I ask a follow just on that last point? Would you, it might lead to enhanced trust here if we did what we've done in some other projects I know you're familiar with, which is to have like a check-in in 12 months to be sure, to know how things are going or that kind of thing, instead of just leaving it as up to staff from time to time, but to have some kind of a regular, not forever, just a one time to kind of smooth the way forward, if you see what I mean.
I think I mean, I wouldn't propose that for the management plan. I would think that something like that would go in the decision.
But you'd be okay with that?
We did something like we did, I can't remember exactly what we did for Roberts, the Roberts collection.
I think it was Roberts, yes.
If we did something similar to that, yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay, colleagues on the board, do you have questions for Sarah or colleagues? Dave. You're muted, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. To either one, just the parking. I think the concern is maybe here that the residents for management could possibly pull some parking permits that would clog up parking for longer than just regular parking, working, coming and going. But I think we should limit their ability to do that. I'm not against them getting one maybe for a manager, but more than that, I think we just run the risk of clogging up the street with too many cars. And then I think that most of the things that were mentioned make sense. So I think that we're heading down the right path. Thank you.
Let's see. Do I see anybody else? Megan.
I'm sorry, I think Terry has his hand up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Terry. You can wave physically if you prefer.
Can you hear me? This is Terry Sanford on behalf of the applicant, Blue Flag Development. I just want to say two things. One on the parking item. Yeah, I think a restriction to being able to submit for one permit would be super appropriate. The only time I ever see us actually pursuing or using something like that is if we had a dedicated like full-time manager that was living on the site. And so it would be appropriate for them to be able to park within the neighborhood. I have no issue with that being restricted beyond that. And then the other thing I just wanted to say as it relates to the idea of coming back in a year for check-in, I think on principle, that's a good process and I have no objection to it. But my experience thus far, with this particular special permit process and this particular property has been a little frustrating because we opened last summer into COVID in sort of a difficult year with some, management staffing changes that were happening as we went. And I think, some of the neighbors were frustrated with exterior noise, which really shouldn't have happened at all. But this process has turned into sort of like them making all sorts of demands going way beyond sort of what we think is reasonable and what's already sort of grandfathered within the property. So I'm just wary that the board, just make a note or have some consideration that I think there are people who are objecting to the continued commercial use of the property, period, and aren't interested in finding common sense solutions and finding compromise. Even in this management plan, we got feedback from Arthur Reed with a whole bunch of suggestions, and we accepted probably 2/3 of them and pushed to the side the sort of ones we thought were most gregarious or are already covered and regulated through other processes within the town. And, we got back even as recently as today, the demand for every single one of those things to be in the management plan. So I would just ask the board to be mindful of that if we're going to include a check-in process. That I don't want that to be gamed by the neighbors who are just really trying to stop the commercial use of the property outright. Because I think it's, these inns and lodging houses are an important part of the Nantucket culture. The zoning board's gone so far as to, or planning boards to create special permits for these uses in the residential districts. And this particular property has been, I think it's the longest running B&B or lodging house in Nantucket. So I'm defensive and protective about it. That's it.
Thank you. All right. For those in attendance who would like to speak, this will be your opportunity. We're opening the public hearing. You can see on your screen, I think, a place to raise your hand, and then we will either Megan or I will see the hand raised, and then we will let you speak. So Arthur Reed, I see you, Megan, and then followed by Benjamin McGrath, followed by Michael Cole.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, as mentioned, I represent Benjamin and Linda McGrath, who live directly across the street from this property. And they have had, as we set forth at the prior meeting, a large number of complaints with the way that the property was operated last summer. They recognize the fact that this has a pre-existing non-conforming use as a guest house and therefore as a commercial use in the residential old historic district. However, prior to the present operators of the property, they had never had any problem whatsoever, no complaints, no issues, whereas they had quite a number of complaints last year with the music, which I'm glad to hear was never intended to take place and never will take place in the future. That's great. Now, I had provided Sarah with a proposed set of changes to the management plan a couple of weeks ago, or 10 days ago anyway. And what I heard back from Sarah was that those changes were unacceptable. I didn't hear any favorable responses at all. In fact, no response other than they were unacceptable, which she informed me of last week, Friday, I believe. So I'm glad to hear that a number of our changes are acceptable, and I think that they're appropriate. One of the biggest concerns that we have had has been the issue of paragraph 15, and which we have proposed a method by which, if they're going to modify the plan, that it wouldn't be simply something that they could make a completely subjective decision about, but rather would have to go back to the planning board for anything of any significance. And I'm glad to hear that they are now willing to have that language in there. As to the other paragraphs that they have not agreed to, again, I don't, as far as the lighting is concerned, I don't think it hurts to have that in there, whether it's covered somewhere else or not. I don't know what the concern is about number 7, the exterior storage of furniture, refuse, debris, or other materials constituting a nuisance. I suppose if they constitute a nuisance, that would be a basis for us to come back to the planning board and request that the hearing be reopened, which in any situation like this, you have traditionally provided that the hearing would be subject to being reopened in the event of further problems that would arise, and certainly that there would be the ability to come back in a year when we see how the situation has gone. Again, I'm very much gratified to hear from Terry that they intend to operate the inn in the way that they've indicated, which would be very different from the way that my clients found it to be last summer. We'll just have to see how that goes. But again, my clients have not been concerned with this just for the sake of objecting to it. They have had a very traumatic experience, as have some of the other neighbors who have been on the call at the time of the November meeting with this, and they're very much concerned that this be operated in a way that won't interfere with their quiet enjoyment of their property in a residential area. Yes, having lodging houses, B&Bs, in the old historic district is traditional, and we have no problem with that whatsoever. What we have the problem with is it going a step beyond the way that a traditional Nantucket B&B has been operated, in a way that would have a serious impact on the neighborhood, as was the case last year. That would be my comment on it, and I would suggest that we turn it over to Ben McGrath.
Let me just ask of the board, does anybody want to ask Arthur a question before we hear from the other folks? He'll be standing by.
I have one thing to add to, I don't know if this is more for staff or Sarah though, but it might help a little bit. Would you, Sarah, can you hear me? Sorry.
I can.
Remember how we have over the years on different special permits for existing uses, changes use, put in, an end of year review. I see you got all the phone number things. That's good stuff. That kind of came out of Millie's for the most part. And we had that end of year sort of like, potentially reviewing the season, complaints, not complaints, that kind of thing. Would that be something that we'd be, I realize you can open up a hearing anytime, but if we make that point before we approve or come up with some conditions for this beyond what we have, that might help mitigate some of the concerns that the neighbors have, because again, special permits are complicated. That any change is always seen as sort of a problem. All these uses in town are going to sort of, they migrate and change a little at a time. All, you know, they're not all gonna stay the same. North Water Street's got a couple places I guarantee you are gonna be changing within the next probably 10 years. So we'll be looking at those again. So
Well,
I'm just saying, that's just an idea.
now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
I just wanted to say, we had a similar condition in the Roberts Collection special permit. It said that the planning board shall hold a public hearing in October or November of the year in which the restaurant has been in operation for its first full season.
yeah,
Review the conditions of this decision. If the planning board determines at such public hearing that the applicant is not meeting the requirements of the decision or finds the conditions of this decision are inadequate to address the concerns raised during such public hearing, the board may modify its approval by placing further limitations on the use of the project by adding or modifying conditions, including but not limited to reducing, you know, exterior. It had a lot to do with the restaurant.
right.
But we could do something like that, but key it more to the guest house use.
Right, that's all I was suggesting, Sarah, you got it. You're
I don't
doing a better job,
I'd
much
rather,
better job than me.
well, no, I mean, I'm reading something that's already written, so that's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
I would think, you know, we wouldn't necessarily have to do it in October and November, but sometime following that first full season of operation, sometime over the course of that. So that would make sense.
Okay, thank you.
Terry, I'm going to call on Terry. You may have a related point.
Yeah, thanks. This is Terry Stanford again as the applicant. I'm going to say the same thing I said before. Like, if we're going to come back and do a public hearing and review what's going on, I would expect that there are going to be very clear thresholds by which we will be held or judged to, because again, I am super wary with this property in particular, which is, you know, again, as it's sort of steward, it's got a grandfathered use. It doesn't need to be subject to this special permit at all. It's my belief and my firm's process that it's the right thing to do to come put these entities so they're properly regulated and there's proper enforcement. But I just have to be wary that, you know, we're opening up Pandora's box. And we're doing that in good faith with the board here. So if you've got one neighbor who's just frustrated with us, who comes to hammer us, that the board will be able to measure those complaints or concerns against some sort of, you know, impartial yardstick. So again, that's just sort of a broad point, but it again,
that's a good point.
It's my concern with that type of process. I don't object to it. I think it's totally appropriate. I just worry about the, you know, politicization of these things.
Yep.
I see Dave and Campbell, but I've already kind of called up the other members of the audience who wanted to speak, so I'm going to ask you to hold off. And I thought I had Mr. McGrath before Mr. Kolb, but I see Mr. Kolb next, or Miss Kolb, Michelle Kolb. Welcome, Miss Kolb.
Hi there. How are you? Thanks for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So just to comment on some of the recent concerns that were made with regard to the neighbors. I mean, I have to say we are very tolerant and good neighbors and stewards of our little community here. We certainly, having been on Nantucket for many, many years, understand the tourism component in Nantucket and its livelihood. But to cast it that we as neighbors are just not happy with the idea of a lodging coming in there, and that's going to be a continual you know, a thumb that we are going to bring up and issues we will bring up is inaccurate. We were really subjected to major noise through the whole summer, well into the fall, into November. And I think of all the objections, that is the largest one we have. And I do have concerns with regard to the proposal that's made, that if the operations management has the opportunity to modify the rules and regulations at their call, really doesn't put any teeth into this agreement to abide by. And, we just would hope that attitude of, oh, we're just the disgruntled neighbors is dispelled.
Folks, I'm just going to say, we respect everybody, and I understand you're responding to comments from others, but I'd just ask everybody to keep the rhetoric kind of even keel and not feel like you have to go tit for tat of who said bad things about whom, if that's all right.
Yeah, I
Just generally.
understand. I'm just responding to the
I
interpretation
understand.
of who we are as neighbors and the inaccuracy of that, and that we are just looking to be able to enjoy our summer equally as any of the guests that would be at the Lifehouse. That's what I want to.
Thank you very much. Ms. Culp, can I ask a follow-up to you? If you come back on live, not mute, just to be sure I understand, when you are concerned about the agreement, noise is your number one issue, right? Did I
Yes,
hear you
noise
right on
and
that?
the lighting and the overlighting issue of the property. Yes. But, I
Okay.
understand town ordinances with regard to lighting.
Okay, and we appreciate your being here. Thank you. I see Benjamin McGrath and Linda McGrath. I don't know if you're on the same line or if you have two different computers, or which of you would like to go first.
This is Ben McGrath. I'll go quickly. First of all, I'm very appreciative of the feedback we heard from the applicant tonight, willing to make changes to the management plan, in particular paragraph 15 is very helpful and very much appreciated. There has been repeated comments made that the guest house use is pre-existing. And I just want to make sure the board is clear that the number 10A, the smaller dwelling that this application is requesting to convert that dwelling into 3 guest house units. I just want to be sure that the board understands that when the construction of that house was approved by special permit in 1984, guest house use was prohibited. So it's not pre-existing, and so that's noise emanating from that building will not impact my my quiet enjoyment of my house. So it's not important, but the community surrounding Lifehouse has gathered together, and my friend Francis Cartoonan, who lives literally 2.5 feet from this small building, is concerned about excessive noise generated from that house. So I'll wrap it up quickly. I'm very appreciative of the changes to the management plan, and the scheduling of some sort of revisiting down the road, I think will be helpful, just to make sure that there isn't anything out of control with regard to this little building that, again, is only 2.5 feet away from the adjoining house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Linda McGrath, followed by Francis Cartoonan.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. I am with you. Thank you very, very much for the time. I just want to point out that we have owned our house for over 12 years. We're, obviously right across from what was the Century House, now the Lifehouse. Prior to that, we rented nearby for over, 15 years. So we've been on the island for almost 30 years. In the 12 years that we lived across the street from the Century House, we never had one single complaint. Clearly, we bought our house knowing that we had B&Bs, across from us, Cliff Lodge across from Century House, a couple up the street, a couple down the street. We were near American Seasons, et cetera. We fully were aware of that. And again, I will say that in 12 years of living across the street from Century House, we never had one complaint. So we're not the complaining kind of neighbors. In fact, we waited for quite a while before we even brought this noise problem to anyone's attention, because we were actually hoping to help Lifehouse get on their feet, get going, get some clientele. We were actually trying to be nice, and frankly thinking they would tone the music down. This was just an introductory thing. But that didn't happen. The music would come on from actually the day they sort of equipped the hotel with furniture. The day that happened, the day the music started playing around 5 o'clock, went well past 10 o'clock every single day into the fall, the late fall. Not only could we hear it from outside on our back patio, but inside our home from our front sitting room and upstairs in our master bedroom. We're not trying to complain. We're not trying to say that this entity can't exist as a commercial property. We're not trying to do any of that at all. We want everyone to succeed. We also want to live peacefully within our neighborhood. We are all stewards of our antique homes in the neighborhood. We want you to be a good steward of Lifehouse. Moreover, we want you to be a good steward of our neighborhood. And that's all we ask. Let's coexist peacefully. We're not out to hammer anyone. We just want to live peacefully. That's all we ask. And we would appreciate you in turn being good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. Francis Cartoonan, followed by Philip Ross.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Unlike my neighbors who have been speaking just now, I'm a year-round, long-term abutter, and I know the history of the Century House in depth through a whole series of proprietors. Now, as Sarah Alger herself said in the beginning, the garden level of the main building is the basement level. And the rooms that have been in the basement have not been guest rooms, they have been employee housing. The history of the innkeeper's cottage expansion back in the 80s, that expansion was permitted strictly for it to be the innkeeper's residence and not as guest rooms. So I am obviously very concerned about any change in that status. And I also would like to speak to that one provision of the management when it says the front porch of the 10A cottage, which is considered the front? Is it the front facing Cliff Road, or is it the side right up against my property, as Ben McGrath said, within a couple of feet? Because the little deck area there that abuts my property is very, very close. It has always been very, very quiet, and it would be very uncomfortable for me to have guests of the Lifehouse using it for anything except what the innkeepers have used it for in the past, which has been very quiet and not very often. So those are my comments. My concern is entirely with the notion of converting the innkeeper's cottage into guest rooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, Philip Ross.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for being here, Mr. Ross.
Of course. I don't need to take much time. All I want to do is go on record confirming the comments of my other neighbors and thanking them for The way they presented them, they seem very, to me, complete and represent my concerns as well. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I suspect I saw Mr. Sanford look like he might want to respond, but I think what I'm going to suggest is we hear from board members, and then there may be more questions or comments, so we can kind of keep the meeting moving along, if that's all right. Mr. Sanford, is that okay with you, Ms. Alter? Okay. Let's see, who did I have? I think I had Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm feeling a little off kilter with the other thing. Mine was more commenting on the management plan requests from Arthur Reed. And I wasn't quite sure where anyone was landing on it, but I just wanted to make a couple of comments based on my experience as a traveler and, someone who stays in various and sundry places. I thought, I believe it's Rule 11, which requires no eating, no beverages outside. And I think I didn't quite get the drift of where the board was going with that, but I felt that was very excessive. As someone who does visit other areas and stays in inns and bed and breakfasts and lodging and things like that, one of the experiences you go for is to be able to have your coffee and a muffin out on the deck of a place and enjoy the space. I think last year hopefully was an anomaly with the type of people that they entertained there. But anyway, I thought that was going a little bit too far, as with the no beverage license and food service kind of thing. I think those are permitted under different boards, and I'm not sure that's appropriate here to restrict because we don't know how it's going to evolve that way. Other than that, I thought the management plan myself sounded nice. I like the addition of some of these things, but I think the things where it feels very imposing and restrictive of the lodging's ability to function as a lodging, I think are a bit restrictive based on the original complaints of noise. I feel like they go a bit too far. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Iverson.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to assure the abutters that they are heard and that we as a board have heard them and understand their concerns. And through you, Madam Chair, Terry, I think that you should not fear revisiting us. I think you've been in front of us long enough to know how this board functions, and I would say that we're overly fair. And that, it's just important for you moving forward is to just, it's little things like maybe like a little placard in the room of the smaller guest house saying, hey, you're 2 feet away from, from a year-round residence that we all know and love, and please show some respect. And I think little things like that will go a long way. And I understand that, some of the abutters don't want food or drink, but I really think that is going too far, at least until Terry shows us that his guests and management aren't capable of doing it in a way it doesn't disturb anyone else. So I just think we're all adults, and we're going to meet again on this, but I have faith that Terry and his staff will do the right thing. And if not, we will hear about it. So, thank you.
Nat.
I'd actually agree with everything Dave just said there. I think, I'm familiar with this property and its past use. I'm familiar with across the street at Cliff Lodge, and, they've added a few little things in the back that people are outside a little bit in the summer. I mean, again, what Sarah brought up about CDT and the ROH commercial use pre-zoning is a very important thing to understand, and everyone should sort of reflect on that. Everything we try to preserve was done before there were any rules or any permits. So these businesses are going to slowly change here and there as time progresses. Whether we want them to or not, that's just how things are. We didn't even have wheels on suitcases 35 years ago. So things have changed. But bringing this under the special permit approval process is a sort of a layer of, I don't like to even say control. It's more about a process that allows for reasonable debate or reasoning between us and the owners and the public to sort of gauge what's happening and what's changing, and we've done it with many other places. So I trust this management team. They're not doing this, just for fun. I mean, they have a vested interest here and in other places, and they're going to have to. The last thing they want to do is have a reputation of having a problem with neighbors. So I would just leave it at that. Thank you.
Fritz?
I have nothing at this point.
John Trudell? You're unmute.
He's muted.
Unmute.
John.
Sorry. Sorry. Nothing really substantial to add, only that I think this is a few meetings now, and the neighbors and the applicant have made some compromises, and I'm looking forward to having them work together, and hopefully the management plan will prove to be sufficient, and it will be a good relationship. So it can come back to the board, and I'm hoping it doesn't. When it does, we get good reviews.
Thank you. David Callahan?
Yeah, my only real concern was, is the guest house really convertible to being guest rooms, or the innkeeper's cottage really convertible? That was the first thing that hit me when I saw this several months ago. And I seem to be hearing more about complaints about noise and things than whether that's really convertible. I think Francis brought that up, is that I thought there was a waiver signed on that it always would have to be the innkeeper's cottage. So I'd like some clarification on that, if I could, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Shall I ask Stephen Welch, and then you can take all these questions together? Stephen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think David more than aptly summed up thoughts, and I appreciate the questions people have been putting out. And I do agree with David. That was something that struck me as a point of clarification. So it looks like Terry was going to do that, but I did want to support the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, this is Terry Sanford as the applicant. I think there are two questions there, so I'll try and answer them in order. One was just whether the house, practically will lay out for guest rooms. The answer is yes. It's pretty nicely organized to that fact. And frankly, the history of the past use, the owners did use it as guest rooms at points. So I think when they designed the house, they sort of were thoughtful about that it would be overflow for them. My understanding of the history with the special permit with the 10A Cliff House was that the special permit specifically restricted the expansion of the lodging house. And that was done because it was a grandfathered use that didn't have any controls around. It wasn't particularly, regulated to a specific number of key counts or what have you. And so again, my understanding was that was written into the special permit to protect from any expansion. And so what we've proposed as we're sort of, investing in and reorganizing the property to present a more elegant experience is abandoning 3 rooms in the main building, which are grandfathered and under that 17 count, and moving them over. So there's a little bit of a trade there that I don't think is in conflict at all with the special permit that was issued on the house. If anything, I think us putting the broader special permit on the whole property, which will then lock this thing, at a specific key count and within oversight of the planning board, goes even beyond what was the purpose of the special permit on the individual house.
Thank you. Sarah, did you have anything further you wanted to add? Or Tyler Hardy, I'm not sure, didn't mean to ignore you in case you have something you want to add.
No, I think the only thing I would add, just to clarify, in the original decision that was granted on the modification to the cottage, which was in December of 1986, the condition, which was later removed, to allow the property to be sold separately. The idea was that one property would be sold as a cottage and the other sold as an inn, and we just ended up having to buy both. But the way that it read was that the condition was that the guest house use shall continue to exist this as long as it did. The single family dwelling, as expanded and altered pursuant to the special permit granted hereby, shall be limited to the use of the lot owners and managers and employees of the guest house. So it wasn't just the owners, it was also the managers and employees. And that's how I understand how it's been used.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy, Dave Callahan? David Callahan first.
Just in response to that, that's not how it's going to be used, though, by managers, et cetera. And
No, that's correct. That's not how we're proposing to change that. That's correct.
Tyler Hardy, I don't mean to call on you if you don't want to.
No, nothing here. I don't know if I accidentally raised my hand or something, but nothing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, we just appreciate your being here. Thank you. Members of the board, what's your pleasure? We have a recommendation from staff with certain conditions. We have the management plan, and the applicant and their attorney has agreed to some modification in the management plan. Do you think we can dispose of this tonight, or do we need to have staff take another cut at in some fashion? I think one of the key things it seems that'll be important is if there's going to be a check-in in, say, November or something like that, to be clear about what topics are to be considered rather than having it be a global inquiry. Fritz?
I just had, this is becoming a little clearer now, and I'm glad Dave Callahan raised that question, because I had first heard that this is all pre-existing non-conforming and therefore we don't really have to be here. And the more I'm hearing it, to convert the guest keeper's cottage, you do have to be here and you do have to get a special permit.
Right.
And so I guess I'm looking to staff. In other words, so it is more than a noise. I think the noise issue is going to get solved. So I'm looking at this, as Dave rightfully pointed out, this is a special permit to convert the use of that guest keeper's cottage. And so what is the legal standard for us to give a special permit for that purpose?
Sarah was nodding also, I think may want comment on something related to that. If I'm reading your face correctly, Sarah, do you want to jump in before staff?
Well, not necessarily. I'm just agreeing that we need to be here for a special permit to change the use of the cottage from employees, staff, and manager. If we want to use it as guest rooms, we definitely do. So that's clearly part. I didn't want to give anyone the impression that that isn't what we want to do. If we were to continue to just use the property as it's currently been used. All guest rooms in the main building, staff, employees, and managers in the cottage, or if we wanted to use the cottage as a separate single-family dwelling, then we would not need to be here.
But there is the idea to have an umbrella special use permit that covers the whole thing, so you get it nailed down, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's the purpose. So we'd be subjecting that cottage to restrictions that it's not currently subject to, in exchange for which we'd get the permission to move 3 guest rooms there and put the employees and staff in the main building. I don't know if I've made it more confusing or if that makes sense, but
No,
that's basically why we're here.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, and then in terms of the standard, it depends. If you're, and I guess I would say if we're doing this, it really should be the special permit under the use chart that allows this use by special permit. So it would be, the relief would be subject to 13930 of the bylaw, which is that it's in general harmony and keeping with I'm just trying to look it up quickly so I can read it to you exactly.
Leslie's nodding too. She may already have it graven in her heart.
I do have it.
Okay, if you want to read it, it's uses which are in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw, with imposing conditions, safeguards, and limitations intended to ensure that the use or structure is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the chapter.
Thank you.
Leslie, did you want to say anything else, or Megan?
No, I think, Sarah explained, why they're here for the special permit and the standard that you have to follow.
To the staff, what do you think is, in your opinion, the most useful way to proceed? I think we could frame a motion with the various things that have been said tonight, but I think it'd be cleaner and less lengthy if we let Sarah and Arthur take one last look to confirm what Sarah agreed to in terms of the management plan, and then possibly to discuss what the review protocol standards might be, and that you be able to frame out what the conditions are. I don't know if we need to keep the public hearing open in order to do that, but just given that we've got additional matters to take up, plus the Sarah's favorite topic, town meeting articles, yet to go here. I just wondered what your preference would be, Leslie.
So I think if you all want to close the hearing, that's fine. All of the primary topics have been discussed. Oh, Sarah's looking like she might object to that. So
no, I was just going to say we could do a draft decision for the next meeting. I think that would make sense.
That strikes me as a really efficient, clean way to do it. And then if there's wordsmithing, it would make some sense to do that. David Callahan, did you want to comment? No, okay. So is there a motion to close the public hearing? Arthur Reed, since you've been involved here, do you have anything you want to add before we close the public hearing, if the board agrees to do that?
Okay, now I'm a little unclear as to what you're saying, whether the concept would be to close the public hearing or to leave it open with a draft decision out there so that we could have comments on the draft decision, and it would be able to then be finalized at the next meeting.
Well, that's what I'm trying to assess. My sense was probably everything that's going to be said has been said, and relevant evidence has come in, and that since the neighbors are ably represented by you and the applicant's ably represented by Sarah, that if you worked on a shared agreed draft decision staff would also approve, then we could move things along without having to continue the public hearing. But on the other hand, if you feel like there's additional evidence, we can keep it open if the board would like to do that. I just feel like we've had multiple slices of discussion here, and it seems like we've hit the same topics pretty thoroughly at this point. And I'm just trying to read the board, and also to be fair to the applicant and to the neighbors. So,
You know, I guess if I had to say, it probably, as much as I'd love to see you close it today, it probably makes sense to keep the public hearing open so that if we don't agree, if
if you don't agree, okay.
he's able to come in and make his case to you as to why I'm wrong. So I can live with that.
Fritz?
I would agree with that also, and I would suggest that we'd be able to handle it that way without there being the need for there to be any actual presentation of evidence, just discussion of the decision. I just don't want to be in a situation where, as a result of the hearing being closed, I can't comment on and suggest changes during the course of the meeting, also in response to concerns that members of the board may have.
Fritz, did you have a comment?
No, I mean, I was initially going to say, given the couple of meetings we've devoted to this, I think as a single member speaking for myself, I think I quite understand the concerns, the noise concerns of a couple of sets of neighbors, and that they've made it abundantly clear, and I'm in complete agreement that there should not be any noise problem, and if there is, we should re-enter and do whatever we can do about it if it continues. And I guess that would be a warning to the owner. And I also understand the concern of the immediate abutter. I'm sorry, I've forgotten her name, about the guest keeper's cottage. So I don't think I need to rehear things that have already been made. But given the fact that both sides are represented by counsel, and both counsel have agreed that that there's no reason not to continue the public hearing, I'm not opposed to continuing the public hearing, with the understanding that I don't think we need to hear the same argument, the same concerns expressed again. I think we understand the concerns, if I'm making myself clear, and I hope I'm not being rude or sounding like I'm cutting off the people who are objecting, because I'm not. I understand what they're saying.
Would you like to make a motion, Fritz?
So I guess we're just making a motion to
continue till March. Is March convenient to the council?
Yes.
So I would make the motion that we continue the public hearing and the matter until March, with the hope that we'll see a draft decision, the understanding we'll see a draft decision in the interim.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call. Fritz?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you to council and to the applicant and to those who attended.
Thank you.
Colleagues, it's 6:25. I was hoping we might finish the meeting by 8. I'm not sure that we are going to be successful in that regard, but would you like to keep going a little bit longer? Would you like a break? Nat needs pizza. I could tell that in his face.
We're all good. Thank you.
You want to keep going then?
It's up to you guys.
Let's go. I'm happy.
PLSP 2020-11-94 Nantucket Boys and Girls Club, 69 Sparks Avenue. I know this is John Trudell's all-time favorite, and I think John Brescher, is this yours?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the record, Attorney John Brescher representing the Nantucket Boys and Girls Club.
So you've done work on this. Megan or Leslie, do you feel need to further clarify anything about how the codification complicated things here? Megan?
Yeah, I think it's just, we did do some digging. The error has since been corrected. But when John was originally applying for this application, the language in the online version of the bylaw did omit the specific 650 requirement when it's the third dwelling unit within a single structure. So in his defense, that wasn't there. It was an error when the E-code updated some language based on a prior town meeting. It was not an approved change at town meeting, and it has since been corrected. So I think just want to make note about that.
So John, our regrets that the codifiers made life complicated, but we know you've been working with the architect to do what you can to get this rectified. So why don't you give us an update?
That's quite right. So we have been able to, we modified the plan. Originally, we came in with a request for 1,102 square feet with the, when the code allows for 650. And they have since changed it. And the request is to have the tertiary unit be 850 square feet. The architect felt this was the lowest, basically the lowest we could go to get 2 bedrooms in there, all under the understanding that this is solely for employee housing. I mean, this is just trying to get employees of a nonprofit into safe local housing. That's the whole gist behind it. I would imagine that if it isn't including the staff report, that this be explicitly restricted to employee housing. I think that is I would sort of welcome that condition if the board finds its way to approval. And yeah, this is what they came up with over the course of about a month and a half.
Okay, and I think that that is included in the conditions. But are there questions from board members? Otherwise, I'll open the public hearing and take comments from the public. Fritz.
Just a clarification. So in terms of the conditions and what John just said, the limitation on employee housing would be applicable to the entire building, not just to the tertiary dwelling. Is that correct?
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, that works.
Because originally, as I recall, when you came in with some of these, you said it would be employee housing, but you'd rather not make it employee housing. And I think if we could make it clear that this particular building would be all employee housing, then that helps me get a little bit more on your side.
Yeah, that's certainly fine.
And the other conditions were that the other conditions from the original tertiary special permit decision shall remain in full force and effect. And the first had been the tertiary dwelling not exceed 1,102 square feet. That'll now read 850 square feet of gross floor. Anyone else from the board? Otherwise, John.
Yeah, I hope I'm the lone person. I still am not satisfied with the compromise. I know they've tried everything to fit this in, and they've made that a compromise to 850 square feet, but it's still significantly more than the 650 feet that I still interpret it as being regardless. And I am leery that this is going to create it will set a precedent for other applicants, not only it's a great cause. It's a great organization, nonprofit, but there are, probably 100 charities on the island, and I don't know how many nonprofits. If everyone were to get this, and we are talking about a brand new building. There could have been changes made, not just to the 850, but there could have been changes made to the 650 to conform. And I'm not opposed to raising this, but I think it needs to be addressed at annual town meeting. I honestly wouldn't care if it's 1,000 square feet, but right now our bylaws state that it's 650. And I think we've voted on previous decisions like this, and we voted against it. And it kills me to be negative about this, but for all the reasons that I've stated in prior meetings, I still have to give a negative for this. I don't think it really has been addressed with the brand new building. We're not talking about an existing building where modifications had to be made. It really had a clean slate, so I'm opposed.
Dave Iverson.
I'm going to have to back up John on this. Listen, as much as we all love the boys club and how much it is really an important part of our fabric of our community here, I just think that for us as a board to approve it is just going to open up a can of worms we do not want to deal with. So unfortunately, I'm going to be a no on it too.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak preliminarily?
Yeah, I'll say something.
Matt.
I'm just going to respectfully disagree with what was said. I mean, the problem is when the tertiary was put in, it started at 550. And it was considered at the time for like a standalone building, sort of, there it is, have a good day, sort of mimicking what we heard earlier tonight, back and forth about the separation, the 20% between a primary, secondary. Well, the tertiary was sort of the next step below the secondary in an average mind. And then one of the things that was brought up during the discussion of the tertiary article for town meeting was there's going to be a lot of pre-existing buildings that are going to get permitted that are already built. So we're going to have to waive the 550 at that time. So we raised it to 650. Then there were very few basement tertiaries. Like there's only been a handful of them. And something else that came out of this was the garage apartment, sort of the standard 650 area above a 24 by 26 garage, which kind of is what I'm sitting in right now at this meeting. It's about 650. So there's sort of standards sort of set by a free standalone building, whereas below in a basement, I understand new versus used, but if it was a building that say had plenty of room for a larger tertiary, we're asking them to shut off the space even though it's there, but no one can see it. The ground cover is still on the ground. It's still taking up the ground cover of that, whatever that lot has. So I see a basement a little bit different than a free standalone tertiary dwelling. With that said, I respectfully, I respect you guys' point of view. I just, obviously we're going to have to make some changes with it because this isn't going to be the last time this happens. And Leslie's probably already sharpened her pencil at the last meeting for this. But again, I don't see this the same. I don't think we're waiving a free standalone tertiary to be built bigger. That's not really what we're doing here. But that's my opinion, and I appreciate having the ability to give it. Thank you.
Fritz, you seem to flash like you might be turning up your hand? No, I would just say, in my opinion, the fact that the code compiler screwed up so that they went ahead and invested in the plans before that was discovered, in my mind, is a factor about what's fair here, and that won't happen again. But I think that they've already put in an investment to try to bring it as close as possible into compliance. And I think that's a very unique situation that sets this one aside. So that's just another viewpoint. Uh, Let me invite anyone in the attending here who'd like to speak. The public hearing is open. I see Emily Malden with your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land Council. I haven't spoken on this particular matter in the past, and I recognize the difficulty of the situation. I just, upon further consideration, wanted to echo some of John Trudell's concerns and Dave's as far as moving forward with the exception on this matter for the tertiary and the precedent that it sets, while I do also recognize the points that Nat makes about the basement dwellings. I still just wanted to raise some concerns and support John Trudell's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to speak? I think I see David Callahan.
Yeah, I'd support John and Dave's views on this. I only remember one time when we approved one that I've been around this board that we did that, and that was for the NHA. And that's different than a nonprofit to me. And that was a one-time deal there. And so I just think the nonprofit's great. The Boys and Girls Club is a great organization. However, and I think their architect who designed this was well aware of the 650 because he'd come before this board with those before. So I'm not saying that the code changed there or that was an error that excuses this. I think that it was known they were trying to get by, maybe using the nonprofit as a good way to do it. That's my comment.
Campbell, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I guess I'd like to support Dave and John's thoughts on this, but I would say to Nat, because I also appreciate his thoughts on this. I think when we start looking at large tertiaries in the basement of a duplex, we're looking more at an apartment building than we are at a duplex. And that's, I'm sure defined by square footages or something, but I just start to feel like once you're getting 3 apartments into one building, we're sort of talking about another type of building, which may be allowed in this area. I'm not exactly sure what was the most recent zoning change on it. And there, in looking at the plans, there are still some areas where they could, reduce the square footage. The way the washer is placed, that could be put into the utilitarian side of things and not necessarily included within the living space, but accessible from the living space. And I also think sometimes when you have sort of an eat-in kitchen plus a dining room, you're sort of, I don't know, it seems like redundant space, if you will. So those are just some thoughts. I have seen the building's basement, what have you. So it does look like they can have a walkout on that area, so they'll get more light. But those were just a couple of my thoughts on
Thank
it.
you.
So thank you.
Stephen Welch, everybody else has spoken. You have anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, I can see both sides of the issue in terms of what members have testified to. I think Nat brings up some good points that we should perhaps be looking at in the future with respect to an article on tertiary. It can be an existing building, some of the lowest impact with respect to the structures, the additive massing and whatnot. And this is, predominantly year-round or employee type housing by its nature. So I'd like to see, acknowledging the concerns the other members have stated, if there's some way we can fashion solutions that address classification of square footage within freestanding new versus a new structure and adding new ground cover, which should be prohibited for a tertiary. So you're not taking advantage of making a bigger footprint in order to get a bigger tertiary. But if it were in a basement or in a garage space, I think that that could be beneficial. Certainly not anything we can address tonight, but I did want to support the concept. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Megan or Leslie, is the requirement to pass this 4 votes? Is that what I remember? Yes. Okay, John Brescher, do you have any final words? After that, I suggest we have a motion to close the public hearing.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate all these comments. And I certainly see all the sides to this, and it's I appreciate Dave and John. I mean, it's the law is what the law is, and it's just unfortunate somewhat. That being said, before I follow through with this, if I need 3, it's not looking. Excuse me. If I need 4 votes, it's not looking like I need 3. Or excuse me, it's not looking like I have 4. It's looking like I have 3. So depending on what other board comments there may be, I may be asking to withdraw this rather than going through with a denial.
Let me just follow up with that to Megan and Leslie. If the vote were to deny without prejudice, could he come back? Would he need to withdraw if he wants to do further something and then come back?
So I think the distinction there is if you deny it and he wants to come back, he has to make substantial modifications. Whereas if he withdraws, it leaves the doors open a little bit more for.
And he could withdraw without prejudice. Okay, John.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to state for the record, I am in favor of the tertiary. I just cannot get past the 650 square feet. So if there's any way that they can make a modification to address that and make it conform to the 650 square feet with the possibility for expansion at a future time, would they be able to come back if the bylaws changed at annual town meeting and we upped it to, let's say, 850 square feet, then they would be able to make what they have existing and expand that and make it into the conformed 850 square feet. Is that a possibility later? Because I think at this particular time, if it was to vote, I don't think it would pass. And then I think the best course of action would be to withdraw, knowing that they could come and make some changes and then maybe set it up for future changes with the annual town meeting.
Megan.
Yeah, so they do currently have permission to have the tertiary dwelling in the basement by special permit. Language in the decision reflects the 650 to mirror what the bylaw says. So because it's a condition in the decision, whether the bylaw changes or doesn't change, that still would require a modification to come back before the planning board.
If John were to withdraw, do we need to close the public hearing, or would he withdraw before we do anything with the public hearing? Megan.
Leslie?
So he would withdraw and you all would accept his withdrawal without prejudice, and then that would be the end of the discussion.
John, I count the same way you count.
Math is math.
Yes. So would you like to withdraw without prejudice?
Yes, please. On behalf of the applicant, we'd like to withdraw this application without prejudice.
Thank you. I think the board needs to accept that. Is that correct?
I'll make a motion to accept the withdrawal without prejudice.
John moved. Nat seconded. Roll call. John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Thank you, John. Valiantly done. I understand the stakes. I respect very much what my colleagues would say. As I said, I don't know about the architect, Dave Callahan. If it's no longer in the code book, if it were me, I don't know, what I'd make of that. But I wish we didn't have errors like that complicating our lives here. So no knocks on you, John. You did a valiant job trying to pursue this, and we appreciate your being with us.
Thank you.
Are you done for the night to go home and have pizza and maybe a beer?
That's right. About right, but I'll be seeing you in March.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next up, PLSP 2020-12.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Fritz.
Just before we move on, if I may, I'd just like at this point to say, we've had discussions here, extended discussions about secondary dwellings, tertiary dwellings, apartment buildings versus other types of buildings, garage apartments versus tertiaries. I would suggest that once we get through the annual town meeting period, that the board devote a little bit of time and discussion to see what we might work through for maybe the following year for changes that ought to be made in both of these to make sense for a lot of reasons. So I'm just,
and
I don't
probably
just make,
when
sorry.
you say that, you don't mean to wait till June. You mean like once we hit April or we're done with all the hearings while it's still fresh in our mind. Is
Yes,
that right?
yeah. I just mean, I'm not trying to do anything for like this year. I just, when we have time, and we're not involved, so involved in multiple meetings and we have time, I think it would be useful for the board to contemplate these two provisions and what might make a lot of sense for clarification, for whatever. So that's all I'm proposing.
Can I just see kind of nods? Do others agree with that?
I mean, I'd say it a different way, but I agree with what he's saying.
Okay.
It's exactly right. We need to have part B of the modification of the tertiary like we did originally.
Well, and I
Definitely.
take it too, the whole thing about secondary dwellings, garage apartments, and any other variation on those themes too.
Yeah, some of the stuff,
Okay.
it was definitely back in the day stuff, and it hasn't been, it's sort of housekeeping, but complicated, I think. So, thank you.
Okay. You still going strong here. Anybody need a bio break? Then we'll head right on. PLSP 2020-12-95. Elena and Vasilin Nikolova, 5 Bailey Road.
Yep.
And let's
Read
see,
this one.
Ms. Nikolova, first I'm going to call on our staff to give us a brief overview. Megan?
Excuse me. So the applicant here is requesting a second driveway access. The site is actually a corner lot located on the corner of Seafox Circle and Bailey Road, with the current driveway access on Seafox Circle. The proposed second access would be on Bailey Road. Typically, this is a situation where a corner lot, I, as staff, would recommend approval. However, in this particular case, there are some open zoning violations, which include an unpermitted duplex and an unpermitted tertiary dwelling. And it's the opinion of staff that the creation of a second driveway would further contribute to those zoning violations. So for that reason, I would recommend denying this request.
Okay. I think we can go to the applicant unless anybody on the board has a question for staff to start. Welcome, Ms. Nikolova.
Yeah.
Thank you for being with us.
Sure. So yeah, I'm the applicant and I'm the owner of the house. So we bought the house 5 years ago, and the parking was issues ever since, just because the driveway is very narrow, and we can have like a lot of cars, like 4 or 5 cars, but they all have to be parked one behind each other. And the driveway, although the house is on Bailey Road, the driveway has an easement driveway with a butter on Seafox Circle. So we always wanted to have a driveway from the Bailey Road. So the main reason we wanted to create more parking lot, and yeah, and that's why I'm applying. And up until now, I didn't know that it was an open zoning valuation there.
I think there's a fair amount in the record indicating that there's several zoning violations, and that they are pretty substantial ones, and that kind of, if they weren't there, you might not be so much crunched in terms of parking and driveways and things. Megan, could you just review what the zoning violations that are pending might be?
So Marcus Silverstein, our zoning enforcement officer, had sent a letter in October after he had received some complaints from the neighbors. So ultimately the violations are an unpermitted duplex, an unpermitted tertiary dwelling, and a violation of the subdivision restrictions that prohibit both of those things.
So just so you understand, even if you were allowed to have a second curb cut, you still would have to deal with these other major violations.
Oh yes, and honestly, that's my main concern now. Not really the parking lot, because I just realized. I mean, Megan told me that if I wanted to widen the existing driveway, I could have done that even without being on that Zoom meeting. I don't know if that's right or not.
I don't think that, you may not have understood that, but if there's open zoning violations, that's not the case.
No, I understand that we first have to address that open zone. So, so let's start from the beginning. So what do I have to do from here on? Because we bought the property 2016, and we bought it like this with a garage that was converted. We haven't built anything in that property. We just bought it the way it is.
You still are obligated to have it be compliant with the zoning requirements. But I think better to let other folks speak to this initially, and then we'll circle back. Other members of the board, do you want to comment or ask questions? I'm going to invite anybody in the public who may be here to this matter. Those who are in attendance, are any of you here who'd like to speak to this matter that's up for public hearing? Okay, so it sounds like your questions at this point have to do with curing the zoning violations and how that has a bearing on whether you can do something with the special permit to have driveway access. Is that right?
I guess so. I just don't know where to start from. Honestly, I'm not familiar with how the process works. I've never received that letter that Mark sent in October. And I just got a copy from Megan yesterday or 2 days ago. So I wasn't aware of any of these.
I'm surprised. I would have thought they'd have to send it certified mail or something of that sort. Megan, does it show in the file that it was sent certified or otherwise documented that it was sent?
Yeah, Marcus does have records that it was sent certified, whether or not that was obtained for the post office. I don't have the tracking information handy, but it was sent certified.
Okay.
But I did mention in my email chain back in January about the zoning violations. It is true, I only provided a copy of the letter to you via email the other day, but it was in our chain of discussion going back to well over a month ago.
So, Fritz.
Just so I understand, so is this from, and I'm talking to staff now. So is this basically a single family dwelling that has an illegal duplex and tertiary?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
So,
seems yeah, I from my personal point of view, regardless of, if she bought it that way, I'm sorry, but that doesn't cure it. So it seems to me that she needs to go back and do whatever she can do, which sounds to me like would be coming back to us for a special permit for a duplex and a tertiary. And I guess we would look at it. I don't know how we'd look at it, but I don't think we're prepared to vote on a secondary driveway access under the certain circumstances. So.
And I'd have to say, I think we're not typically going to grant special permits for structures that are illegally constructed before somebody comes in either. So I don't know if you use legal counsel at the time you purchased the property, or if you had title insurance, if you had anybody else helping you with that, but I think you're going to need to bring the property into compliance, and I think that's probably something you're going to need some help with. And since the planning department here is obliged to enforce the bylaws, they're not in a position to help you kind of some way represent you and convince the board that they should approve something that's illegal. I don't suspect that's likely to happen. So first, I think, yes.
Yeah, sorry. So is it best to withdraw that application and first address that open zone evaluation?
You can withdraw it, or we can deny it. I think it'll be denied very likely for the reasons Mr. McClure suggested. So if you'd like to withdraw it, you can go ahead and withdraw it. Dave Iverson, did you want to comment?
I mean, I think that, clearly she needs to clear up these zoning violations. I think duplexes are allowed in R10. So I think no, they're not.
They are allowed in R10. They are not allowed in the subdivision.
Oh, they're not. No, so yeah.
Only very specific lots, and this is not one of those lots.
Okay, so yeah, some say that that's.
Yeah, can I just ask you a question? Because there is a restriction when the community was built in 1994, and that's enforced till 2024. So there is a restriction that says that in R10 supposed to have single family dwelling. My question is, what's going to happen after 2024? After that expire, will the restriction continues in force, or will that be waived after 2024?
Ms. Nikolova, I think that's the kind of advice you need to get from a private lawyer. I don't think that's something the staff can be giving you advice on. I'd have to say, I think if you come back in 24 and say, well, we waited 30 years, even though we had 5 years of zoning enforcement out against us, and now we're here to say, give us a driveway. I don't think that's a very positive position to be in, if I were to guess, but I think you really need to get private counsel to represent you and advise you on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you like to withdraw it?
I think it's. I mean, at least from what I heard, from the previous case, it's going to be better just to withdraw it and start from the beginning with addressing that open zone evaluation.
Right, and probably talk to Mr. Silverstein further is a good place to start. He'll guide you about how to bring things into compliance if they're out of compliance. But I do think if you're dealing with subdivision restrictions, you need to get a private attorney to assist you.
Okay, thanks for all your advices.
Okay, I think we have to approve the withdrawal. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Without prejudice.
Fritz.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you for being with us. We're sorry not to be able to fix it for you, Ms. Nikolova.
At least I know now that there is some kind of issues with it. Thank you.
Yes, and good luck with it. Okay, next up is PLSP 2020-12-102, Isaiah Stover, 63 Cato Lane. Megan.
I'm just moving Mr. Stover over to a panelist. So this application before you is requesting to create a secondary residential lot, covenant lot. The application is relatively straightforward. They're going to be sharing a driveway through easement. They're not asking for any of the applicable waivers. So I just recommended the standard conditions that go along with the secondary residential lots.
Hello, Mr. Stover. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Well, and we know it's been 3 hours, so but at least it's not 9 o'clock yet. So you count your blessings. Do you have anything you'd like to say to start? Otherwise, let me open the hearing and see if there's any comments.
I think just for the record, my name's Isaiah Stover, and I'm the owner at 63 Cato Lane. And my wife and I would like to create a covenant lot and add to the available affordable housing on Nantucket.
Great work. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance, if anybody would like to speak on this matter, this is a public hearing. You can raise your hand logo and we'll call on you, and pending seeing anybody. I see Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to the subdivision. Once you take this lot off from the piece of paper it's presented on, it is the lowest lot in the Cato Lane area and has a lot of water issues that I believe before it's subdivided into a covenant lot under the Housing Authority really sort of need to be addressed in some way. I know when Tony lived on this property before his untimely passing, he ran sump pumps out of his house, year round because of the type of, what do they call it? The grade or the way the land falls in that area. And it's sort of like all the runoff, I think like maybe it's Bailey or McLean. There's a huge runoff from all the streets in that area that pretty much funnel into that property. And, Tony's put up sandbags and tall Belgian block to try and control the speed with which the water entered. And I'm just afraid that we're really just creating another Friendship Lake, Raceway Lake. You can point out many of them, but this area right where the current driveway is deeply flooded. And it just seems like, well, I know maybe it's not part of the subdivision on a piece of paper. I think it's something one really needs to look at before subdividing the property and making the lowest property, the subdivision, really the catch basin for that entire area. So that's really my concern with it is really, it's a drainage issue now. I've brought it up at another Cato Lane property we were looking at earlier, but this is really the catch basin for that entire area. So
that's not something we regulate about, but that's something you might want to be aware of and have an engineer, if you're working on where you're going to draw lines, be alert to, I think, right? Dave Iverson?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Campbell's 100% right. I ride this road almost every day on my bike in the summer to and from work. The puddle she refers to is actually closer to the Bailey Road intersection. At its biggest, it might reach down to his driveway. But I think we need to understand that this is a covenant lot, and it's not like it's a huge windfall for him in the amount that he would be able to afford to fix the drainage problems on Bailey and Cato. So I think that it is a problem, but I don't think that this is the vehicle to get it repaired.
Thank you. I don't see anybody wishing to be recognized, so I think I could take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion to close. Second.
Fritz moved, John seconded, roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, aye. So what's your pleasure?
Make a motion
Make a
to
motion
approve
to,
with the findings that the proposal advances the intent of the zoning bylaw, creating housing for year-round residents, and also with the 5 planning staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, John moved, Fritz seconded, roll call. John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, Mr. Stover. Good luck with it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and to the board. Have a good night.
Good night.
And
PLS.
for the record, Judith,
Yes,
can I make just a quick statement?
yes, please.
Just for the record, we use the word subdivision loosely sometimes with covenants. It's not a subdivision. And I'm not saying it negatively at all. I'm just sort of a reminder that it is not a subdivision. So that's all.
Thank you.
It just, when I hear that, I get like nervous because it's not.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
All right, PLSP 2021-01-101, Charles and Myra Rubel, trustees of Reedy Owl Realty Trust, 8 Walbang Avenue. I believe this is Mr. Cohen, Mr. Santos, both of you together in 2 parts.
Yes, thank you.
Megan,
Thank you.
I'm going to invite Megan to do a quick overview, and then whichever of you wants to speak can jump in. Megan?
Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I think that with MMD, that might be something that Mr. Santos or Mr. Cohen would be better to present, if that's all right with you.
That's fine. Don't want to make you feel neglected. Which of you would prefer to get started, Mr. Cohen or Mr. Santos?
You've got Paul Santos here from Nantucket Surveyors.
Thank you.
So if you can hear me, I'll proceed.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. So Paul Santos on behalf of the applicant, 8 Walbang Nominee Trust. This is a special permit request in the MMD zoning district. This current board has seen, I believe, at least 2 or 3 of these in the last few years. This is a lot which is pre-existing non-conforming. It is a lot that was created under the Lug 2 zoning district. And the home that is constructed there had a benefit of a plan or zone freeze when the MMD district came into fruition. It was a larger subdivision. I believe there's approximately about half a dozen homes that actually got built, and the rest of the lots were either sold or donated to the land bank, who is pretty much the major abutter to everything to the south of these properties. This property has been in the same ownership since the early 90s. It was sold from the developer to the current owner. And what the proposal for this one is to take an existing dwelling and an existing garage studio that are presently on the site and do a basically redevelopment of the property. Those 2 structures would be eliminated and a single family home would be constructed. A proposed under 200 square foot shed would be added, and they would also be adding a proposed in-ground swimming pool. The existing site currently has a ground cover total of approximately 2,109 square feet which is comprised of a 1,519 square foot dwelling and a 590 square foot garage studio. The total impervious area, or areas that's comprised of decks, covered porches, impervious surfaces, which are specifically defined in the MMD regulations, is approximately 1,375 square feet. Just by way of reference, I make reference to ground cover and that decking, impervious, so forth, because the current MMD regulation specifically limits the amount of ground cover and areas devoted to impervious, decking, accessory structures, and so forth under the MMD, hence the need for the special permit. So the application before you is basically to remove the pre-existing non-conforming structures, reconstruction of one single family dwelling with the equivalent ground cover amount of what is there today. They would then be adding a 198 square foot shed, which under the zoning definitions is zoning exempt shed. It's under 200 square feet, but under the MMD, it's not zoning exempt. So it would be counted as ground cover under the MMD. We are also looking to add in an additional approximately 2,302 square feet in the aggregate devoted to decks, covered porches, impervious surfaces, which would include the proposed in-ground pool and a bluestone patio. The plan that you have before you sets forth in a kind of a grayscale where the existing structure and the existing garage is. It sets forth the proposed location of the proposed new dwelling, which is generally in the same spot of the existing dwelling, although it's orientated a little bit differently than what's out there now. And it also shows the location of the proposed pool. I've also shown on the plan an approximate dwelling envelope, whereas we're early in the design process for this. I've defined an area in which that building could be positioned on the site in a rectangular area, and it's labeled proposed development envelope. That area would still meet the current zoning setback requirements that are allowed in the MMD for grandfathered lots. So there's no relief needed with regard to zoning setbacks, be that front and side or rear. Again, the application before you is the special permit for the maintaining of the existing ground cover and the addition of some of the impervious area related to the pool. As you know, a lot of the concern in the MMD is the Moorlands Management District component of the vegetation, the views, and so forth. And for the most part, this application and work occurs within the area of the site that's already developed. And it's basically within the area of where the existing drive, house, and the lawn area is already existing. There is also, this area is on-site septic. This application would require an upgrade of the septic system, and it's also serviced by a private well, which would be maintained. That's the basic application. Again, this is a special permit request for work within the MMD, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Paul. Fritz.
Yeah, Paul, if I may address the question specifically to Paul.
Please.
Yeah, so I'm listening to you, and I just want to make sure I understand the facts. So this is pre-existing non-conforming use or property, and you're proposing to increase the total ground cover and also increase the total ground cover by 198 square feet, increase the impervious surface, and build a swimming pool in the MMD. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And Paul, could I just follow up with that again to clarify the facts? So, and basically what has been there that was a non-conforming set of structures will no longer be there. So this is all basically new construction on a pre-existing lot. Is that right?
Correct. We're looking to remove the existing dwelling and garage / studio that is there and replace it with one single family dwelling and the shed along with the pool. But yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
This is it's a redevelopment of the existing property.
Thank you. Other members of the board with questions for Paul, and then I'll invite Steve to comment, then I'll go to the public hearing. Anybody else like to pose a question to Paul to get started?
Oh, point.
Mr. Cohen, did you want to say anything before I open the hearing?
Sure. Just, I think Paul really covered it well. I do want to note that of the 5 houses that exist in this cluster, this would essentially be not only consistent with what's there, but it would be the smallest of what's there, and that we are, eliminating a whole building, and that the 3 out of the 5 lots have pools. So I don't know that that's inconsistent with the neighborhood. But I'll keep my comments brief for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen who are here, if you would like to comment on this proposal, this is your opportunity. And I see Emily Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land Council. I just wanted to express some serious concerns about this proposal for the redevelopment of this site. I think looking at the GIS and the aerial out here certainly helps to tell the story of where this particular property is situated among the MMD and the surrounding properties. Understanding that some of the adjacent properties have received permits for pools and some additional redevelopment, I would just let the board know that when you go online to the state's Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program website, where they have their mapped priority habitat for rare and endangered species, this is actually the only property of the 5 in the cluster that is found to be entirely within mapped priority habitat by the state. So I would say that there actually is an additional level of concern as far as how what takes place on this lot does impact the surrounding habitat of rare and endangered species, as well as the scenic views and vistas that the Moorlands Management District was set out to protect. I think that the positioning of the pool would definitely have an impact on the placement of where the habitat currently exists, and certainly the scenic vistas. And I do understand that this was a pre-existing non-conforming lot and that there's additional ground cover out here as a result of that. But I think it would be inappropriate to allow an increase in ground cover, structural or decking or otherwise in this particular location. Thank you very much.
Ms. Molden, could I ask a follow-up? Could you comment on which of the species are most affected in this area?
Am I still unmuted? Okay. There's quite a long list of plant species for sampling grasslands and coastal heathlands that are listed in this area. I think that from the aerial, you can sort of see that the more developed portion of the property is surrounded to some extent by landscaping and lawn area. And I know that the planning board, or I believe per the zoning bylaw in Moorlands Management District, has some ability to kind of restrict the siting of some of that landscaping work. But more on the eastern side of the property, there's a lot of that native vegetation, and there still is some of that lower growing grassland and heathland habitat. And then there also would be the northern harriers. This is definitely nesting area for those raptors, which are state listed, and probably a number of others, but quite a lengthy list of plant species that are out there.
Thank you. Dave Iverson.
Through you, let me see. Oh, I'm not muted. Through you, Madam Chair, it may be best directed to Steve, if I could. Do you know who pulled the original or applied for the original freeze plan? Was it the developer or the property owners?
I don't know. But I think I might be able to check that. Give me a second.
It was the developer of the project. It was the developer.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Paul.
you.
The property was, if I could, the property current owner bought it from the developer. And that was Reedy Pond Corporation. They were the developers of the property, and they're the ones that had the zone freeze protection from the MMD district.
Yeah, the prior owner has owned it since 1991, and my client and Paul's client just purchased it recently.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak? Okay, I don't see anyone else. Megan, you're nodding, not either. So we can deliberate further, and maybe we should do that before we close the hearing. Board members, do you have further thoughts to share on this?
Could I just actually add a few things here, Madam Chair, if I could?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, the added ground cover that we are talking about is the shed. The dwelling is a one-for-one basically with the ground. So the added ground cover we're talking about is 109, just to be clear, is 198 square feet. So the shed is what the added ground cover is. And again, it's a zoning exempt shed with regard to the rest of the bylaw, but under the MMD, it counts as ground cover. So that's what we're talking about. 198 is the shed. With regard to Emily's comments, in the location of this lot within the mapped habitat area, that is correct. We'll have to make a filing with NHESP for any work that occurs in the property. Again, this property was developed in the early 90s, before a lot of the regulations that we're now dealing with were in place. However, that was the intent, was to stay as much within the area of the existing developed lot, the lot area and the lawn area with this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, did you want to add anything before we start our discussion?
No, I was going to make actually the same points that Paul did, so I'll skip repeating them.
Thanks. Board members, Nat.
Yeah, just, I'm going to be in the minority on this as usual, in this favorite part of the island I think of every so often. Paul, what's the actual ground cover going to be? After this is all, what is it right now? Because it's going to be the same basically. So what is it?
The total ground cover now is 2,109.
Yeah, but what is that?
What was proposed?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the total, so that's the ground cover that's there today. So 2,109. What we're proposing is
and if this was LUG2, and that's 4%, what percent of that would be? I'm just trying to get because MMD is 0.5. I mean, you can't even use that.
You're right now. The ground cover right now, if you looked at it the way we typically do, is about 2.6%. You'd be allowed 4% under the level 2.
That's what I'm getting. I'm getting to something just as a sort of a learning process, something up for us to think about as a board. These properties, this was probably built before MMD, correct?
Correct. It was built at the time the MMD was coming into place, hence the ability to have the zone freeze, correct?
Okay, so, and there's going to be, and I don't know if this was a Thorson one or was this a Bucas project, or was it neither? I can't remember, but there's a few on Wallbang that were Thorson houses, as I recall. There are, we have to look at these. I mean, this is going to be something that's going to continue. These houses are not, the 3 bricks on Main Street. Okay, they're going to get torn down. I mean, or people are going to want to tear them down. I'm not a fan of tearing houses down, but that's something that is going to happen, or going to at least be attempted. the disturbance of the property that's been disturbed, I mean, that's a big thing to look at when the applicant has to conform to all these regulations and these MMD lots to basically take away what's there and put back something new in the same spot. I mean, you know, we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna sort of loosen up or restrict even further. I don't know what the answer is. There's houses being torn down that are under 20 years old. And it makes me sick, but that's just how things are. And a lot of the houses that are getting torn down are not so great. Okay, that's why I brought that person up, because some of them are not that great of a house. However, with that said, you know, this is what we have. This is what the rules are. This is what the zoning district is, as crazy as it may be. With the decking thing, I haven't heard that mentioned in a long time about the impervious decking. Jeez, I forgot about that. So there's some strange stuff, but in the end, this is what happens. That people know this when they buy it. I personally don't. If somebody came in for a pool only and they were keeping the house, we'd probably have a slightly different mindset, even though we'd probably be wanting to say no or saying no. It would be probably looked at less of an issue than having the whole place blown up and started from scratch. So that's all I got to say. I mean, I you know, I don't see an issue with these things because they're not really adding much beyond the pool, but it's a complicated zoning district, you know, so they're 2.6% ground cover of what it would be allowed under LUG 2. So in theory, they're really under what could happen if it was in its existing zoning. So there's something to be positive about there. And they're not touching anything that's just undisturbed. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Iverson?
I have a really hard time with anything. It just doesn't, in the MMD, it just doesn't seem to be tethered to the spirit of the zoning bylaw for the MMD. So that's where my problem lies here.
Thanks, John.
Muted, John, I think.
Sorry, again. I actually don't have so much of an issue of replacing the house, although I'm one to actually recycle houses. I've moved about 10 of them. I just wish we had a program where we can take a relatively newer house, not 100 years old, and pick it up and move it and make it available to affordable housing. So they're well within the confines of you know, the setbacks and things. I guess you know, they're trying to keep with the same square footage. Overall, I don't have an issue if they want to spend good money to get rid of a building and put a new one. It's not necessarily I agree with it, but it's their right. The one thing that I guess is the big question is if they can go through all the hoops and somehow get it passed with natural heritage and doing all the inspections in COMCOM, which it appears like they don't have any need for approval from COMCOM, and somehow get it then and get through HDC. And you know what, it's not an easy thing, but if they can get through it, I don't want to take away their right.
Thank you. Fritz?
I think I'm, for the reasons that I kind of in clarifying at the beginning, again, to take a non-conforming use and increase the ground cover, increase the impervious surface. I've been opposed to swimming pools and MMDs in all the cases before, so I'm going to be consistent there. So my vote's going to be no.
Thank you, Campbell.
Well, I'd probably just mimic some of the things that have already been said. I think we had a property before us a bit ago that had a similar kind of thing with a bit of overage, and we allowed the swimming pool, and then they came back and wanted more, and it just, sort of by, giving an inch, it ended up being like a mile and a more of a contentious thing. So I'm with Emily. I think that if this is a new purchase, and if you purchase within this zone, the MMD, then you should be prepared to stay within the restrictions of that overriding zoning. I know it, if it had been lug 2, then what have you, but it's not. And if it can be brought into compliance, I think all the better. So especially if you want to take down what's there, then you're sort of saying, okay, well, starting with a clean slate. So why don't we, from my view, start with that clean slate, make it conforming to the MMD. So my opinion is probably not a popular one. So thank you.
Callahan, thank you. David Callahan.
Madam Chair, could I just say one, if you give me a chance just before you kind of close this up, if I could have one more chance to speak.
Of course, of course. I'm just going through everybody in the board, so.
No, that's fine, I understand.
I see Emily Malden's asked to be recognized again too. David Callahan, thoughts, if you want to share any?
Yeah, to me, the ground cover is close enough here. It's only the shed that's going to be changed. I've got difficulties with adding the pool, which is more impervious surface. And because that's the point to the MMD. And even though they froze that ground cover, it's a new buyer. They knew this when they went in, that they were going to have to try to get a special permit to do this. And I just, if I was voting, I probably wouldn't vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Stephen Welch. Again, you don't have to speak unless you want to. You're silent. I don't know if we lost you or if you're unmuting. Can't tell, you might be frozen. I'm going to go over to Emily and then we can come back to you, Stephen, if you can go live again. Emily?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think the reason specifically that this lot is not included as lug 2 or lug 3 is because of its location to the surrounding sensitive habitats and resources. And I also think that replacing the structure in kind is one thing, but I really do just have a problem with the increased ground cover, especially considering what the MMD district sets out as permitted uses, which I believe is a single family dwelling not to exceed 800 square feet and not more than 400 square feet in the aggregate of decks, covered porches, accessory buildings, or other impervious surfaces. And I know I understand that this current ground coverage was pre-existing and was frozen back when MMD was created, but I just think that given the restrictions that the underlying zoning district has, that it's inappropriate to allow an increase beyond that. Thank you.
Okay, I think Stephen Welch may be booting. He may come back, but let me go to Paul Santos.
Okay, thank you. If when I first spoke, I talked about the removal of the structure. If I said demolition, and I'm sure the intent, obviously, with any structure, I believe it's offered first for reuse or so if I made the impression that the intent was to come in here and just demolish this without any further, obviously that's not what my intent was. And if I said that, I apologize.
I don't think you said that.
Has to go through the standard process. When I heard about recycling and so forth, obviously the structure can't, I don't think, be destroyed through the HDC without at least being offered for reuse. So, and with regard to the MMD, so it's very difficult, I understand. I mean, the properties were created legally. The Zoning Act provides protection to homeowners to protect the property against a rezoning or to protect the piece of property for when you have upzoning. which somehow we're applying, I think, a standard to the MMD, which is a 10-acre parcel. Remember that MMD minimum is 10-acre lot size. It talks about the square footage for the impervious and the ground cover, which we fully understand what the MMD was created for. And the majority of this land over here is protected. These half dozen lots are were protected and built as Lug 2. And whether that's right or wrong, they continue to operate basically as essentially Lug 2 lots. So to try to apply the standards of the minimum standards within sometimes I think the MMD, which is the 10-acre requirement, I think it's very difficult for these particular parcels. I mean, if the issue of the shed, I mean, I feel that you probably have more issues than just the shed, but obviously the shed is a request. I think you can look at this application with the shed. You can look at it without the shed. If the intent was to not increase ground cover, then the board says, okay, you can build in kind, ground cover to ground cover, which is a standard provision not only in the MMD but also within your pre-existing non-conforming use section of the bylaw. And then that gets you back then, I guess, to the issue of the increased impervious area as really more of the area that we're, I guess, would be discussing if the shed is a non-starter. Happy if Steve has anything else to add. I've said my piece and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Before I go to Stephen Cohen, I'm going to go to Stephen Welch. So Stephen Cohen gets last word. Stephen Welch, if you're back with us. You're still muted. I don't know if you're speaking, but.
Madam Chair.
There you are. Okay.
Sorry, this internet stuff is killing me. My only comment I don't want to belabor it, would be along the lines of David's comments. And I think the tail end of what I caught from Paul, which is the pool is the outstanding element in this particular zone. Otherwise, it's a straight trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, I want to sort of reiterate what Paul had said about the property owner offering both the existing dwelling and the existing garage dwelling for removal and relocation if anybody wants it, but also that I think that there's a bit of a misunderstanding of how the MMD permit regulation works. Emily said that the standard is that you're only supposed to have 800 square feet, but I don't think that was potentially accurate. The standard says that you can have by right with no additional permit up to 800 square feet. And that's regardless of how big your lot is. So if you had a 100-acre lot and you were allowed under your 0.5% ground cover, you still need a special permit to exceed 800 square feet, regardless of the percentage of volume of ground cover. But it doesn't, the 800 square feet is not a maximum house size in the MMD. 800 square feet is the trigger for whether or not you need a special permit. So we are correctly before the board getting a special permit as the bylaw was designed. But again, the 800 square feet is not a limitation or a cap that is being exceeded. It's just a trigger for this board to exercise jurisdiction or whether you can do it without a special permit. So then 800 square feet is just triggering the permit regardless of the amount of ground cover that's allowed on a specific lot. So, but the bylaw itself says that if the planning board is issuing a permit for a development of greater than 800 square feet of ground cover and greater than 400 square feet of impervious surface, that the standard is that the planning board should impose conditions requiring the siting of structures and uses to minimize potentially adverse impacts on the moorland environment and its scenic integrity. So therefore, we are proposing a very modest home here, one that is lesser in mass and in position than the existing home structures on the lot. And also the landscaping and the siting of the pool are done in a way that they would essentially be invisible. I think the HDC does a great job of making sure that pools are not visible from public ways and public areas. And that's what you'd have here. So the siting of this pool and the siting of this house are already designed to minimize the impact on the moorlands management area. So it's not really a matter of whether or not they should be allowed. It's a matter of how they should be allowed if you look at what the bylaw says. So I think sometimes this bylaw is misunderstood. And the reason why the other lots in this neighborhood have what they have is because those were permitted by a board that implemented the bylaw according to the letter of the regulations. And I would encourage this board to do so as well. The permit that is before you, I think, is very close to what should be allowable, and I would encourage you to review it and perhaps impose conditions that would be consistent with the conditions that were imposed on the other 4 lots in this neighborhood. They should all be judged and regulated consistently. The other thing is that if it's really just a matter of maintaining the ground cover for the shed, we could certainly go back and look at, what the square footage is, but I seriously doubt that, 198 square foot shed is going to have a material impact on the Moorlands Management Area District or not. In fact, it's probably better to have it than not have it. But, my client just wants to be held to the same standard that everyone else, the other 4 lots in this neighborhood are held to, and this lot should be developed consistent with those. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, are we ready to close the public hearing? Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Nat?
I'll move.
Fritz
Second.
moved. Nat seconded. Roll call. Fritz? Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Okay, what's your pleasure? This is a special permit, so it requires 4 votes to pass. Anything more the staff would like to add before we proceed? Fritz?
I'd make a motion, we deny the application.
Second.
Fritz moved, Dave seconded. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
John?
Nay.
Nat?
Nay.
Judith? Aye. Permits defeated. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is PLSP 2021-01-103, Jane C. D. Biazio and Brian F. D. Biazio, 39 Meadowview Drive. This one, I wonder if, Megan, you made a point in your staff report about our jurisdiction versus the Zoning Board of Appeals jurisdiction. Maybe just refresh us on that.
I'm sure. And I did just promote Arthur Reed to panelist. He's representing the last, I believe, 3 applications we have on the agenda. So I did make mention of the fact that this application is subject to a variance by the Zoning Board of Appeals that reduced the setback, side yard setback from 10 feet to 5 feet. And I'm sure you did read in some of the abutter commentary that mention of that was made. I just wanted to clarify the fact that both the planning board will have to provide the waiver of this 10-foot separation between the dwellings, and the Zoning Board of Appeals will have to amend their variance. So one decision really is not interdependent on the other, but they both must take place before a building permit can be issued. So I wanted to make sure that point was clear.
So we go first, and then they're going to have to go back to get approval of the variance, further variance.
Correct, because as a condition of the ZBA approval, the garage studio is not for habitation, meaning it's not eligible to be second dwelling unit. So the board can make the determination to approve the second dwelling. The ZBA is going to have to approve that language change as well. But one board's decision is not interdependent on the others.
Thank you. Arthur Reed, glad to see your smiling face. You always get the cleanup position. So
Seems
what would you
that
like
way.
to tell us?
I'm glad now to be
I
on the
thought you
panel.
asked
so-
for it.
Yeah, well, it just happened that way. But now I'm glad to be on the panel so that I can actually see the smiling faces of all the board members and staff, rather than being just looking at the screen at the one person who was speaking. In any event, glad to be before you on this. This is a situation in which, as Megan indicated, there's an existing structure which was constructed some years ago and is a garage studio. And there was a variance issued by the Board of Appeals for its construction because it's partly in the setback, side yard setback. And the reason that it was cited the way that it was is that the entire rear part of this property is affected by wetlands, and that therefore the only place that the structure could be constructed was where it is. And when that relief was granted by just, I know this is a separate issue, but when that relief was granted by the Board of Appeals, the reason I believe that there was no, that was the prohibition against its being a secondary dwelling was the simple point that the property was at that time on septic. And there wasn't the ability to add any bedrooms because of the size of the septic system and the location with regard to the wetland. Property is now served by town sewer. And so the reason for that restriction has gone away, and we'll be going before the Board of Appeals in the near future, depending upon what you do tonight, in order to request that that restriction be removed. So the point here is that there's a 5.5 foot distance between the main house and this structure. That won't change. Nothing will change about the exterior of the structure. It will simply be able to be converted from the present use as a garage with a studio up above. So there'll be a 1-bedroom apartment, secondary dwelling up above the garage. And that is it. Obviously happy to answer any questions from the board and others. We're providing the required parking, as you can see on the plan. We're required to provide 3 spaces, 2 for the primary dwelling in this district and 1 for the 1-bedroom secondary dwelling.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions? Dave Iverson.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Arthur. They went back to the zoning board, correct, and got some relief for some of the things, correct? Since the sewer went in, they got relief for shower and bath.
Yeah, that's right.
Why did they not go for to get the ability to have inhabitants there?
That was before the sewer connection had been completed.
But they had, and all due respect, Arthur, don't get me wrong here. But they did get the shower and the tub overturned before the sewer connection was.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Another scrupulous reader of the record. Other questions are from the board. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing. I know some of you listed as attendees have written to us, so you may choose to speak. You don't have to, but anybody who would like to speak, you use the feature at the bottom, put your picture of a hand up and we'll call on you. Ms. McGovern. Marcy McGovern, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated in my email, we are next door neighbors. Originally, we granted Brian and Jane 5 feet so that they could build this quote unquote garage. We never saw the plans of the garage. And it was, you know, shame on us for not really knowing their plans. I understand right away they had radiant heat put in the garage. And I'm wondering, why are you doing that? But I don't know if you see our location. We were probably the third house built in Sylvia's land. And Frank Sylvia said to my father, there will never be a house behind us because of the wetland. Well, after that, the juice bar people, I guess, came up with some money and there was a house. And then, you know, then we ended up granting them access to build their garage because they were too close to the pond. It's our concern that we don't really understand what a second dwelling would be. Would this mean if they sell the house, they have another home that they can sell? You know, it's a small little neighborhood, and we're concerned.
Safety.
For safety reasons too. Our garage is 15 feet from their garage. Well,
it should be 20 feet.
Yeah, it should be more, but we're concerned.
Safety, fire safety.
Fire
access,
safety.
Access.
And
fire.
I hear you have a partner there with you. If he would like to speak, warmly invited.
Yeah.
We had talked.
Could you give us your name, sir?
Yes, I'm Terry McGovern.
Hi, Mr. McGovern. Thank you.
And I'm not related to the owners of the house other than through marriage with Marcy. And I worked there in the summertime and cut the grass.
All right. Well, good for you.
However,
that's good.
In the interest of clarification, when we granted when my mother and father-in-law and my wife and her sister granted Brian and Jane an easement, or I guess a setback easement, instead of the 50 or 10 feet, it became 5 feet. And we put a fence there now, and there's another box for their garbage on that side. So it's really about 2 feet. And I think we're more concerned about the safety of, if there's ever a fire in that area in the back part of that property, there's no way a fire truck could get back there. And if it's that close to our land, our building, our garage is 15 feet from their garage. And it just seems as though it's an unnecessary change to the original request that they build a garage, which has now turned into an apartment, into a full-fledged house with, hot and cold running water and a shower and a bathroom. And I think there may be 2 bathrooms. So it's really morphed into something much more of a second house than it was intended when they first asked us to ask my wife and her sister and her mother to grant that easement. So we're concerned about a couple of issues: safety. The health department might have some other ideas as well, because I'm not sure how anybody can get out of this building if there's a fire.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, is there anybody else in the public who wanted to speak who hasn't done so far? Megan, Ms. McGovern asked, and then I'll go to Ms. Carr here. She asked about whether if there's a second dwelling there that could be sold separately. Maybe you could clarify that for her.
No, the only way that could happen would be to create a secondary residential lot. But otherwise, no, you cannot divide the property and sell the dwelling separately.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jan Carr. Welcome
Yes,
and thanks for being
hello.
with us.
Well, thank you so much for having us. I'm my sister's Marcy McGovern, and again, it's our family house at 37 Meadowview that we're discussing right now. And I just wanted to reiterate that when we gave permission to have the garage, so-called garage, built right on top of our border, we allowed them a 5-foot variance, and it is literally right on top of us. And it was under the intention that it was going to be built as a garage, but it has been a rental. No car has ever been in that garage. It's been a rental since it was completed. So now to find out that they want to extend this and make it a secondary dwelling, we wanted to understand exactly what that meant and what kind of impact it might have. And we're just concerned that it may end up being a rental where we're going to have a lot of noise for and not, a permanent person living there. Just summer people that are going to come and party at night, because we have had that problem across the street at one point, and it was unpleasant. And this being so close to us, we just wanted to find out how this might impact us.
So are there other questions you want to have answered that you want to pose for our staff to comment on? Other than the one about could this be sold separately?
Well, that is reassuring that it can't be sold separately. We just wanted to basically say that this has always been a rental, never a garage. And so we were trying to understand what this hearing would make a difference with.
Okay, maybe we'll have Mr. Reed respond to that further once we're done hearing from you. Was that all you wanted to say right now, Ms. Carr?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Reed, would you like to illuminate both the current use? Is it being used as a garage or something else? And anything else about how this proposal would affect the future?
Well, right now, the structure is a garage with a studio above it. It was permitted and built that way. The proposal, once again, is to leave the garage portion in place and to have the studio be converted to a 1-bedroom living space as a secondary dwelling, and as mentioned, ancillary to the primary dwelling, not able to be sold separately, as Megan indicated. As far as the easement is concerned, there was mention of there being an easement granted by the abutters, and that's not the case. There's no easement on the property, and obviously the variance was granted by the Board of Appeals, not by them. I believe they did support the variance. There's indication, I wasn't involved in representing my clients at the time of the previous CBA action, but from reading the decision, it appears that there was support from a group of neighbors, and I assume that the parties that you've heard from tonight are included in that group. But that's what's going on here. There'll be no effective change in the structure, except that it will have a one-bedroom living space up above it instead of it's being used as a studio.
And could you comment on the question about fire access in the event of fire?
Well, first of all, if you take a look at the plan, which we had up on the screen a few minutes ago, there's plenty of ability for a fire truck to get into the area where the parking spaces are, and the open area between the house and the garage and the parking spaces. This is in the front of the lot, not the rear. 5 feet of separation from the side in the side yard, 5 feet from the lot line, is able to be done in this district by special permit, as it was. And in any event, there are districts in town where 5 feet is the minimum anyway. So I think that there's nothing unusual about that, and that there is plenty of ability for the fire department to handle the situation if the need were to arise.
Okay, thank you. I saw Ms. McGovern, your hand again, or is that still from before that you had it up and didn't take it down yet?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes,
I hope you could ask any questions or give comments now, so we get
Yes,
them all at once. That way we can get answers and move along, okay?
Yes, again, I don't question Mr. Reed's facts, except the fact that we were asked to give this easement, 5-foot easement, with the intention that it was going to be a garage. And subsequently, as a result of where the building is and the size of the building, we went on and we built a garage to block that garage. In other words, so we would not see that garage from our house. So it was a conscious decision to put our garage as close to our property line and with the line of sight. So while I think Mr. Reed pointed out that the access for the fire trucks might not be limited, but it's our fear that if something were to happen to that garage, and our garage caught on fire, or something in the main house caught on fire, our house could also be involved, and the fire trucks would not be able to get in there. That's why they have these 10-foot separations.
Well,
the one between ours is 15 feet. It's 10 feet to our property line and 5 feet to the garage.
As Mr. Reed said, there's places in town where there is as little as 5 feet separation, just so you're aware of that.
But that's not the case. That's not the case in this neighborhood.
We're in Hussey Farm.
Okay, but just I'm gonna say if you've got additional points, please raise them now. Otherwise, I think we're covering ground we covered before. We tried to answer the question for you, but is there anything else you haven't spoken about that you want to raise?
No, we're good. Thank you.
You're good. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just one point. From what Mr. McGovern said, it sounded as if he thought that the garage might be increasing in height, and there's no change in the exterior dimensions of the structure. It's going to be internal conversion rather than there being anything new built or any addition built or any greater height.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, are you ready to close the public hearing? Is there a motion?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Fritz. Is there a second? There's a
Second.
second, Dave? Oh, okay, Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith. Yes, okay, so, what's your pleasure?
I think we need to discuss this a little bit more with staff before we take some action.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a
Sounds
question.
good. Let's have, who'd
I
like
think
to?
I've ever ran into
first?
anything like this before, so.
Do you want to
Um,
speak first, Nat?
Yeah, I just want to, Leslie, can I just ask you, Megan, Leslie, whoever knows, Arthur? I'm looking at this. I realize that there's a wetland there. How far is that primary dwelling from the wetland? Is it right on the edge of what it would be to, at the time it was built, Arthur? What was it, 50 feet then? What was the rule?
Well, I mean, the rule has always been, in the last 30 years, that you have the 50-foot and 25-foot setback zones. I'm looking at a plan that I have in my file, not the plan that's before you now, that shows the dwelling, and part of it is within the 50 feet. These houses were built quite some time ago. I don't know
That's why
when
I'm
this
asking.
house was built. I may have that. I take it back. No, it was built in 1987.
Yeah.
And that was just before the change. And in any event, they had an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission, as they had to, because it was within 100 feet of the wetland boundary. But most of the house is within the 50-foot setback from the wetland boundary. The structure that we're dealing with here right now is outside the 50. It would be within jurisdiction if we were making any exterior alterations. We'd have to go back to the Concom, but again, we're not proposing to do that. And if we did have to go back there, it would not be a waiver project since we are outside the 50-foot setback.
Right. The reason I'm bringing this up, Arthur, we go from, full-blown tear downs, blowing up a property, to something the polar opposite of this situation. If this was bought by, typical what we're seeing today, they would blow this place up, move the primary to a spot that was outside the boundary, and then build the second dwelling well within inside the property. There would be a whole different plan,
Well, they couldn't do that on this property, because if you take a look at it,
you couldn't move that primary over closer to the road?
No, because the wetland goes out toward the road. When you go out toward Meadowview Drive in the southerly part of the lot, the wetland goes very close to the road, so that the whole southerly part of the lot,
unbuildable.
You have part of the famous Lake Sylvia out back.
I see that.
And then the wetland runs out from that to a point where it's only about 25 feet from the road. So the point is that with today's wetland regulations, the only place that you would be able to build, and at the present time, the Conservation Commission is taking a very hard line with regard to even reconstruction of structures within 50 feet. So anything that would be built would be closer to the northeasterly corner of the lot, and again, would be able to be built. You could have a structure built there, but again, it doesn't make any sense to do anything other than keep the existing house where it is.
Yeah.
And again, this garage structure, can remain and again be used as we're proposing, but without any physical change to the outside.
I see now. I see the wiggly lines now. I was just trying to make a point about, houses built in the wrong place back in the day when no one was really planning every little detail. But I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
This is just an unfortunate one, Arthur. I mean, I don't ever remember anything like this coming in with this type of situation. So I don't even know what the answer is, to be honest. You know, I mean, they granted them the space. I'm not worried about the fire truck. I'm not, or that's not the issue at all. This is more about, you know, like the will of two neighbors. I don't like seeing things like this happen. You know what I mean? So let the rest of the board discuss it some more before we take a vote.
Thanks, Nat. Fritz?
I just have a question to staff. The statement was made by the neighbor that the garage is rented or has been rented. And so my question is a property that is zoned for, that is a garage and studio, is that a property that can be available for rent? In other words, habitable and rentable?
Leslie?
So it's technically habitable because it's finished space, but it's not a dwelling unit if it wasn't permitted to be a dwelling unit. So they would be renting that, you know, at their own risk. It would be a violation of the ZBA permit to use it as a dwelling unit.
Okay. Thank you.
So that may be in part why they're trying to regularize things, even if there's not been a enforcement action.
I'm not aware of there having been any enforcement action or of there having been any issue about the thing having been rented, although I've never discussed the subject with my clients. First I've heard about it.
Other board members, Leslie, sorry.
I'd just like to, you know, point out as far as, you know, the relief that they've requested, you know, through the planning board is just the scalar separation between the primary dwelling and what they want to be a secondary dwelling. You know, I certainly appreciate the concerns and the, you know, issues that the neighbors, you know, may have with it being, you know, another dwelling unit, but that's really, I think, a zoning board of appeals issue that they'll deal with in modifying the permit. I think in this situation, you know, you really need to focus on, you know, is there a negative impact with the distance between the primary and what they want to be the secondary? Because that's really what's before you.
Thanks. John?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Leslie, because if that's the issue that we're really focusing on, there obviously was a studio there. It was permitted there, regardless of whether it is legal or not legal to rent that out. There's been somebody living there. It hasn't been an issue, and it doesn't seem like there have been any complaints. So in that respect, the 5.5 foot makes no difference whether it's considered a studio or they add a little bit more space and make it into a 1-bedroom. You know, we have to also look at, this isn't a 6-bedroom house. This isn't a trophy home. It's probably going to someone that is considered an affordable rental. It's really a 1-bedroom, and it's still within the 595 square feet or so. So it's not overly large. So right on this, you know, in that respect, I don't have an issue with it. I also, maybe I heard this wrong, but the neighbor stated that they put the garage purposely in the place to shield or block out the garage. And what I find about that statement is it sounds like their garage was built afterward. So if that's the case, then they really created their own fire hazard if that is a concern, because they put that close to not just the property line, but close to the building. So I agree with Nat. I don't think I have an issue with any kind of fire truck or safety to get into there. And really, that's my comment. Thank you.
Dave Iverson?
So just a process question here. We have two items before us with these, with this piece of property, correct? So the first one is the separation. And then the second one is for a second dwelling. Is that, am I right there?
That's correct. The separation requires a special permit. It's a requirement of a secondary dwelling. So in order to approve the secondary dwelling, you must grant the special permit for the separation.
We need to get through this to get to the next piece, which I find might be a bigger issue. So yeah, just thank you for clarifying.
Did you want to speak to that second issue, Dave?
Well, are we gonna, I would rather hear from my fellow board members. I'm kind of hung up here with, I
Yeah,
mean.
I don't want to make things more complicated. I just didn't want to cut you off if you felt limited.
I'm good at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wanting to speak? I see Jan Carr again. I'm going to recognize her, but we're not going to go for third rounds here. Ms. Carr?
Madam Chair, we already closed the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Carr, I'm sorry, we've closed the public hearing and I thought I'd given everybody notice of that, so we can't take further comments at this point. Thanks for the reminder, Megan. Other members of the board who wanted to raise observations or thoughts at this point? So are you ready to take up the question of the scalar separation initially? We're getting tired. I know we're going to get tired before we're done, so.
Yeah. Jesus. You looking for a motion?
Yes.
Madam Chair? Yes. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the application that the scalar difference and separation is in the harmony of with the general purpose intent of the bylaw.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
John, roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, so now we're on the second provision, which is granting a special permit for secondary, no, Megan's looking at me. I'm sorry. What is the second?
It's just a standard second dwelling application.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Approve the separation. It's just a standard second dwelling application before you.
So there's no special permit. It's just, so this one, it's just board members voting on this. Is there further discussion? Dave, would you like to come back to this now?
I just, and maybe we discussed this earlier. I just don't know how we vote for to approve a second dwelling when the zoning board has said no inhabitants.
Could be heard.
You guys have covered it, but just refresh me, please. Sorry.
Arthur's going to speak to it, but they haven't gone to the zoning board on this. They're going to have to do that next.
We had to start somewhere, and we decided to start here and then go to the Board of Appeals afterwards. As far as the second dwelling issue is concerned, once again, as you know, the issue on secondary dwelling is adequacy of access, and we're dealing with a paved road in a subdivision, which has been approved many years ago. And with, as is shown on the plan, the required amount of parking and appropriate access to the parking spaces and to the dwellings from it. So that really shouldn't be an issue. The whole issue of whether or not this, granted the history of it and so on, should be allowed to have human habitation. In other words, for the condition that was applied by the ZBA to be removed is up to the ZBA, and we will be going there. You know, that essentially covers it.
Dave, did that answer?
Obviously, if you make a decision approving the secondary dwelling, you can and should say in there that it's subject to relief being granted by way of a modification of the existing decision by the ZBA.
So we can add that to the staff conditions, because I was just
Yes.
gonna ask something to that effect, Arthur,
Yes.
to Leslie and Megan.
I mean, you can't really
Oh.
condition your approval on approval of another board, but we can certainly make a note in the approval letter pointing that out.
Right. And with that said, Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt back after Arthur there, but Leslie, can we condition second dwelling approval? Like, can we go beyond the typical, there's so many different things going on here. I'm just asking if there's a way to do that, or is that not in our purview at the moment?
Through you, Madam Chair. I mean, I don't know what conditions you're talking about, but I'm just gonna,
Well,
they're probably not in your purview because you're asking the question. I mean,
Yeah,
you're supposed to be looking at the application in terms of adequacy of access. So you can't put a condition in that has nothing to do with access.
We can't put in any kind of condition about improvements, adding any of that kind of stuff, use,
No.
expansion, none of that. Okay, all right. Didn't think we could, but I just figured I'd ask. I never really had this for me before. All the years I've been doing this, never seen it.
Okay, is there a motion?
Well, Madam Chair?
Yes, Fritz.
Again, I'm concerned about at least the allegation. There's been obviously no proof of it, but the allegation that this may in fact this building may have been used in violation of the zoning bylaw. So, understanding what's in our purview, can we add a statement or a address to the zoning board?
Yeah.
The concern about a potential zoning violation?
So if you want to make a comment to the board, I would not suggest that you do it through your secondary dwelling approval. They, do accept comments from the planning board on any of their applications. So usually your schedules just don't align and it doesn't work out. But since we know they'll be going, we can keep an eye on that and you can provide a comment to them at that time if you'd like.
Leslie, how about the question, should there be some investigation at that point by Marcus?
I mean, if the board wants to refer the matter to him, you can certainly decide to do that. But I think it's
if I were on the ZBA, I wouldn't know what to do with that if it's just an allegation without any evidence or proof. I know Arthur hasn't talked to his clients about it either, but it just seems like saying that to them doesn't help them come to any kind of meaningful resolution without having some mechanism to make findings, if that's in order.
Obviously, I can assume that the neighbors who raised the issue tonight will be participating in a similar way in the ZBA hearing and would raise that issue. And it goes without saying that between now and then, I will look into the issue myself, and that my clients may very well participate themselves in the ZBA hearing in order to clarify any issues that may need clarification.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. That's a good resolution. All right, are you ready to have a motion on this matter about the disposition of a special, of a secondary dwelling approval with the condition?
What was the letter that we said we'd write to them consist of again earlier? We said that, but I forgot what it was.
Consistent, that we put as a condition in our letter to the applicant that the approval from us is conditional on the ZBA approving human habitation. Is
Okay.
that what you mean, Nat?
Yes, yep. Just want to make sure we have that in there.
Staff, is there anything else you'd recommend to be included as conditions or provisions? Okay, are you ready to act on this one?
Yeah.
I know there's discomfort, but we still have more more to do tonight. It's not going to get easier.
Make a motion to approve with the current staff recommendations plus the letter to the ZBA stating the further approval for human habitation.
And that would be in the findings from that our staff will draft, so that goes to the applicant also.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dave seconds. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Thank you.
If I could, for 1 sec, I would just really strongly suggest that the neighbors show up at that zoning board meeting if they really want to be heard. Very important.
All right, we've got 2 more matters from Mr. Reed yet before we go on to warrant articles. I'm inclined to say push ahead through these 2 and then take a 5-minute bio break, if that's agreeable. Okay, number PLSP 2021-01-105 LMD Investment Limited Partnership, 140 and 144 Pleasant Street. Mr. Reed.
Thank you very much. This is an amendment to the existing special permit relating to the post office on Pleasant Street and the dwelling units permitted in connection therewith. That was approved by the planning board some years ago, and then there was a modification. And in the most recent modification, I believe they transposed the references to the 2 lots 3 and 4. And the way the decision was written, they seemed to be thinking that the post office was on lot 3 and that the other lot with the parking area and one of the duplexes that's in the back of the property on the other lot. In fact, it's the reverse. So that when it provided that lot 3 would have 2 dwelling units and 4 bedrooms, in fact, lot 3 has 2 dwelling units and 4 bedrooms, but is the one that has room for 2 more dwelling units on the 2nd floor of the post office. Whereas lot 4 has 2 dwelling units and 4 bathrooms. In any event, the point is what we're trying to do here is to regularize that decision so that it's corrected in terms of the number of dwelling units and bedrooms that would be permitted on each lot. And in addition, we would like to add 2 more bedrooms to lot 3, the post office lot, so that it would be able to have 2 bedroom units above the post office, for which there is plenty of room in the upstairs of that building. We're not asking for any parking relief. We have plenty of parking to comply with all of the requirements. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Reed before we open the public hearing? Dave.
Dave's muted.
What are we adding to this lot, Arthur?
We're adding, what we're allowing is for the 2 proposed dwelling units, which have never been constructed, upstairs in the post office, to each be two-bedroom dwellings, two-bedroom dwelling units rather than one-bedroom dwelling units.
Okay. And that's it, other than getting the lot numbers right. That's the only change. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Other questions for Arthur before we go to the public hearing? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing on this matter that you've heard Mr. Reed describe. If anybody would like to speak on this topic, please indicate by putting up your hand emoticon and we will call on you. Let's see, I see somebody from the board has their hand up, and that is Campbell. Let me just be sure, Campbell, that there's nobody out there in the public who wants to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to speak to this matter, please put up your hand now so we know you want to speak, because we're likely to close the hearing after we hear from Ms. Sutton. Campbell.
So I had a question on the parking through you, Madam Chair. Is there additional parking being put in? And just let me explain my my question. I find that parking lot that services the post office, excuse me, is while traffic is coming and going, people are coming and going, you know, every 10 or 15 minutes or less, there's still a high demand, especially in the mid to high season of the year. And I'm just wondering about essentially 4 more bedrooms, I believe, is the total being added. But which I'm presuming are people who live there all the time and would need parking for where they are. I'm just wondering how that balance of spaces is going to go.
Arthur, just to be clear, isn't it that you're getting the right references, not that you're adding?
We're not adding dwelling units, but we're changing 2 of the permitted dwelling units that haven't been built from 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom. Those units are already authorized by the existing special permit decision, which was exercised many years ago. And even though they haven't been built, we don't need any further relief in order to construct the dwelling units. We just want to make them 2-bedroom units rather than 1 bedroom.
So Campbell understands we're talking about adding
bedrooms.
Just bedrooms, that's all. 2
right, but
bedrooms.
The existing, the dwelling units do not exist at this time.
That's right.
No, but they're approved.
They're authorized but not constructed.
And we're looking at having to, and my question, even if I were in the public, which is why I raised my hand as someone from the public who utilizes that parking lot, it seems to me that that puts a lot of pressure on the existing parking. And I'm just asking about that question because I believe it has something to do with access and parking sufficiency, which I believe can be viewed under this. It's my understanding.
We would need, through you, Madam Chair, we would need relief from this board if we were not going to provide the required amount of parking for the intended uses. We actually asked the surveyor for the project, Leo Asadorian, to do a parking count, and he has advised us that we don't need relief, that we have already more spaces than, including the count for the additional bedrooms that we would need on the site, calculated in accordance with the bylaw. If it were determined that we needed additional spaces, we would have to come back here and deal with you on it.
But according to your calculation, you're already complying with the number of parking spaces required once you build this out, you'd be within the approved number of parking spaces.
Yes, we have excess spaces now. Again, I'm looking for the calculation on that, but I know that we had Leo do it, and he was satisfied that we had more than enough parking spaces. And obviously, the plans will have to be reviewed by the building department at the time that they're submitted, and if there were issue with parking, they would raise it.
So just,
Campbell, did that answer?
I'm sorry about pressing this, but it is the same building that the post office is in. So, and I'm just a little concerned we're ending up in a downtown Stop and Shop situation where there's just no parking. You start having people circling in order to utilize the post office box that they rent at the post office. So how many spaces are allotted to the commercial use of that building for the post office? Again, I'm concerned about the traffic impact that taking up more of the existing spaces could imply.
Campbell, just so you're clear, you're asking something that is apart from what they have to be presenting to us because they have enough spaces already, but you want to
That's
pursue
fine.
this because it's of interest, and
That's okay,
we
because
can
you know,
keep
in the
doing
end,
that.
that's okay. In the end, it'll end up being a huge parking problem and it will reveal itself in time. So I was
Campbell,
just,
all I'm trying to do is be sure we're focused on what our authority is to deal with tonight and to try to manage the time.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes.
my apologies.
Through you, I have a couple of questions for Arthur.
Yes.
Arthur, first and foremost, I don't know who owns the building, if it's the post office or they actually lease the building?
They leased the building from LMD, which is my client, Al DeMarco.
Okay, and secondly, is under the lease, do they have to get permission from the post office in order to build? Because now what they were leasing may not be what they were expecting now that you have 4 apartments or 4 bedrooms above them and parking. That's
The post office knows all about it. It's fine.
Okay.
There's a preference for postal employees as far as the
and I'm sure it's going to meet building codes, fire separation, et cetera.
Yes.
With being that there's a post office with it's a federal, it's a federal entity, elevators and fire codes and handicap accessible, all those things for the apartments above.
It's actually just subject to Massachusetts building code things. It doesn't have any, the post office is simply a tenant. And the building was developed by, the project was developed by my client back at the time in about 14 years ago. Time flies.
Well, I guess the question that, and it relates to what Campbell's saying about the parking, if even though it seems like from a survey standpoint, there's plenty of parking, I'd be curious to see the actual written lease, what the post office is leasing and how many spaces they were awarded in the lease. Because if they were awarded X amount and the 4 are now going to be taking away from what their lease says, then I guess that would be a question.
Again, we can't run afoul of the lease with the post office. I don't believe there's any, I never had anything to do with the lease, but I don't believe there's anything in there relating to specific parking spaces. They leased the property based upon the plans, which we brought before the planning board and got approved back at the time.
Mm-hmm.
John,
okay, that's all.
Do you have
Thank you.
anything else? Anybody else have a question?
Yeah, this approval back in the day was complicated. If Arthur remembers, we had to wait for them to fix the way it came out into the roundabout. It wasn't going to come out there. It was unbelievable. So I know it's not the best circulation, but it's a lot better than what it could have been, believe it or not. Arthur, just a quick question. Now that I understand what they're proposing to do completely, is there any space to add any more? Those spaces on the right between the two current structures, that's their sort of special. I got yelled at numerous times, just probably like every Nantucketer was parking there, not knowing that you're not supposed to. Is there space? I mean, I don't see any technically, but I bet you they could squeeze a couple more in there at some point in time. That's all I'm curious about. I'm not worried about them trying to do these dwellings on top of the building. I'm more concerned with, is there a place to squeeze in a couple of those little, spaces in there or no?
I don't think so. I think that if there were the ability to add some more parking spaces in there, that
Probably
when
would have done
Leo
it.
did the site plan, he would have shown them.
Okay. All right. I'm just thinking about the yard, but that's fine. And there's going to be more parking in this area anyways at some point in time. So.
Right.
Oh, God, another odd approval. Okay. Thank you, Arthur.
Anybody else? Are you ready to, I think we closed the public hearing already, did we?
I don't
Is there
know. I
a
don't think
motion to
so.
close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Nat moved, Dave seconded, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz. We lost Fritz. I vote aye. Hearing is closed. On the Fritz, do you vote to close the public hearing?
He muted?
Fritz is muted.
Oh.
You're muted, Fritz.
Okay, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure you know that my computer died, so I've not been participating for probably the last 4 minutes.
Okay, then I won't ask you to vote on closing the public hearing, because we unanimously voted to close it. So now we're on Arthur's LMD Investment Limited Partnership for changes in the upstairs apartments above the post office, just so you know where we are, Fritz.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve with the following conditions. The finding that the modification does not materially affect which of the original decision and subsequent modifications were based, and the 3 staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dave seconded, roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
a discussion, please.
yes, please.
Before I lost my communication, I was going to ask that we be able to see a parking plan that shows the spaces and verifies what Arthur was saying, but I would simply make that request, and if not, then I will vote.
I might just answer that question,
Yes.
Madam Chair. There is a parking plan that was submitted to the board. You should have it in your packet.
We do.
A site
Showing
plan.
the number of parking spaces required.
Yeah. Showing the number of parking spaces. Again, I can't find my calculation as to the number that are required, but it shows all the parking spaces on the site.
That's not exactly what I meant. So did we ever get to the issue of, well, I don't want to belabor this. I'll just vote.
Thank you, Fritz. We had, I think, motion by Nat, seconded by Dave.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you ready to vote? Is there further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Abstain.
Judith, aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, last one, Arthur, PLSP 2021-01-104 South Essex Road Condominium, 6B Essex Road.
And again, you have me to deal with on this one. This is the matter that was before you a few months ago regarding the building at 6B Essex Road belonging to my clients, Ron and Ellen Winters, in which we dealt with the requirements with regard to an apartment that not more than 50% of the building on the first floor be used for residential, the balance having to be commercial in order to fit within the definition of apartment or the requirements of the definition of apartment. In any event, we ran into the peculiarity here that because this is a partially residential and partially commercial condominium with two dwellings and then a commercial building, and what we're proposing to do is to put the residential space into the commercial building, we had to obtain relief from the 50% rule, since obviously the two houses on the property had residential uses on their first floor. So there was some confusion at the time, and in fact, the decision that was entered based upon misunderstanding that I had when the application was filed indicated that the apartment was to be placed on the second floor of the commercial building. In fact, what we propose to do is to use not more than 50% of the first floor to convert from commercial space to residential. You know, which if you disregard the two residential structures on the lot, is basically what the bylaw intends in terms of a commercial building being able to have an apartment in it, but that the apartment basically either be upstairs or not take up more than 50% of the first floor. And that's exactly what we're proposing to do here, that the first floor of the building would have residential space of 50% or less, and the balance would remain in commercial use.
Okay, are there questions for Arthur from the board? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm opening the public hearing. If anybody would like to speak on this matter, Fritz?
No.
Fritz, did you say something? Were you trying to be okay? If you'd like to speak on this matter, please join the queue and put your hand up. I see Margaret Duffy. Welcome, Miss Duffy.
It's actually Robert Duffy.
Mr. Duffy, welcome.
Yes, thank you. We abut the entire, basically the little allotment of the homes, you know, that are there. We're 20 Bartlett Road. We back right up to the, you know, the little inlet. You'll see it on GIS rather. And basically my only real concern is right now there's already a giant parking issue in that inlet where there's at times there's no less than 12 to 15 vehicles in there, and it's just it's insane. it's literally insane. I cannot imagine having more vehicles in this little tiny, you know, subdevelopment. It's not that I have any ill, you know, feelings about a commercial property. It's the fact that how many more vehicles are going to be stuffed in, you know, right behind our house. It's just, it never stops. The vehicles are in and out all day long.
Madam Chair, if I could respond to that.
Yes.
We already have approval to put the apartment on the second floor of the building All we're asking for here is to have, rather than the entire second floor being a dwelling, that it would be half of the first floor.
So, Mr. Duffy, it's not authorizing additional parking or anything of that sort. It's just an issue about the internal configuration of the building.
So this is his wife, Maggie Duffy. Thank you for hearing us. So if I understand, the current dwelling is a commercial property with the approval to, the current situation was that there was a approval for an apartment upstairs. And now you're at, because this, what it states is that there is no second floor. And now you're asking for what was supposed to be one apartment upstairs over commercial property to be two apartments on the first floor, neither
No.
to 50%?
No, it's one apartment on the first floor instead of on the non-existent second floor.
Okay.
Right.
So it isn't, do you see why it's not adding?
I understand. So it's neither adding parking nor additional bathrooms or any, you're just changing the configuration from upstairs to first floor.
That's right.
So if that's the case, as homeowners of an extremely, my age, 57-year-old home that abuts the property that was built around us, there, we don't have an objection because it's already been approved.
Thank you. I would just say, good work at understanding this stuff. It's very complicated. So thank you for active listening and rephrasing and restating.
Well, I'm a project manager for a pharmaceutical company that's providing COVID vaccines to the world. So,
well, thank you for that too.
Rephrasing and understanding concern. And I don't want to take the time any longer because you guys are supposed to be done at 8. I will ask a question though, with regard to the number of properties that are around surrounding our home and the number of rats that are now emerging because of the number of properties around our home. Is the Board of Health that I have to go to? Because now I bought the house in October and we pay $300 a month to deal with the rat capacity associated with the large houses around our home. And that I'm trying to put a small little shed, and listening to some of the other, you know, for the last 5 hours, the other units about trying to put a little shed on my house. I'm concerned about having to do a special assessment going before this board, as well as trying to deal with the health and safety of myself, my husband, and my dog with the rat population that's currently around it. So I understand I'm going off base here. It is not part of the special assessments that you guys are dealing with. I guess as a new homeowner on Nantucket of a very prestigiously old home, I'm trying to figure out who the right folks are to go to.
I think the consensus seems to be health department, and if you need a shed, don't take to heart as long as you're not in the Moorland Management District. You don't get the same TLC.
I'm not. I'm on Bartlett Road, you know, this little tiny old 57-year-old 2-bedroom cottage. So thank you. We'll shut up.
Leslie or Megan, do you have any more advice about rat management?
No, definitely she should contact the Board of Health.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anybody else wanting to speak on this matter? If not, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Fritz moved, John second, roll call. Fritz.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, what's your pleasure on the merits?
Make a motion to approve the request. And also that the modification does not materially affect the findings and conditions on which the original decision was based. And no staff recommendations, so that's it.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Nat
Second.
seconded, roll call, John,
Second.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you.
Thank you
It's
very
eight-
much.
It's 8:55. Can we keep it to 10 minutes? I'm sorry, I think it's going to be 10:30 before we're done if we're lucky. So Leslie's looking starstruck.
Wishful thinking.
Maybe not, maybe won't be so hard. But
Judith.
I'd just rather overpromise or not overpromise. I regret that this is going so long.
Judith,
So back at 9:05, yes.
just real quick, if the Duffys are still watching, their property doesn't even abut the property we just spoke about. They're 2 or 3 lots away. So just for if they're listening,
They're,
this
they're
isn't
not
gonna-
on the.
this isn't going to have
list
anything
anymore.
to do with their traffic issue.
Okay, thank you. Till 9:05. Nat, time to cook pizza for us all.
I gotta do something. Thank
I'll
you.
be right,
Be
I'll
back.
go in 2 minutes, Nat. I like pepperoni. No, goddamn fucking cat.
I got it.
You're only.
I feel your pain, Nat.
What was that?
I feel your pain.
I don't, I'm just little small snacks is all we can do, Judith.
I got a coffee. Hope I'm not sorry.
No.
I'm going to have to move my
I
setup
couldn't
in a
do
little while.
coffee this time of night.
Judith, are we just dealing with the 6 that were carryover continued? I count
No,
6, maybe.
we've got the Hummock Pond Road set. We've got a couple, one withdrawal and one to continue. Then we've got 3 related to Pulpist area that are Linda's. Then we've got Old South Road and Airport Road, 18 Evergreen, 25 Rugged. So maybe that is 6 if you cluster them together. So maybe we can get done by 10. But I sort of doubt it.
Judith, the Sconset one, I forgot to, oh no, I did put it in the report. That one needs to be continued.
No, yes, I've got that in my notes.
advertisement.
I've got that in my notes. Thanks. Thanks for the supplemental workup too, Leslie.
Oh, thanks. You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I think a few of these are going to be subject to some extensive discussion.
That wouldn't surprise me given the way the evening is going.
Just forewarn you.
But I hope we can stick with it. I hate to keep people this late and then tell them we're continuing and they have to come back and do it again another night. So let's see, we're waiting for Fritz is here. I've got a Fritz with a mute. I've got a Fritz with a face. I don't know why I've got two of you, if that matters with your internet, Fritz.
No, because I had to switch to my
Other device.
iPhone. Now I've switched back to my iPad for the time being till it dies again.
No, not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't
let's
find my list
see.
of the warrant articles. Did you send them to us, Megan?
Leslie had sent them and let me see if I can.
Okay, then I'll find them. I wasn't searching under Leslie. All right.
Yep.
thank
And
you.
Dave, I sent those on Saturday. So if you can sort by date, it was sort of late. I think it was like early evening.
Awesome. Thank you.
Dave, I'm going to forward it to you too.
Okay. I think I've got it though. I think. Oh no, I got that information you sent us, which is awesome. Thank you. Computer is running very slow for some reason.
Just send it, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
So are we mostly here? Campbell, looking for
I'm
Campbell?
here.
You're here, okay. Steve Welch, I don't see. He may have had to go off and come back on. So let's reconvene and get right down to it. Thank you to those attending who've been sticking with us through this fairly lengthy meeting. Going to deal with two to take off the agenda first. Zoning bylaw amendment to reduce the maximum allowed height in the commercial mid-island district from 40 to 30 feet. The applicant has requested withdrawal and that we take no action. Is there, this is the one from Val Oliver that we debated whether she just meant to defer action or whether she meant to remove it altogether. And I think we've had further clarification to remove it altogether. Campbell?
Did she, it's just a question because to withdraw it, it's my understanding from my limited experience that you need to go around and get signatures from everyone who originally signed it.
We got something from Erica Mooney to that effect, and I think Megan or Catherine double checked. And
okay, great. That was all.
Thank you. So, Leslie.
Madam Chair, just to be completely on the safe side while the public hearing's open, because we did advertise it. I mean, just if we need it, you could, open it, close it, and make a motion to take no action. That way we don't have to redo it if it's necessary.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to open the public hearing on a citizen petition. I'm taking this just a bit out of order, allowing a maximum height in the commercial mid-island district from 40 to 30 feet. This was carried over from last year. The proponent has indicated she wants to withdraw it. We would intend to take no action on it, but you have a chance to speak to it if you'd like. But if you do, please show your intent swiftly so we can move right along for everybody's sake. Seeing Linda Williams. Linda Williams.
I don't need to speak on this one.
Okay. But I thought you're ready to go. I know you are.
I don't.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
John
Second.
moved. Nat seconded. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith. Is there a motion to take no action?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a
Second.
Second.
John moved. Nat.
That was Dave. I think that was Dave's second.
No,
Dave seconded. No, he says it was you, Nat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Then we've got an item that has to be re-advertised. This one is zoning map amendment to place a property at 10 Clifton Street, currently located in the Wisconsin Residential SR1 District in the Wisconsin Old Historic District. It has to be continued until March 8th so it can be properly advertised. Is there a motion?
17th. I mean, March 8th or the
March 8th. No, it
February
has, they have to, it takes longer to get the ad to run.
Okay, sorry.
So is there a motion to continue till March 8th?
Motion to continue to March 8th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave, was that you?
That was me. Second. Sorry.
Okay.
Nat.
That was a joke, Nat. I was
Oh.
taking it back.
Okay.
All right, sorry. This time of night, you never can tell. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, going back now to one that I think we will remember from last time. Zoning map amendment to place properties off of Tatamo and Osprey Ways in Hummock Pond Road, currently located in residential 20R20 district and limited use general 2 lug 2 district in the village residential VR district and or limited use general 1 lug district. Leslie did further work up on this. So would you like to say another few words, Leslie?
Sure, thank you. So I did provide, some information in the staff report that I sent out on Saturday. I spent a lot of time putting together that chart. I hope you all looked at it.
Yep.
I did have to make a few corrections to it today. I had a few minor formula errors that I have fixed. And actually those resulted in a greater square footage being removed if the properties are all rezoned. After accounting for the LUG2 portions of a lot of those lots, if you put everything in VR, which is what we're recommending, I think we should take the LUG1 off the table, at least for now, and just get it all in VR. That would reduce almost 29,000 square feet of potential ground cover, which is a lot of ground cover.
Leslie, does that include the lug 2 portions of those lots, or
Yeah.
would they still be, so it's the full lots, all the lots?
Yeah,
All parts of the lot. Thank you.
So what I did on Saturday, I went through the map and created, I don't want to get too technical, but I figured out the area for the LUG2 portions and the R20 portions, and then calculated the ground cover separately for each section to figure out what would be allowed now versus what would be allowed in VR. So that was a little time consuming, but very helpful.
Very helpful to us. Thank you.
So out of that, there's 2 properties that are non-conforming now, and they would remain so. I think 7, and I didn't double check this after I changed the chart today, but I don't think this part changed. 7 would become non-conforming. 7 would have less than 500 square feet of additional ground cover. 9 would have between 500 and 1,000. 5 would have between 1,000 and 2,000, and 17 would have over 2,000 square feet of ground cover. So I think, you know, as you all discussed the last time, this is in the Hummock Pond watershed. It's an environmentally sensitive area. You know, this is an opportunity for you to reduce potential impervious surfaces and that sort of thing now, because a lot of these properties were built mostly in the 70s, some more recently than that. So before, you know, things really start changing out there, you know, if you want it to be reduced, now's the time to do that. And as Andrew pointed out at the last meeting, across the street on the other side of Hummock Pond, you know, most of those properties are pre-existing non-conforming. They're limited in ground cover. So even after ground cover is reduced in this area, they still have significantly more potential than the LUG2 lots on the other side of Hummock Pond.
And I think it came out at the prior meeting that making this change is part of the vision from the existing master plan being put to rest too, right?
It is. Yep, phasing out R20 in the country overlay district.
Okay, questions from the board. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a continuation of a public hearing. If anybody'd like to speak on this matter, this would be the time.
I have an off question.
Go right ahead, Dave.
Was 209 Hummock Pond Road really built in 1918?
You know, there are a couple of those that had some really early dates. And what I think that may be, because this comes up with my own house that says it was built in 1920. They're probably structures that were moved there from somewhere else.
Awesome.
But could have been built in 1918. I didn't go investigate, but there were a few that I thought seemed a little suspicious.
That was a lot of work. Thank you, but very helpful.
You're welcome.
Okay, last chance, anybody who wants to speak in this public hearing. If not, we're about to close the public hearing, so this is your chance. Anybody prepared to move to close the public hearing?
Make that motion.
Thank you, Dave. Is there a second?
Second.
Nat seconded. Roll call. Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Okay, on the merit.
I'd make a motion to give it a favorable, favorable, what's the word I'm looking for? It's too late.
Recommendation.
I think it's our proposal, so it's to move ahead with proposals. That right, Leslie?
So you would propose
That's it.
to, you know, for the planning board to provide a positive recommendation for the VR district.
For
Dave said that.
everything, or we have to decide that, right, Leslie? That was actually what I was going to ask.
Yeah, that's what I recommended. I thought that's what you all were voting on.
No. I remember what we said at the last meeting.
We could either have a motion and discuss the motion, or we could discuss and then have the motion. Would anybody like to speak on the? Otherwise, I think Dave.
A favorable recommendation for the VR, change to VR.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nat. Is there further discussion? Okay, roll call. Dave?
Aye.
How absolutely convenient is that? Fuck you.
Pardon?
Wow. What was that?
Well, whatever it was, let's not do it again. I think we're having a roll call. Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. I see some wide open eyes of innocence amongst us. We don't know where they came from, but we request not to have it happen again. Next one is there's a set of three. This is Linda Williams, who's ready, I'm sure, to comment. Her hand is up. I think procedurally what we want to do is take up the first of these, which is what was proposed last year, zoning map amendment to place 8 properties on the north side of Poultice Road, currently located in Village Residential District into the Village Neighborhood VN District. And what Leslie suggested is have a no recommendation, and there's no need for substantive discussion because Linda wants to withdraw this, I believe.
Well, just if you want to cut to the chase, just make a motion to take no action and leave it alone there.
So spoke the applicant's representative. Is there a motion to that effect? Oh, no, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public
Yeah,
hearing.
public hearing, sorry.
If anybody would like to speak on this matter, there's also 2 related items coming up about Chatham Road and the same rough neighborhood of Poultice Road that we'll be getting to in due course, but you're invited now to comment on this particular proposal having to do with Village Residential being rezoned to Village Neighborhood.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Make
No,
a motion to, oh, sorry.
no one's speaking yet, so that's in order.
Yeah,
Nat,
yeah, make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Dave, John seconds. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, on the merits, the proposal is to take no action. Is there a motion to that effect?
Motion to take no action.
Thank you, John. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That's Dave. Roll call, John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye.
In the interest of time, Madam Chairman, I don't mind putting all but one of mine over to May 8th.
No, Linda, we're on a roll here if you don't
Okay,
mind.
I just don't want you fading away out here.
No, we're livened up with you before us. How could we be otherwise? So I'm just going to read these off so anybody who wants to speak in the hearing knows. We're taking up next. This is the preferred resolution, I believe, Linda, correct? Zoning map amendment to place properties located off Chatham Road, Monomoy Road, Poultice Road, and Milestone Road, currently located in the Village Residential VR District in the Residential 20 R20 District, and a zoning bylaw amendment to remove the same properties from the County Overlay District and place them in the Town Overlay District.
That's pretty much it. All we gain out of it is 2.5% ground cover. Most of these are 1-story structures, but it also, we didn't used to have water and sewer, and these are smaller lots. And generally speaking, you got water and sewer, and they're on this size lot, you're in the town district. They just got all that sewer out there, so they've all connected.
And thank you for the careful write-up in response to our questions. That was quite helpful, and we appreciate that. Fritz?
I kind of went through this because I wrote a note to myself. So what's the result? But there is a difference, right? In terms of.
There's a difference in frontage, for example.
No, it's 50-50.
How about tertiary?
Tertiaries are still under the same issue with the ground cover, setbacks, all the same things that would go on with tertiary. And I'm not sure any of them would be able to get a tertiary except for a larger lot. So they're on water and sewer as well, but I think if they could do anything, it'd be a secondary dwelling. But a lot of these are old time owners, as you could see. And they've got older kids now. So I think if there's anything, it'd be a garage apartment or another little cottage, but they're all still under the gun on the ground cover. And a lot of them are pretty high in ground cover now. So they're
Further
only going to get 2.5% anyway.
questions or comments from the board? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm opening the public hearing on this matter. If anybody would like to speak on this topic, this is your opportunity. Please let us know. Emily Molden.
There we go. Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. Emily Molden here for the Nantucket Land Council. I did want to actually ask a clarifying question and make a couple comments about this one. I know that, and thanks to Linda for the write-up, there's a lot of helpful information in there, especially outlining all the differences in ground cover for the lots. But I was a little bit curious about the change in frontage. I know that there are some larger lots on this stretch, and I did wonder if that change in frontage did increase subdivision potential for some of them, because I think it was stated that generally there's no increased subdivision potential, but I just wanted to try to confirm what the actual subdivision potential would be from this change. And then generally speaking, I understand that these are smaller lots and that now water and sewer is there, but we've brought sewer out to quite a few areas in this general vicinity because of the proximity to the harbor. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best gauge for wanting to extend the town overlay district. And I think one of my biggest concerns with this proposal is the expansion of the town overlay district through a citizens warrant article. When we are coming so close to a master plan update, it seems as though changing the town and the country overlay districts are really something that has to do with bigger picture planning. I know that it's not always a straight line everywhere, but those lines have been drawn for a reason. And there's always going to be a little bit of a gap between the Rotary and here because of the land bank properties that are down there. And I just question the appropriateness of starting to carve out new areas of town overlay district as we want to increase density and ground cover in these areas. So I definitely have some concerns about that, but also just wanted to find out about the increased frontage or the decreased frontage requirement rather, and what impact that would have. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, and then Leslie, I'm going to ask.
There's only one lot.
Linda, just a second. I'm going to ask Leslie just so she knows the question about the overlay district once we've heard from Linda. So you said one lot. I think what I was reading, and I assume that's also what Emily was reading, was at the top of the memo from Robert Van Kampen. It says the side and rear yard setback is 10 feet in both districts. Frontage requirement would change from 100 to 75 feet. So that made it sound like that was a broader proposition. Is that not correct?
That is correct. However, of the 20 lots, only one can be subdivided, and that's the Rickard lot, which is, we used to own the inspection station, used to own most of that strip, actually. And she's the only one that can be subdivided because she's at 40,000, and they've been the largest lot there for a while. And she's got two dwellings on there now, and she's becoming elderly. But every other lot cannot be subdivided unless they go for a covenant.
It conceivably, just again, to be sure I understand and to respond to Ms. Mullen's question, conceivably somebody could acquire two adjacent lots, right? In which case, conceivably you could have frontage pulled together that would allow a subdivision if frontage is the only factor, couldn't you?
No, because most of these lots are either at 20,000, which is the minimum, or they're just below 20,000, so they still couldn't get any more out of it.
Even if you combine lots?
Right, because then you'd have 40, let's say you put 22,000 and 20,000 together, you would still have a minimum of 20,000. So you couldn't really do anything else because you're never going to get over 40,000.
Okay. Leslie, would you comment about the town overlay district and whether that's, I know when we talked about this last year, we, the item that we just took no action on, we had said we didn't think we should be modifying the overlay district lines pending master plan. But I wonder what you and your colleagues would say on the staff.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say that I do concur with Ms. Williams that 12 Pulpus is the only lot that has any division potential, and I believe it could be divided into 2 lots, so 1 new lot. And a lot of those lots are pre-existing non-conforming, and they have non-conforming ground cover already. So back to the town and country overlay district, I asked Megan to put that section of the bylaw in your packet. So I hope that you all had a chance to review it. The town and country overlay is in the zoning bylaw, so it can be amended at any time. And really with the town overlay, that's the area of the island where there's infrastructure like sewer and water, where we have, you know, NERDA service, where there's, you know, paved roads, where we have sidewalks, all of that stuff. So, you know, when this was put into VR, you know, some of those services weren't available. We just extended the bike path down to this area. So the conditions have changed. And I think adding it to the town overlay at this point, oh, sorry, the screen changed. I thought I got cut off. So adding it to the town overlay is a completely appropriate action if the board's inclined to do that. Just like with any zoning, you know, it can be reviewed from time to time as, you know, things evolve. And the R20 district is a town zoning district. We have, since the last master plan, divided the zoning bylaw into town zoning districts and country districts. So the VR goes in the country overlay, the R20 goes in the town overlay.
That's very helpful, Leslie. It just as a follow-up, are there other areas that you think are susceptible to the same changes while the master plan's being developed that have had similar changes in water and sewer or infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, just off the top of my head, I know we've made several changes over in the area surrounding Richmond, not necessarily the project area, but some of the neighborhoods around there where, you know, infrastructure and services have been extended where they didn't exist before. And this is going to come up at 18 Evergreen later on the agenda as well.
But your point is basically to allow residential 20 implicitly means it has to be in the town overlay district, or is most appropriately paired that?
Yes, because that's the way we've set up the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
And that's kind of what we just did in Hummock Pond in a complete reversal.
Yes.
Like we had R20 hanging out. Like I said, at the last meeting, I remember seeing that the zoning map going, what are we doing with this R20 out here? How did this happen? You know, there's a lot of that. And I think what Leslie, I mean, if Andrew was here, he'd probably know a little bit more, but sort of how this got put into VR from the beginning is really a larger story. We fixed the zoning from situation with Ford Garage. We fixed the situation with Island Lumber. And to Emily's point earlier, the stuff out in Pulpus, well, back when the Pippin's Way subdivision was going in, we had tried to get them to go to Lug 2 from Lug 1 and they all rejected it. But at the same time, that zoning was in Lug 1 forever. For whatever reason, that's how it ended up from original zoning. So I think that some of these things that we're doing, that we look at, are really a kind of I don't want to say a cleanup, but that's not really what it is. It's sort of finishing what we fixed before. And I think that this is really a small change. It's not anything like what we just did at Hummock Pond. That's a big one. But at the same time, then we just approved something earlier that was something that was on here about we got R20 on Millbrook Road. it's bizarre how these things happen. So it really isn't even to do with sewer. It's more about the town versus country, as Leslie's pointing out. So I think that's
Thank you.
important to keep in mind.
Thank you, Nat. Kim,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just taking a brief look at the map for the town overlay district and the country overlay district, and I'm not opposed to this, so I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that really based on the map of the overlay districts, this is a boundary jump and inserts the town overlay district within an area that is currently the country overlay district. So whether one looks at potential creep or not, I'm not sure, but I just thought I would share that as I'm looking at the map. Thank you.
Campbell, could you clarify what you mean about jump over what?
Well, so the town overlay, and this is from the 2018 annual town meeting, so it is a couple of years old. So town overlay goes out Orange Street on the right-hand side if you're headed towards Sconset going out Orange Street. And then you'll hit the Rotary, at which point on the both left and right, headed out Milestone and Monomoy and Pulpus, et cetera, you're in the country overlay district. So in other words, this area that they're talking about adjusting inserts the town overlay between Monomoy and Milestone Road, where it doesn't currently exist, and actually there is no town overlay within that area, all the way out Milestone and beyond, you know, whether you're off into Pulpus and Alta Rock, et cetera. So
I think from what Leslie said, though, it's because of changes in infrastructure there, bike paths there, other.
No, right. That's why I'm saying.
And that's happened since 2018. Not that you're wrong on the map, but I think that's what Leslie.
I'm not against it. I'm just trying to clarify from Emily's point of view how it is a bit of a insertion of a new overlay district.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure I understood what you were getting at. Thank you. Emily, I see a little blue dots there, but I don't see your hand up. Did you want to say something again? No, it says hide non-video participants. Okay, Fritz, I think your hand was up. Fritz, did you want to say something? You're muted.
Yes. So I look at this and try to make the comparison as to what's really happening, and I look at it because this involves a lot of lots. But so my basic question is, why are the owners so interested in doing this? As I look at it, maybe I'm missing something, that going to R20 basically gives them an additional 2.5% ground cover, reduces the frontage by 25 feet, and lets them have a swimming pool. Is that it?
I believe
That's
they
the
can
only
have a
difference?
swimming pool now.
By
He means by right, Linda.
By right.
Yeah, by right, because they're in
Well-
V, they're not in the one from Nantucket, they're in the other VN, whatever that is. Leslie can answer that, but they can have. a
Oh,
pool
is that
right
true?
now.
I didn't know that.
I don't think there's a difference. VN's VN.
Yes, there is a difference
VR.
between VR and VN.
VR.
I'm sorry, VR.
Leslie, would you like to comment on that?
We only have one VR district and swimming pools are allowed by special permit in it.
That's Nantucket, correct?
It's everywhere, one VR district.
That's the one and only VR district. So it is in Nantucket, but it is in any other potential VR district. So now this would allow them as of right, not as a special permit. Is that right?
Yes.
Rich, did you have anything
I'm
further?
not belaboring the swimming pools. This isn't the swimming pool issue. It's just, I'm just pointing out three
It's
different.
just, yeah, that's all
I'm
you're
just
saying.
pointing out three
okay.
different. So
That's,
is that?
that's
this is all
helpful.
about?
Pretty much that's it.
Uh,
And the
Okay,
let's see.
2.5% would be very helpful to some of the guys that are non-conforming right now.
All right, are we ready to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
John seconded. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith. Okay, on the merits, what's your pleasure?
Make a motion to give a favorable recommendation.
Is there a second?
That's the right word, favorable.
Hmm.
Positive.
Second.
John seconds. Is there further discussion? Are you ready to vote? Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
He's
Fritz.
swimming in the palm trees.
Yeah.
Fritz,
No.
Judith, aye. Next one, zoning map amendment to place properties at 8 and 10 Chatham Road, currently located in the Lug 1 district in Village Residential District. Linda, I believe you said, and well, staff said that if the board is supportive of the prior article that we just discussed, then we recommend a motion to take no action on this article.
I believe that's my discussion with them. If you went in favor, if you give positive on ours, they do have another warrant article in for the next week that would track ours, the one you just gave a favorable to. So if you want to just hold this until next week, that would give, you could look at them both side by side. You can't go to VR if we're going to R20. That's the problem.
Well, I think the staff recommendation was, if we went with the one we just did, that there's no need to address this one and to give it a recommendation, take no action. Leslie, is that correct?
That's correct, because it would leave just these two parcels in VR.
Yeah.
So you have the article that was advertised for next week that would put these two parcels in R20, along with the parcels in the article that you just voted on. So I recommend take no action on this
Do
article.
we have to open this up to a public hearing?
Yeah. We do. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard what this relates to. It has to do with 8 and 10 Chatham Road. If anybody'd like to speak to this matter, please raise your hand and let us know. We're trying to move right along here, so if nobody indicates a desire to speak, we're going to close the hearing very promptly. I see nobody wishing to speak. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Thank you, John. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. On the merits.
Make a motion to take no action.
Thank you.
Second.
Nat seconds. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Next one, zoning map amendment to place properties of Old South Road and Airport Road currently located in residential 20 R20 district in the commercial trade, entrepreneurship and crafts, CTEC and or commercial neighborhood CN district. This matter is continued to receive information from the sponsor's agent. Leslie, do you want to say anything in more detail about this?
No, I included some information in your staff report. There's already commercially zoned and used land in this vicinity. This would be changing R20 to I believe they are most interested in moving forward with C Tech. I have talked with the article proponent about this and his plan, I guess, for if it's approved. I think this provides an opportunity to create some additional commercial land, which we need. I mean, over the past, I don't know how long, few decades, maybe longer, you know, the commercial land has gotten less and less and less, and it's been overtaken by residential uses. And we do need some areas that are devoted to commercial. So we recommend that you support the article.
Thank you. I see Mr. Hanlon there. I see you twice, Mr. Hanlon. I don't know if you have a double or a twin or a friend or.
No, there's only
No.
one. But welcome.
Thank you.
Williams, would you like to say a word, or should we go straight to Mr. Hanlon?
Just a quick thing on this. These lots, 6 lots were part of Walter Glowacki's and family's property. And after he passed away last year, these have been devised out, and Mr. Hanlon has bought 2 of them. There are several owners of the Glowacki family on 2 of them. And Walter's sister owns one, and his niece owns another. So they are all now going in the same direction. And it does open up some sizable lots for commercial development, and C-Tech seemed to work better than CN. So that's the long and the short of it. The bike path is out there. Services are out there. They're right next to the airport property on the airport road side, across from Candlewood Corners. It's in the commercial corridor, and Leslie is correct. I think I put the percentage in there of how much commercial has lost and how much we have left. So these are 4 lots that the 4 at least will have common entrance. You can see the road there that Mr. Hanlon is going to open up, and the other 2 will come off of Airport Road, off of probably a common access. But that's part of those 2 lots are part of what the several Glowacki inheritors have control over right now, and they're trying to figure out who's going to do what.
I'm just going to announce, I see Mr. Hanlon, we're going to call on you in a moment, but if there's anyone else in attendance who would like to speak on this matter as part of the public hearing, please put your hand up indicator on, and we'll call on you after Mr. Hanlon speaks. Mr. Hanlon.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. How are you?
Good. Thanks for sticking with us.
Not at all. So yes, my name is Tom Hanlon, and I've been a resident of this beautiful island for the last 27 years. And I'd say I've been in business for the last 25, and over the last 10 years, I've been actively trying to find a commercial property. And as Linda mentioned, you guys done a fabulous job of changing a lot of the RC2 and residential commercial into residential, but unfortunately a byproduct of that is that there's not enough commercial land out there for year-round businesses and local businesses to be able to stake their ground and be able to work out of. So this was an opportunity that came up. I had talked to the staff and the planning board, and they said that this might be a good area to look at it. And when the opportunity arose, then my intention basically is just to be able to use it for my own business, my own company. It's getting big, and I need the land. It's one of the things that landscapers need, unfortunately, is a lot to have equipment and shop space and have trucks and the usual, the bobcats and whatnot. And this is the idea going forward, with to able to have this property to run my business out of.
So you're anticipating that it would be used for landscaping activity rather than other kinds of commercial uses?
Just my lots, and not necessarily all of it, but certainly just a portion of the lots that I need, just for me. For the other ones, I can't speak for the other member or the other people, like the Glowacki's relatives next door to me and whatnot, and what they'd exactly want to do. But that's certainly what I'd be doing. I'd be obviously putting forward an MCD to you guys if this does go forward, and something we can discuss then the details later. But that would be my intention, yes.
Could I ask Miss Williams, and then I'll call on Emily Molden. Miss Williams, do you know what the views are of the other property owners? If we're dealing with a block of property, we usually want to know what everybody thinks and not only a portion of the property owners.
Yes, I spoke to the Glowacki side on the airport road side. I did have occasion to speak to Marianne, and I know Tom has spoken to everybody, because that's the first thing I told him to do, was to speak to Heidi, to speak to Marianne, and I spoke to the other Glowackis myself. So Tom can give you a little more information about that.
Essentially, when I talked to the other players involved, they like the idea of going forward with the CTEC, just because I'm getting more opportunities to expand their property and whatnot, but they didn't say specifically what they're going to use for it. I assume it'll get sold off to local business or local contractors to develop. But I unfortunately, I don't know any details on that. I just know what I have intentions of doing.
Thank you. Ms. Molden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land Council. I think that just answered part of my question. I understand that there's a need for some more commercial areas out there, and I guess I was just kind of interested in the way that the article was written in considering a change to either CTEC or CN, and it certainly sounds as though CTEC might be appropriate for Mr. Hanlon's lots, but as far as the other ones as well, I think based on the information that Ms. Williams provided, it sounds like there's a reasonable difference in subdivision potential, whether these go to CTEC or CN. So I wondered if she or someone could just speak to that again, and then also just figure out whether the proposal is to actually put all of these in CTEC or for some to go to CN. It sounds a little difficult to figure out if the owners aren't really sure what they want to do. Thank you.
I spoke to, and through you, Madam Chairman, I spoke to Andrew about this, and he said, you know, we didn't know which one to go to when we had to put the warrant article in. It came in rather late in the system in November. And so he said, put them both in, which has not been unusual for the planning board to see things that have come in with either or. In that time limit, CTEC seemed to be the better, and it also has a larger lot requirement, so it's less of a subdivision potential. And again, it's on water and sewer and bus and bike path and everything else. So it's these lots are actually a little bit larger than the ones across the street. So it's it doesn't go crazy on the subdivision potential, but there is some, but it's not as much as CN, is my understanding. Is that correct, Leslie?
Yeah, 7,500, right?
Yeah. 10,000 to 7,500.
Yeah, so we wanted to go with that larger.
Leslie, could you clarify again the question of, as we act on this, do we have to, should we opt for either CTEC or CN in our motion here so that it's clear which way? Because I can't imagine ultimately when it goes to town meeting one way or another, it's going to have to be flagged for one district or another, isn't it?
Yeah,
definitely. So, you know, this isn't uncommon for, particularly for the staff to bring forward an article this way, or in some cases like this, a citizen, so that you can discuss both options during your public hearing and then select one. So you would need to pick one, and that's what we'll put in your motion.
And we don't need to go to 7,500 square feet. Leslie, I believe CTEC is 10,000, correct?
Yes.
CTEC is 10,000. The ground cover, I think, is the same for both.
30.
Yeah.
And I think CTEC is really a better district for the landscaping type, excuse me, landscaping type of activity.
Dave Iverson.
And through you, Madam Chair, Leslie, CTEC offers more options for residential as well, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
And that's why we went back to CTEC, because of what we don't know what Mary Ann wants to do, or Heidi wants to do, or who they want to sell the property. And most of it's going to be sold. So we wanted to give that option to anybody buying it, that they could have a business and a dwelling without having to have the dwelling be ancillary to the business kind of thing.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome, because if we're going to do this, then we should get all the benefits we can out of it. I mean, I don't think there's any question we need more commercial zoning. Do you, Madam Chair, Linda, have an idea in your mind how many lots will be created if this goes through? Or
Well, I know with
could be?
Tom, I think Tom, because of his business, he can't really subdivide now because he's got to use, I think, the lots as they are. On the other side, probably a couple of lots, maybe 3 at the most, but he's going to improve the road, so they're going to have one access, not multiple accesses, even though 2 of the lots have multiple frontage. He's just going to make everybody come off that interior roadway, so that alleviates multiple accesses out there.
So still, but a rough estimate on the amount of lots?
Tom?
Go through the math, but.
I think potentially I could split up into 5 or 6 lots, and I think next door, both Heidi and Marianne could split up into either 2 or 3 lots each, something like that. I'm not too sure about Kim Guac on the other side. I don't know. His lot I think may be smaller, so it might be maybe 4. So we're looking at potential maybe 15 to 18 lots, something like that.
Because either way, the planning board's going to have to weigh in on this. And if there's an access issue or some other thing, the planning board is going to be able to dictate exactly what's going to happen in any future subdivision. If you think it's too intense, we drop them out. So that's the stopgap, is that the planning board's going to have to see whatever happens there, unless it's an A&R. And you still have the issue of access.
Nat, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, Linda kind of said it already, that we can, the biggest thing is curb cuts, and I don't, what happens on the inside, and the fact that this is an RC and we're actually planning zoning. I mean, think about this. This land has been open since the glaciers. So, nothing's changed here since whenever. So we're actually, planning instead of reacting like we have on Bartlett Road and the other areas that were just sort of thrown in to whatever was the hot thing in that moment. And now we actually are saying, hey, we're picking between 2 really cool zoning districts that aren't RC. And tailored, as Leslie and Andrew used to call them, tailored districts. I don't know if that's a word we use anymore, but that's what used to be said. So I think this is great. This is like a really exciting kind of way of saying we finally got here and we're actually fixing something that never was touched. So this is good stuff, and I'm happy about it, and want to give this positive C-Tech, in my opinion, but we'll just keep discussing it. So till we decide.
I just wanted to observe that it concerns me a bit. I appreciate Mr. Hanlon having the right to choose what to do with the property, but if part of the rationale from staff had to do with commercial use and everything, we have so many different landscaping operations. It just strikes me that corner by the airport has potential for a variety of different commercial uses, and that if it's C-Tech, I guess who knows what we'll end up with until we see the proposals. But landscaping also has, there's a lot of people with trucks out there and other kinds of landscape sorts of activity that therefore add to the road traffic and things of that sort. So I just think we're going to need to be smart when we review whatever the proposals are, and hope that the property owners consider an array of different choices there, because that's really a prime location that could be important for the island. So that's just a thought. Are you ready to close the public hearing?
Make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
John seconds. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, what's your pleasure on the merits?
So I'll make a positive recommendation for CTEC in these lots.
Thank you, Nat. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, just a question.
Yes.
Are we designating it CTEC, or are we using the and/or CN?
CTEC.
Just the CTEC?
I think
Okay.
CTEC.
Okay, then I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, John. Ready to vote? Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
No.
Judith, aye.
Thank you. At least
All
Tom can
right.
go home now.
Next one is 18
Thank you.
Evergreen. Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. 18 Evergreen.
I don't know if anybody's here for this. I didn't put this one in. I helped him after the fact. And I did the questionnaire answers. I can give you sort of the rundown of this Evergreen Daffy. This again was a Walter Glowacki subdivision. And we've
I
got
don't know, Linda, I appreciate that you would, but it just seems like that's, I hate putting you in that position. If it's their application, I think we personally think it'd be better to continue it if they don't show the next time, that's the last chance, but I don't think it's, I mean, you may know all about it, but it's hard to assume that you've got all the same answers they would have, even if you're familiar with it and help with the paperwork, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, can we put it over to March 8th then instead of the 17th?
Let me ask the board's pleasure. I'm going to invite anybody who has a better idea. That may not be the best approach, but would you rather have Ms. Williams discuss it, or do you agree with me that it should be the applicant? Or
Maybe we could discuss it a little bit and then continue, or something like that. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
It's pretty simple. I've done all the rest of them in there.
Let me just hear if anybody else has an opinion.
It's Fritz.
Yes.
My opinion is this is a citizen's petition. The citizens hasn't shown up to support it. So either continue it or vote a no action.
Well, in that case, I'd rather you go over to March 8th so I can get a hold of them.
Okay.
Let me just ask, is there anybody here to speak to this matter in the audience that expected to speak? And you prefer the 8th because that's a regular meeting, Linda? I'm just aware that we ended up going awfully late tonight when I thought we might be able to get done sooner. Leslie?
So
Leslie?
something to consider about the 8th, that's your regular meeting, and it's the last possible opportunity you have to discuss warrant articles.
Yeah.
So if you put it off until the 8th, you won't have an opportunity to continue it to some other meeting, because I have to have all of your motions to the select board, and I don't have the timeline in front of me, but I think it's the 11th.
I'm okay with that. If do or die.
This would
Well,
only be
Linda,
2.
I have to say, if it's their article, they've been on notice, they haven't showed up, I'd be inclined to post it for the 17th, continue to the 17th, and if they don't show then I think it is fair to say it should be a take no action recommendation. if they are in touch with us and if there's some good reason that they haven't come forward with before, it makes it really very difficult to consider when they really have been contacted by staff and everything else. So based on what Leslie said and all the rest, how about, is there a motion to continue till the 17th?
So moved.
Thanks, John. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave seconded. Roll call. John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye.
I'll
Okay,
get his
thank-
permission. I'll get his permission to do it, just to get it over with.
Thanks, Linda. But
One more.
he really needs, all I would say is he's gonna have to come before town meeting itself and justify it. So I don't know what, I know coming to meetings could be unsettling to people if they don't have experience, and no kind of disrespect to people who have that kind of uncertainty about how to proceed and that kind of thing. But if it's a citizen article and he can't make it to our meetings, he's going to have a harder time.
Right. I will make
hearing
that
these
point to him.
Okay. All right, and now we have zoning amendment, map amendment related to 25 Rugged Road, currently located in Lug 2. I believe this is Ms. Shriver's proposal from last year that was carried forward, and we did not support the article. Megan or Leslie, do you want to say anything about that?
This one's mine also.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add other than what I put in the staff report. I mean, there has been another subdivision in that area that received preliminary approval. So that might be something that you want to take into consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's immediately, she has the largest lot there. It's immediately adjacent to the 40B. It's right across from Sachem's. It's right across from this new preliminary subdivision. It's right across from a subdivision that was done that backs up to Rugged on Blueberry. Is that what that is over there? Bayberry?
Bayberry.
Bayberry. And her husband died. I think I put all that in there. Her husband died. It's even more difficult now because she's in a protracted battle and she's having difficulty hanging on to the house because of his descendants aren't happy with the will. And so she'd like to change it to R20. She just wants 3 lots. She doesn't want 5. She doesn't want 10 lots. She just wants 3 lots. So she can keep her house, get rid of the garage lot, and then have 1 more lot. Those 2 lots would actually front on Rugged themselves. I think they'd be all about 1 acre apiece, if not hers being larger with a house. So they'd still be larger than what's across the street. But it's just one of these anomalies that was left over when we started rezoning the east side of Fairgrounds Road. And now right across Fairgrounds Road, it's R10. And there's still some of this vestiges of LUG 1 and 2 left behind all those houses that are fronting on Fairgrounds Road. So mostly things around her have been subdivided or zoning changed over time to go to R20 for, the second outside.
Well, I think that her desire is largely based on her personal circumstance. I understand that, but I think I see Peter Merbergen, who commented last year, may have more to say, who's on the other side of Rugged Road, maybe others. So if those of you still here, if there's anybody who'd like to speak, put your hand marker up and we'll call on you in a minute. Dave Iverson.
So I really feel for Mrs. Shriver, and I mean, here's my problem. And Linda said that she's the biggest lot on the road. Well, 2 lots down, there are 10 acres owned by the same woman. So we're creating a situation where this reduced zoning is creeping towards that 10 acres, let alone the other larger lots on this side of the road. And I just think it's a really, I don't think it's a great precedent to set. I'm really concerned about it creeping farther down the road and just creating even more density in a place. It's like the land of lollipop developments over here. So that's my concern. I mean, she has the ability to do a covenant lot, even though I know it's not the value that a regular lot would be. But there's just so much concern with the creep in zoning that's going on here, for me at least.
Thank you. Let's see.
I have a question, Judith.
Okay.
Sorry. Leslie, didn't we have a alternative for I thought we had an alternative concept for this article.
Carve out one lot, and that she'd be willing.
All right,
to
Linda, I know.
Hold on.
Can Leslie answer my question? I just trying to.
Yes, please.
I'm not the chair, but let's just try to. Okay,
yes.
so Linda, Linda. Now I'm doing it. Leslie, oh my God. Leslie, didn't we have a plan to make it like it's not? We take the existing part that's got that other dwelling on it and make that R20, but keep the rest LUG2 in its current status. But that would have to come back for next year or what?
So as I recall, after last year, you all voted not to support the article, but there were some sketches being sort of kicked around.
Yeah.
And you all were maybe going to reconsider your motion, but then COVID happened and that was the end of that. So I haven't seen anything for this year, and I didn't see anything finalized last year, but I know there were some alternative ideas.
It was a way to kind of
something.
It made so much sense because technically the lot is huge, okay? And to just flip it to R20 is a lot different than creating a sliver of R20 and leaving the rest of it in 2 acre. Sort of creating a new line on this side of the road, which the other side got the long straw back in the 70s somehow, and this side got the short straw. So
she'd be okay with that. She's already said she would be okay with that if we can come up with a.
I just don't know how that can happen.
Linda,
with this
everybody,
article.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to try to keep us going here till the end, which we're approaching. I see Peter Merbergen, and then I see Emily Molden wishing to speak. Mr. Merbergen.
Am I on?
You are. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. This is a first for doing this. I bought in my area because of the fairgrounds anomaly. I'd like to point out that the 40B is within that proposal. This is consistent with the 40B, in my opinion. The 40B and the way it was represented to me several times and out here is it's a zoning break. It's just, it's just a chunk right out of the zoning. And just because the 40B goes in doesn't mean that we down zone or let's say dense zone according to the 40B that would in, because then that would really perpetuate a lot of things. The 40B is supposed to be isolated. So the reason, given that they are abutting multi-lots, doesn't hold true from my point of view. The purchase is also recent, and the 40B existed almost fully constructed. So it's not like the owner purchaser didn't know that. And the consistency factor in the zoning itself, for me, I bought because I have to believe in zoning because that's why I purchased in an area. Also, the 20B, the 20,000 feet on my side of the road is, I guess, what did you say, popsicle or whatever it is. that's the way it was, and it's the way it is. And I just think this is a zoning change for an individual owner and an owner's benefit. And I would like to do a lot of things like that too, but I don't feel that it's consistent with the zoning. And I also feel strongly about the country aspect. We have to have the country begin somewhere. And of course, as we know, development does push the edges back, but truly, with the Boy Scout camp and the land that's there, I would like to see it as green as possible. This island, for all its density, needs places like the well, you can't believe I'm going to say this, the disc course. I mean, the disc golf course. We need these spaces. And the Camp Richard, and we just fought to save that. All these things are important. And I think this is just another example of a crush onto our space. And I'd like to protect the space. I protected my own space the best I could and tried to keep it a sanctuary myself as far as, conservation, et cetera. I don't know if this is all zoning applied. I'm just an owner trying to think and feel what is the correct logic for the way I understand zoning. You guys are pretty amazing. All five of you, just there's a lot to think of, and it's been fascinating the last 4 hours waiting for you. It's been really amazing. And so I'm going to trust that you're going to still hold it off or not, I guess not give it favorable, but it's really, I'm leaving it up to you. You guys seem to be pretty darn smart, so let her go. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Molden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily Molden. Gosh, I don't know if I have a lot more to say beyond what Mr. Meerbergen just said. I think I made some of these comments last year as well, and I do feel that the board gave this pretty good consideration and deliberation last year. I am quite concerned about this. I certainly feel for the property owner, but again, I just don't think that zoning is designed to address individual lots. And I also agree that 40Bs are not subject to local zoning, and their existence definitely shouldn't be used to justify changes to adjacent areas. I think that this is an important transition zone and is actually distinctive from the other side of Fairgrounds Road and the other side of the 40B, even as it does move into Camp Richard and the State Forest, which is a large open space area. The owner does have the ability to do a covenant subdivision, as was stated, and I know there are some differences there, but I think it's always really important for the planning board to consider when allowing for these zoning changes is taking away from that covenant lot creation potential as well. So ultimately, again, this is really just a spot zone, and I definitely don't think that the increased density here is appropriate. And I also I understand that the proposal is for R20, and the current owner may only be interested in 2 or 3 lots, but what would the potential subdivision or what the subdivision potential be under R20 ultimately if it does get changed to that? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anybody else who would like to speak on this matter who's a member of the public, please let us know now, because we're going to probably move pretty soon to close the public hearing.
Madam
Device
Chairman,
Clinton.
I'd like to keep the public hearing open.
Linda, just can I please call on, we have another member of the public, Mr. Glidden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tobias Glidden. I just wanted to, respond to a couple comments. One is that, I understand, Mr. Schreiber's, concern about, trying to be able to live and make things work on her property and stay on the island. And I'm empathetic to that, but I also think that, growing up on Rugged Road as a little boy, I've seen, a huge amount of change But one thing Rugged Road has been able to maintain is its semi-rural character. You know, we have a lot. My family owns a lot across the street, and we've kept it very wild, and that creates a great transition into, you know, the Boy Scout camp and the state forest, and it's just a beautiful part of the island, and it's actually a great walk. There's a number of people who walk down Rugged Road from a number of areas, and I just don't really feel like, you know, this density of zoning is appropriate, a change to R20. You know, there's a number of other quite large lots further down Rugged Road, and I'm concerned that this precedent would be for lots further down the street. I also think it's important, you know, there is a great burden placed upon the members of this community to sewer this area. I know a number of the neighbors are putting up a sizable bill to put in sewer, with keeping in mind that the well is in the state forest. But we also are aware as a community that hardscaping also has a negative impact on water quality. And I think, you know, the fact that one of our main wells is in the state forest, we should be, you know, concerned about that. You know, that being said, I'm concerned about, you know, Lover's Lane being paved as well. I know that's not currently proposed this year, but something down the line. So this is a special area, and I just encourage the planning board to be cautious in its application of its obligation. So thank you so much. I'm amazed you guys are up till 10:30. So cheers to you.
Thank you, Tobias. Okay, one more chance. We're going to deliberate whether we want to close the public hearing, but I want to be sure if there's anybody who wants to speak, they know they should let us know now, please.
I would when you're ready.
Just 1 second, Linda. Okay, tell us what's on your mind.
I'd rather keep it open. Andrew's the one that suggested that we carve out a lot that would be, leave her at LUG2, which is what she would have left. We carve out a lot that would be less than 40,000 square feet. So it'd be less than an acre. So it could not be subdivided if it went to R20. And he sort of gave me a sketch of it. And just before we decided at town meeting, you guys were going to meet before the start of town meeting that night to consider a new recommendation based on that. And obviously COVID changed the whole scenario. So I'd rather keep it open and actually come up. I believe Teddy King has actually drawn something, but then nothing came up last year and everything was continued. So I'd like to go back to that and present that at the next meeting.
Okay, is there anything else you want to tell us, Linda, before we deliberate?
No, I'm going to R20 for just like a 30,000 square foot lot. That would be up obviously on the street level. Directly across the street from R20 is not spot zoning because the zone already exists, and we'll go from there, but I'd like a chance to present that next time.
All right, board members, I heard Nat seemed to be inclined to possibly continue and consider something else. I don't know what others think about
that. What she just said was what happened last year. I mean, that's what I was trying to say earlier.
Madam Chair.
Are you, can I just finish with Nat, please? Nat,
Yeah.
Are you of the mind that you wanted to continue the hearing to hear more about that?
If we can, yes, if that can happen, that is the most fair, simple way to do this, if that's possible, without creating more subdivision in reality, and it's certainly not creating more R20 other than that one sliver with the house on it. I mean, you know, I want to just bring back up the people that recently spoke. I mean, you know, this is where we get into what we just went through at Bayberry Lane as a board. I mean, I like to refresh people's minds. We thought we would get that to be R40, didn't we? and we didn't. And we've got R20 right up against the state forest on one side of the road. And this, it's just one of those, and this is an anomaly. This was no big plan. This wasn't planned for a zoning line by anybody. This was just willy-nilly stuff left over from the 70s that can't fix it all in a year. And I see that side of the road staying LUG2 till forever, except for helping this one property that's sort of in this weird position with this huge lot. And, you know, I don't have any issues standing up and saying that, because there's going to be times where we have to change zoning that gives something back to somebody, because we taketh away an awful lot. And we just witnessed something a minute ago with the Galacki property that's been just hanging out there since day one. And sometimes you have to make a decision for more or something different that looks like more. But in reality, we take away a lot. So I see that. That's how I look at things. Whoever thought that the Hooper Farm Fairgrounds R10 would turn into what it is, but nobody ever said a word about it. So I see this as, you know, continuing if we can do that. I'm not saying that we can. I don't know if that's even possible for this town meeting.
It is. It just reduces the zoning.
Linda,
article.
you've had your chance. I'd like the board to deliberate. John?
Yeah, I remember this from last year, and I think I'll reiterate what I said last year. It's a citizen petition. I don't think we have to endorse or give a positive recommendation. We'll still go before the annual town meeting. I'm a little skeptical about having an individual come before us and take a particular lot and for their own I guess welfare. And although I understand and I'm very sympathetic towards her loss and financial situation, I think, you know, we'll be inundated with 200 articles from everybody that wants to go from a lug one to an R20 or you know, I think it just again opens up a can of worms. And we really don't need to support it. We're going to give a fair opportunity for her to present it at annual town meeting, and let the town decide if they have a soft heart and they want to give it to her. There's nothing we're going to do. They're going to give it to her. But I don't think we as a board have to support it because of a personal issue.
Thank
That's
you. Dave Iverson, comments?
I again torn. I mean, I hear what John says. I hear what Nat says. I have my personal feelings just about. I feel like that piece of property is kind of the fire break here on this road, and if we violate that, like I said, there's some very large lots a little farther down the road that would be next up. So I'm torn right now, and I think that also if we. Again, like what John says, if we let somebody do this, how many are going to be raining out of the sky next town meeting? So I haven't really made up my mind on it, but it's a tough one because I really do feel for the woman. I mean, I think she's in a bad spot. But again, she could do a covenant lot, which would give someone that needs housing some, and it would give her some money. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Fritz?
You're muted, Fritz.
I side with John.
Thank you. Alternates, Campbell, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I think Dave put it best in that it is a fire break. If you look down that line on the map, the R20, yes, is across the street, but this side of the street that her property is on goes, lug 2, lug 3, lug 1. So it's the intention of that overall area is to stay broad. So I'd like to support John and David and Fritz's comments. Thank you.
David Callahan,
I'm good. Thank you.
Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Nothing to add.
Okay. I would say I agree with John and Fritz and Dave. I regard it as I really regard it as an area where we have to be fair to the folks across the street who we've heard from and the other lot owners. I think there are settled expectations there. I also don't think that it's really appropriate or advisable to make changes in policy based on individual pleas like this, much as I feel sorry for Ms. Schreiber, but I also don't think that we should continue it and just go back around the horn again. I think we've given it a full round last year and we've given it full consideration tonight. I'd be prepared to close the hearing and vote to make no recommendation.
I'll make a motion to take no action.
To close the public hearing.
No, I mean, make a motion to close the public
First,
hearing,
close.
sorry.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Nat. Is there a second? Who is that, Dave?
Second.
I think. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Then on the merits,
Make a motion to take no action.
you
Second.
heard Nat's motion and John seconded it. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, Linda. We appreciate your handling these numerous cases and appreciate that you'd like to find a solution for her, but I think we've done our level best on it, and that was our best judgment.
Well, we'll take the shot at
So,
the meeting, so there you go.
that is our last item, believe it or not, and it's 10:34. So we've been going 6.5 hours, guys. You really have some, must be lifting weights or shoveling
With a
snow or,
the new HGC.
yep.
Yeah, they do it twice a
So,
week though.
Well.
Leslie, just to say, Leslie, could you just remind us, we've got that Sconset matter that'll be heard in March. There's the let's see, 18 Evergreen that is going to be heard on Monday. I'm trying to think if there's others.
So
You-
Judith,
there
you
may-
have
Yes.
3 new articles that came in round 2 of citizen warrant. So those were advertised for Wednesday.
For the
at
17th.
1, the 17th.
Right.
At 1 o'clock. And then you continued 18 Evergreen to that meeting as well. So you have those 3 items. And that's it.
Well, and then those of us who sit on NPEDC, there's some additional matters that are matters of planning concern. So we'll have a chance to talk about those at yet another meeting later in the month. So we'll be ready to say we did our duty for this month here, I suspect. So thank you to you, Lily, Leslie, and Megan, and Catherine, and Andrew, and everybody who did all the groundwork. That really is enormously helpful, and we can do it without you. And as we agreed, we're going to come back come latter part of March or into April and revisit some of those issues, particularly about garage apartments versus second dwellings, and issues about the number of square feet for tertiaries. Just we don't lure insights about that, so you have that in your file for 2022. As far as you know, we're still looking for early June annual meeting, assuming everything is
Yep,
moving
I believe
along.
Saturday, June 5th.
That's good. Well, I have to tell you, I'm old enough, I have my vaccinations tomorrow, so that we'll see how that goes. I hope I'll be back the next time to see you when
I had mine today.
which
It's
is
easy.
only as good as safe. Good. That's
Madam
good.
Chair, it's Fritz.
Yes, Fritz.
Yeah, so is it my understanding that February the 17th the only things on the agenda will be those 3 items?
Or
Four
There's
items.
one
Sorry.
more that had to, the one about Old Sconset historic area had to be renoticed, I think.
Oh,
Is that the 17th or that's March? There's
That
one
one-
more, isn't there?
oh, excuse me. The one for Sconset will be on your March 8th meeting because that was the
Okay.
first available time once I realized it had to be re-advertised.
Okay, so there are only 3 on the 17th?
You have 3 new ones and the one that you carried over from tonight, which is 18 Evergreen.
Ah, okay. Right, thank you. Okay, Fritz, on that. Thank you,
Yep.
everybody, for your hard work. I think we can entertain a motion to adjourn, and Nat can go have his pizza, and
Something.
Big Cow, he's going to deliver it virtually to Dave with pepperoni on top. Their motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz, and
Aye.
Fritz, I think there are gasps there. You say aye.
Aye, yes. Fritz said aye.
Yes, and I say aye, and so say we all, and good night, and be well. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Thank
Hi,
you all.
everybody.
Take care.
Everyone.